Volume 1, Chapter 1 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Ferdinand Lopez. It is certainly of service to a man to know who were his grandfathers and who were his grandmothers, if he entertain an ambition to move in the upper circles of society, and also of service to be able to speak of them as of persons who were themselves somebodies in their time. No doubt we all entertain great respect for those who by their own energies have raised themselves in the world, and when we hear that the son of a washerwoman has become Lord Chancellor or Archbishop of Canterbury, we do theoretically and abstractedly feel a higher reverence for such self-made magnate than for one who has been, as it were, born into forensic or ecclesiastical purple. But not the less must the offspring of the washerwoman have had very much trouble on the subject of his birth, unless he has been, when young as well as when old, a very great man indeed. After the goal has been absolutely reached, and the honour and the titles and the wealth actually won, a man may talk with some humour, even with some affection, of the maternal tub. But while the struggle is going on, with the conviction strong upon the struggler that he cannot be altogether successful unless he be esteemed a gentleman, not to be ashamed, not to conceal the old family circumstances, not at any rate to be silent, is difficult. And the difficulty is certainly not less if fortunate circumstances, rather than hard work and intrinsic merit, have raised above his natural place an aspirant to high social position. Can it be expected that such a one, when dining with the Duchess, shall speak of his father's small shop, or bring into the light of day his grandfather's cobbler's awl? And yet it is difficult to be altogether silent. It may not be necessary for any of us to be always talking of our own parentage. We may be generally reticent as to our uncles and aunts, and may drop even our brothers and sisters in our ordinary conversation. But if a man never mentions his belongings among those with whom he lives, he becomes mysterious and almost open to suspicion. It begins to be known that nobody knows anything of such a man, and even friends become afraid. It is certainly convenient to be able to allude, if it be but once a year, to some blood relation. Ferdinand Lopez, who in other respects had much in his circumstances on which to congratulate himself, suffered trouble in his mind respecting his ancestors, such as I have endeavoured to describe. He did not know very much himself, but what little he did know he kept altogether to himself. He had no father or mother, no uncle, aunt, brother or sister, no cousin even whom he could mention in a cursory way to his dearest friend. He suffered, no doubt, but with Spartan consistency he so hid his trouble from the world that no one knew that he suffered. Those with whom he lived, and who speculated often and wondered much as to who he was, never dreamed that the silent man's reticence was a burden to himself. At no special conjuncture of his life, at no period which could be marked with the finger of the observer, did he glaringly abstain from any statement which at the moment might be natural. He never hesitated, blushed, or palpably laboured at concealment, but the fact remained that though a great many men, and not a few women, knew Ferdinand Lopez very well, none of them knew whence he had come, or what was his family. He was a man, however, naturally reticent, who never alluded to his own affairs unless in pursuit of some object, the way to which was clear before his eyes. Silence, therefore, on a matter which is common in the mouths of most men, was less difficult to him than to another, and the result less embarrassing. Dear old Jones, who tells his friends at the club of every pound that he loses or wins at the races, who boasts of Mary's favours and mourns over Lucy's coldness almost in public, who issues bulletins on the state of his purse, his stomach, his stable, and his debts, could not with any amount of care keep from us the fact that his father was an attorney's clerk, and made his first money by discounting small bills. Everybody knows it, and Jones, who likes popularity, grieves at the unfortunate publicity. But Jones is relieved from a burden which would have broken his poor shoulders, and which even Ferdinand Lopez, who is a strong man, often finds it hard to bear without wincing. It was admitted on all sides that Ferdinand Lopez was a gentleman. Johnson says that any other derivation of this difficult word than that which causes it to signify a man of ancestry is whimsical. There are many who, in defining the term for their own use, still adhered to Johnson's dictum, but they adhered to it with certain unexpressed allowances for possible exceptions. The chances are very much in favor of the well-born man, but exceptions may exist. It was not generally believed that Ferdinand Lopez was well-born, but he was a gentleman, and this most precious rank was acceded to him although he was employed, or at least had been employed, on business which does not of itself give such a warrant of position as is supposed to be afforded by the bar and the church, by the military services, and by physic. He had been on the stock exchange, and still in some manner, not clearly understood by his friends, did business in the city. At the time with which we are now concerned, Ferdinand Lopez was 33 years old, and as he had begun life early, he had been long before the world. It was known of him that he had been at a good English private school, and it was reported, on the solitary evidence of one who had there been his schoolfellow, that a rumour was current in the school that his school bills were paid by an old gentleman who was not related to him. Thence, at the age of 17, he had been sent to a German university, and at the age of 21 had appeared in London in a stockbroker's office, where he was soon known as an accomplished linguist, and as a very clever fellow, precocious, not given to many pleasures, apt for work, but hardly trustworthy by employers, not as being dishonest, but as having a taste for being a master rather than a servant. Indeed, his period of servitude was very short. It was not in his nature to be active on behalf of others. He was soon active for himself, and at one time it was supposed that he was making a fortune. Then it was known that he had left his regular business, and it was supposed that he had lost all that he had ever made or had ever possessed. But nobody, not even his own bankers or his own lawyer, not even the old woman who looked after his linen, ever really knew the state of his affairs. He was certainly a handsome man, his beauty being of a sort which men are apt to deny and women to admit lavishly. He was nearly 6 feet tall, very dark, and very thin, with regular, well-cut features indicating little to the physiognomist unless it be the great gift of self-possession. His hair was cut short, and he wore no beard beyond an absolutely black mustache. His teeth were perfect in form and whiteness, a characteristic which, though it may be a valued item in a general catalogue of personal attraction, does not generally recommend a man to the unconscious judgment of his acquaintance. But about the mouth and chin of this man there was a something of softness, perhaps in the play of the lips, perhaps in the dimple, which in some degree lessened the feeling of hardness which was produced by the square brow and bold, unflinching, combative eyes. They who knew him and liked him were reconciled by the lower face. The great number who knew him and did not like him felt and resented, even though in 9 cases out of 10 they might express no resentment even to themselves, the pugnacity of his steady glance. For he was essentially one of those men who are always, in the inner workings of their minds, defending themselves and attacking others. He could not give a penny to a woman at a crossing without a look which argued at full length her injustice in making her demand, and his freedom from all liability let him walk the crossing as often as he might. He could not seat himself in a railway carriage without a lesson to his opposite neighbor that in all the mutual affairs of travelling, arrangement of feet, disposition of bags, and opening of windows, it would be that neighbor's duty to submit and his to exact. It was, however, for the spirit rather than for the thing itself that he combated. The woman with the broom got her penny. The opposite gentleman, when once by a glance he had expressed submission, was allowed his own way with his legs and with the window. I would not say that Ferdinand Lopez was prone to do ill-natured things, but he was imperious, and he had learned to carry his empire in his eye. The reader must submit to be told 1 or 2 further and still smaller details respecting the man, and then the man shall be allowed to make his own way. No one of those around him knew how much care he took to dress himself well, or how careful he was that no one should know it. His very tailor regarded him as being simply extravagant in the number of his coats and trousers, and his friends looked upon him as one of those fortunate beings to whose nature belongs a facility of being well dressed, or almost an impossibility of being ill dressed. We all know the man, a little man generally who moves seldom and softly, who looks always as though he had just been sent home in a bandbox. Ferdinand Lopez was not a little man, and moved freely enough, but never at any moment going into the city or coming out of it, on horseback or on foot, at home over his book, or after the mazes of the dance, was he dressed otherwise than with perfect care. Money and time did it, but folk thought that it grew with him, as did his hair and his nails, and he always rode a horse which charmed good judges of what a park nag should be, not a prancing, restless, giggling, sideway-going, useless garron, but an animal well made, well bitted, with perfect paces, on whom a rider, if it pleased him, could be as quiet as a statue on a monument. It often did please Ferdinand Lopez to be quiet on horseback, and yet he did not look like a statue, for it was acknowledged through all London that he was a good horseman. He lived luxuriously too, though whether at his ease or not nobody knew, for he kept a brougham of his own, and during the hunting season he had 2 horses down at Leighton. There had once been a belief abroad that he was ruined, but they who interest themselves in such matters had found out, or at any rate believed that they had found out, that he paid his tailor regularly, and now there prevailed an opinion that Ferdinand Lopez was a moneyed man. It was known to some few that he occupied rooms in a flat at Westminster, but to very few exactly where the rooms were situate. Among all his friends no one was known to have entered them. In a moderate way he was given to hospitality, that is, to infrequent, but when the occasion came, to graceful hospitality. Some club, however, or tavern, or perhaps in the summer some river-bank, would be chosen as the scene of these festivities. To a few, if as suggested, amidst summer flowers on the water's edge to men and women mixed, he would be a courtly and efficient host, for he had the rare gift of doing such things well. Hunting was over, and the east wind was still blowing, and a great portion of the London world was out of town taking its Easter holiday, when on an unpleasant morning Ferdinand Lopez travelled into the city by the Metropolitan Railway from Westminster Bridge. It was his custom to go thither when he did go, not daily like a man of business, but as chance might require, like a capitalist or a man of pleasure, in his own brougham. But on this occasion he walked down to the river-side, and then walked from the mansion house into a dingy little court called Little Tankard Yard, near the Bank of England, and going through a narrow, dark, long passage, got into a little office at the back of a building, in which there sat at a desk a greasy gentleman with a new hat on one side of his head, who might perhaps be about 40 years old. The place was very dark, and the man was turning over the leaves of a ledger. A stranger to city ways might probably have said that he was idle, but he was no doubt filling his mind with that erudition which would enable him to earn his bread. On the other side of the desk there was a little boy copying letters. These were Mr. Sextus Parker, commonly called Sexty Parker, and his clerk. Mr. Parker was a gentleman very well known, and at the present moment favourably esteemed on the Stock Exchange. "What, Lopez," said he, "uncommon glad to see you. What can I do for you?" "Just come inside, will you?" said Lopez. Now within Mr. Parker's very small office there was a smaller office, in which there were a safe, a small rickety Pembroke table, 2 chairs, and an old washing-stand with a tumbled towel. Lopez led the way into this sanctum as though he knew the place well, and Sexty Parker followed him. "Beastly day, isn't it?" said Sexty. "Yes, a nasty east wind." "Cutting one in two, with a hot sun at the same time. One ought to hibernate at this time of the year." "Then why don't you hibernate?" said Lopez. "Business is too good. That's about it. A man has to stick to it when it does come. Everybody can't do like you, give up regular work and make a better thing of an hour now and an hour then, just as it pleases you. I shouldn't dare go in for that kind of thing." "I don't suppose you or any one else know what I go in for," said Lopez, with a look that indicated offence. "Nor don't care," said Sexty, "only hope it's something good for your sake." Sexty Parker had known Mr. Lopez well now for some years, and being an overbearing man himself, somewhat even of a bully if the truth be spoken, and by no means apt to give way unless hard pressed, had often tried his hand on his friend, as he himself would have said, but I doubt whether he could remember any instance in which he could congratulate himself on success. He was trying his hand again now, but did it with a faltering voice, having caught a glance of his friend's eye. "I dare say not," said Lopez. Then he continued without changing his voice or the nature of the glance of his eye. "I'll tell you what I want you to do now. I want your name to this bill for 3 months." Sexty Parker opened his mouth and his eyes, and took the bit of paper that was tendered to him. It was a promissory note for £750, which, if signed by him, would at the end of the specified period make him liable for that sum were it not otherwise paid. His friend Mr. Lopez was indeed applying to him for the assistance of his name in raising a loan to the amount of the sum named. This was a kind of favor which a man should ask almost on his knees, and which, if so asked, Mr. Sextus Parker would certainly refuse. And here was Ferdinand Lopez asking it, whom Sextus Parker had latterly regarded as an opulent man, and asking it not at all on his knees, but, as one might say, at the muzzle of a pistol. "Accommodation bill," said Sexty. "Why, you ain't hard up, are you?" "I'm not going just at present to tell you much about my affairs, and yet I expect you to do what I ask you. I don't suppose you doubt my ability to raise £750. "Oh dear no," said Sexty, who had been looked at and who had not borne the inspection well. "And I don't suppose you would refuse me even if I were hard up, as you call it." There had been affairs before between the two men in which Lopez had probably been the stronger, and the memory of them, added to the inspection which was still going on, was very heavy upon poor Sexty. "Oh dear no, I wasn't thinking of refusing. I suppose a fellow may be a little surprised at such a thing." "I don't know why you need be surprised, as such things are very common. I happen to have taken a share in a loan a little beyond my immediate means, and therefore want a few hundreds. There is no one I can ask with a better grace than you. If you ain't afraid about it, just sign it." "Oh, I ain't afraid," said Sexty, taking his pen and writing his name across the bill. But even before the signature was finished, when his eye was taken away from the face of his companion and fixed upon the disagreeable piece of paper beneath his hand, he repented of what he was doing. He almost arrested his signature halfway. He did hesitate, but had not pluck enough to stop his hand. "It does seem to be a damned odd transaction, all the same," he said, as he leaned back in his chair. "It's the commonest thing in the world," said Lopez, picking up the bill in a leisurely way, folding it and putting it into his pocket-book. "Have our names never been together on a bit of paper before, when we both had something to make by it? You've nothing to make and nothing to lose by this. Good day, and many thanks, though I don't think so much of the affair as you seem to do." Then Ferdinand Lopez took his departure, and Sexty Parker was left alone in his bewilderment. "By George, that's queer," he said to himself. "Who'd have thought of Lopez being hard up for a few £100? But it must be all right. He wouldn't have come in that fashion if it hadn't been all right. I oughtn't to have done it, though. A man ought never to do that kind of thing. Never, never." And Mr. Sextus Parker was much discontented with himself, so that when he got home that evening to the wife of his bosom and his little family at Ponder's End, he by no means made himself agreeable to them, for that sum of £750 sat upon his bosom as he ate his supper, and lay upon his chest as he slept, like a nightmare. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Everett Wharton. On that same day, Lopez dined with his friend Everett Wharton at a new club called The Progress, of which they were both members. The Progress was certainly a new club, having as yet been open hardly more than 3 years, but still it was old enough to have seen many of the hopes of its early youth become dim with age and inaction, for the Progress had intended to do great things for the Liberal party, or rather for political liberality in general, and had in truth done little or nothing. It had been got up with considerable enthusiasm, and for a while certain fiery politicians had believed that through the instrumentality of this institution men of genius and spirit and natural power, but without wealth, meaning always themselves, would be supplied with sure seats in Parliament and a probable share in the government. But no such results had been achieved. There had been a want of something, some deficiency felt but not yet defined, which had hitherto been fatal. The young men said it was because no old stager who knew the way of pulling the wires would come forward and put the club in the proper groove. The old men said it was because the young men were pretentious puppies. It was, however, not to be doubted that the party of progress had become slack, and that the liberal politicians of the country, although a special new club had been opened for the furtherance of their views, were not at present making much way. "What we want is organization," said one of the leading young men, but the organization was not as yet forthcoming. The club, nevertheless, went on its way, like other clubs, and men dined and smoked and played billiards and pretended to read. Some few energetic members still hoped that a good day would come in which their grand ideas might be realized. But as regarded the members generally, they were content to eat and drink and play billiards. It was a fairly good club, with a sprinkling of liberal lordlings, a couple of dozen of members of Parliament who had been made to believe that they would neglect their party duties unless they paid their money, and the usual assortment of barristers, attorneys, city merchants, and idle men. It was good enough at any rate for Ferdinand Lopez, who was particular about his dinner, and had an opinion of his own about wines. He had been heard to assert that for real quiet comfort there was not a club in London equal to it. But his hearers were not aware that in past days he had been blackballed at the T and the G. These were accidents which Lopez had a gift of keeping in the background. His present companion, Everett Wharton, had, as well as himself, been an original member, and Wharton had been one of those who had hoped to find in the club a stepping-stone to high political life, and who now talked often with idle energy of the need of organization. "For myself," said Lopez, "I can conceive no vainer object of ambition than a seat in the British Parliament. What does any man gain by it? The few who are successful work very hard for little pay and no thanks, or nearly equally hard for no pay and as little thanks. The many who fail sit idly for hours, undergoing the weary task of listening to platitudes, and enjoy in return the now absolutely valueless privilege of having M.P. written on their letters. Somebody must make laws for the country. I don't see the necessity. I think the country would do uncommonly well if it were to know that no old law would be altered or new law made for the next 20 years. You wouldn't have repealed the corn laws? There are no corn laws to repeal now. Nor modify the income tax? I would modify nothing, but at any rate, whether laws are to be altered or to be left, it is a comfort to me that I need not put my finger into that pie. There is one benefit, indeed, in being in the House. You can't be arrested. Well, that, as far as it goes, and one other. It assists a man in getting a seat as the director of certain companies. People are still such asses that they trust a board of directors made up of members of Parliament, and therefore, of course, members are made welcome. But if you want to get into the House, why don't you arrange it with your father, instead of waiting for what the club may do for you? My father wouldn't pay a shilling for such a purpose. He was never in the house himself, and therefore despises it. A little of that, perhaps. No man ever worked harder than he did, or in his way more successfully, and having seen one after another of his juniors become members of Parliament, while he stuck to the attorneys, there is perhaps a little jealousy about it. From what I see of the way you live at home, I should think your father would do anything for you, with proper management. There is no doubt, I suppose, that he could afford it. My father never in his life said anything to me about his own money affairs, though he says a great deal about mine. No man ever was closer than my father, but I believe that he could afford almost anything. I wish I had such a father, said Ferdinand Lopez. I think that I should succeed in ascertaining the extent of his capabilities, and in making some use of them too. Wharton nearly asked his friend, almost summoned courage to ask him, whether his father had done much for him. They were very intimate, and on one subject, in which Lopez was much interested, their confidence had been very close. But the younger and the weaker man of the two could not quite bring himself to the point of making an inquiry which he thought would be disagreeable. Lopez had never before in all their intercourse hinted at the possibility of his having or having had filial aspirations. He had been as though he had been created self-sufficient, independent of mother's milk or father's money. Now the question might have been asked almost naturally, but it was not asked. Everett Wharton was a trouble to his father, but not an agonizing trouble as are some sons. His faults were not of a nature to rob his father's cup of all its sweetness, and to bring his gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Old Wharton had never had to ask himself whether he should now, at length, let his son fall into the lowest abysses, or whether he should yet again struggle to put him on his legs, again forgive him, again pay his debts, again endeavor to forget dishonor, and place it all to the score of thoughtless youth. Had it been so, I think that, if not on the first or second fall, certainly on the third, the young man would have gone into the abyss. For Mr. Wharton was a stern man, and capable of coming to a clear conclusion on things that were nearest and even dearest to himself. But Everett Wharton had simply shown himself to be inefficient to earn his own bread. He had never declined even to do this, but had simply been inefficient. He had not declared either by words or actions that as his father was a rich man, or as he was an only son, he would therefore do nothing. But he had tried his hand thrice, and in each case, after but short trial, had assured his father and his friends that the thing had not suited him. Leaving Oxford without a degree, for the reading of the schools did not suit him, he had gone into a banking house, by no means as a mere clerk, but with an expressed proposition from his father, backed by the assent of a partner, that he should work his way up to wealth and a great commercial position. But 6 months taught him that banking was an abomination, and he at once went into a course of reading with a barrister. He remained at this till he was called, for a man may be called with very little continuous work. But after he was called, the solitude of his chambers were too much for him, and at 25 he found that the Stock Exchange was the mart in the world for such talents and energies as he possessed. What was the nature of his failure during the year that he went into the city was known only to himself and his father, unless Ferdinand Lopez knew something of it also. But at 26 the Stock Exchange was also abandoned, and now at 28 Everett Wharton had discovered that a parliamentary career was that for which nature and his special genius had intended him. He had probably suggested this to his father, and had met with some cold rebuff. Everett Wharton was a good-looking, manly fellow, 6 feet high, with broad shoulders, with light hair, wearing a large silky bushy beard, which made him look older than his years, who neither by his speech nor by his appearance would ever be taken for a fool, but who showed by the very actions of his body, as well as by the play of his face, that he lacked firmness of purpose. He certainly was no fool. He had read much, and though he generally forgot what he read, there were left with him from his readings certain nebulous lights, begotten by other men's thinking, which enabled him to talk on most subjects. It cannot be said of him that he did much thinking for himself, but he thought that he thought. He believed of himself that he had gone rather deep into politics, and that he was entitled to call many statesmen asses because they did not see the things which he saw. He had the great question of labor, and all that refers to unions, strikes, and lockouts, quite at his fingers' ends. He knew how the Church of England should be disestablished and recomposed. He was quite clear on questions of finance, and saw to a T how progress should be made towards communism, so that no violence should disturb that progress, and that in the due course of centuries all desire for personal property should be conquered and annihilated by a philanthropy so general as hardly to be accounted a virtue. In the meantime, he could never contrive to pay his tailor's bill regularly out of the allowance of £400 a year which his father made him, and was always dreaming of the comforts of a handsome income. He was a popular man, certainly, very popular with women, to whom he was always courteous, and generally liked by men, to whom he was genial and good-natured. Though he was not himself aware of the fact, he was very dear to his father, who in his own silent way almost admired and certainly liked the openness and guileless freedom of a character which was very opposite to his own. The father, though he had never said a word to flatter the son, did in truth give his offspring credit for greater talent than he possessed, and even when appearing to scorn them, would listen to his young man's diatribes almost with satisfaction. And Everett was very dear also to a sister, who was the only other living member of this branch of the Wharton family. Much will be said of her in these pages, and it is hoped that the reader may take an interest in her fate. But here, in speaking of the brother, it may suffice to say that the sister, who was endowed with infinitely finer gifts than his, did give credit to the somewhat pretentious claims of her less noble brother. Indeed, it had been perhaps a misfortune with Everett Wharton that some people had believed in him, and a further misfortune that some others had thought it worth their while to pretend to believe in him. Among the latter might probably be reckoned the friend with whom he was now dining at the Progress. A man may flatter another, as Lopez occasionally did flatter Wharton, without preconcerted falsehood. It suits one man to be well with another, and the one learns gradually, and perhaps unconsciously, the way to take advantage of the foibles of the other. Now it was most material to Lopez that he should stand well with all the members of the Wharton family, as he aspired to the hand of the daughter of the house. Of her regard he had already thought himself nearly sure. Of the father's sanction to such a marriage he had reason to be almost more than doubtful. But the brother was his friend, and in such circumstances a man is almost justified in flattering a brother. "I'll tell you what it is, Lopez," said Wharton, as they strolled out of the club together a little after 10 o'clock. "The men of the present day won't give themselves the trouble to occupy their minds with matters which have, or should have, real interest. Pope knew all about it when he said that the proper study of mankind is man. But people don't read Pope now, or if they do, they don't take the trouble to understand him. Men are too busy making money, my dear fellow." "That's just it. Money's a very nice thing." "Very nice," said Lopez. "But the search after it is debasing. If a man could make money for 4 or 6 or even 8 hours a day, and then wash his mind of the pursuit, as a clerk in an office washes the copies and ledgers out of his mind, then he would never make money in that way and keep it. And therefore the whole thing is debasing. A man ceases to care for the great interests of the world, or even to be aware of their existence, when his whole soul is in Spanish bonds. They wanted to make a banker of me, but I found that it would kill me." "It would kill me, I think, if I had to confine myself to Spanish bonds. You know what I mean. You, at any rate, can understand me, though I fear you are too far gone to abandon the idea of making a fortune." "I would abandon it tomorrow if I could come into a fortune ready-made. A man must at any rate eat." "Yes, he must eat, but I am not quite sure," said Wharton thoughtfully, "that he need think about what he eats." "Unless the beef is sent up without horseradish." It had happened that when the two men sat down to their dinner, the insufficient quantity of that vegetable supplied by the steward of the club had been all consumed, and Wharton had complained of the grievance. "A man has a right to that for which he has paid," said Wharton, with mock solemnity, "and if he passes over laches of that nature without observation, he does an injury to humanity at large. I'm not going to be caught in a trap, you know, because I like horseradish with my beef. Well, I can't go farther out of my way, as I have a deal of reading to do before I court my Morpheus. If you'll take my advice, you'll go straight to the governor. Whatever Emily may feel, I don't think she'll say much to encourage you unless you go about it after that fashion. She has prim notions of her own, which perhaps are not after all so much amiss when a man wants to marry a girl." "God forbid that I should think that anything about your sister was amiss. I don't think there is much myself. Women are generally superficial, but some are honestly superficial, and some dishonestly. Emily, at any rate, is honest. Stop half a moment." Then they sauntered arm in arm down the broad pavement leading from Pall Mall to the Duke of York's column. "I wish I could make out your father more clearly. He is always civil to me, but he has a cold way of looking at me which makes me think I am not in his good books. He is like that to everybody. I never seem to get beyond the skin with him. You must have heard him speak of me in my absence." "He never says very much about anybody." "But a word would let me know how the land lies. You know me well enough to be aware that I am the last man to be curious as to what others think of me. Indeed, I do not care about it as much as a man should do. I am utterly indifferent to the opinion of the world at large, and would never object to the company of a pleasant person because the pleasant person abused me behind my back. What I value is the pleasantness of the man, and not his liking or disliking for myself. But here the dearest aim of my life is concerned, and I might be guided either this way or that, to my great advantage, by knowing whether I stand well or ill with him. You have dined 3 times within the last 3 months in Manchester Square, and I don't know any other man, certainly no other young man, who has had such strong proof of intimacy from my father. Yes, and I know my advantages, but I have been there as your friend, not as his. He doesn't care 2 pence about my friends. I wanted to give Charlie Skate a dinner, but my father wouldn't have him at any price. Charlie Skate is out at elbows and bets at billiards. I am respectable, or at any rate your father thinks so. Your father is more anxious about you than you are aware of, and wishes to make his house pleasant to you as long as he can do so to your advantage. As far as you are concerned, he rather approves of me, fancying that my turn for making money is stronger than my turn for spending it. Nevertheless, he looks upon me as a friend of yours rather than his own. Though he has given me 3 dinners in 3 months, and I own the greatness of his hospitality, I don't suppose he ever said a word in my favor. I wish I knew what he does say. He says he knows nothing about you. Oh, that's it, is it? Then he can know no harm. When next he says so, ask him of how many men who dine at his house he can say as much. Good night. I won't keep you any longer. But I can tell you this. If between us we can manage to handle him rightly, you may get your seat in Parliament, and I may get my wife. That is, of course, if she will have me. Then they parted, but Lopez remained in the pathway, walking up and down by the side of the old military club, thinking of things. He certainly knew his friend, the younger Wharton, intimately, appreciating the man's good qualities, and being fully aware of the man's weakness. By his questions he had extracted quite enough to assure himself that Emily's father would be adverse to his proposition. He had not felt much doubt before, but now he was certain. He doesn't know much about me, he said, musing to himself. Well, no, he doesn't, and there isn't very much that I can tell him. Of course he's wise, as wisdom goes, but then wise men do foolish things at intervals. The discreetest of city bankers are talked out of their money. The most scrupulous of matrons are talked out of their virtue. The most experienced of statesmen are talked out of their principles. And who can really calculate chances? Men who lead forlorn hopes generally push through without being wounded, and the 5th or 6th heir comes to a title. So much he said, palpably, though to himself, with his inner voice. Then, impalpably, with no even inner voice, he asked himself what chance he might have of prevailing with the girl herself, and he almost ventured to tell himself that in that direction he need not despair. In very truth, he loved the girl and reverenced her, believing her to be better and higher and nobler than other human beings, as a man does when he is in love, and so believing, he had those doubts as to his own success which such reverence produces. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Abel Wharton, Q.C. Lopez was not a man to let grass grow under his feet when he had anything to do. When he was tired of walking backwards and forwards over this same bit of pavement, subject all the while to a cold east wind, he went home and thought of the same matter while he lay in bed. Even were he to get the girl's assurances of love without the father's consent, he might find himself farther from his object than ever. Mr. Wharton was a man of old fashions, who would think himself ill-used, and his daughter ill-used, and who would think also that a general offence would have been committed against good social manners, if his daughter were to be asked for her hand without his previous consent. Should he absolutely refuse, why then the battle, though it would be a desperate battle, might perhaps be fought with another strategy, but giving to the matter his best consideration, Lopez thought it expedient to go at once to the father. In doing this he would have no silly tremors. Whatever he might feel in speaking to the girl, he had sufficient self-confidence to be able to ask the father, if not with assurance, at any rate without trepidation. It was, he thought, probable that the father, at the first attack, would neither altogether accede or altogether refuse. The disposition of the man was averse to the probability of an absolute reply at the first moment. The lover imagined that it might be possible for him to take advantage of the period of doubt which would thus be created. Mr. Wharton was, and had for a great many years been a barrister practising in the equity courts, or rather in one equity court, for throughout a life's work, now extending to nearly 50 years, he had hardly ever gone out of the single vice-chancellor's court, which was much better known by Mr. Wharton's name than by that of the less eminent judge who now sat there. His had been a very peculiar, a very toilsome, but yet probably a very satisfactory life. He had begun his practice early, and had worked in a stuff gown till he was nearly 60. At that time he had amassed a large fortune, mainly from his profession, but partly also by the careful use of his own small patrimony, and by his wife's money. Men knew that he was rich, but no one knew the extent of his wealth. When he submitted to take a silk gown, he declared among his friends that he did so as a step preparatory to his retirement. The altered method of work would not suit him at his age, nor, as he said, would it be profitable. He would take his silk as an honor for his declining years, so that he might become a bencher at his inn. But he had now been working for the last 12 or 14 years with his silk gown, almost as hard as in younger days, and with pecuniary results almost as serviceable. And though from month to month he declared his intention of taking no fresh briefs, and though he did now occasionally refuse work, still he was there with his mind as clear as ever, and with his body apparently as little affected by fatigue. Mr. Wharton had not married till he was 40, and his wife had now been 2 years dead. He had had 6 children, of whom but 2 were now left to make a household for his old age. He had been nearly 50 when his youngest daughter was born, and was therefore now an old father of a young child. But he was one of those men who, as in youth they are never very young, so in age they are never very old. He could still ride his cob in the park jauntily, and did so carefully every morning in his life, after an early cup of tea and before his breakfast, and he could walk home from his chambers every day, and on Sundays could do the round of the parks on foot. Twice a week, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, he dined at that old law club, the Eldon, and played whist after dinner till 12 o'clock. This was the great dissipation, and, I think, the chief charm of his life. In the middle of August he and his daughter usually went for a month to Wharton Hall in Herefordshire, the seat of his cousin, Sir Alured Wharton, and this was the one duty of his life which was a burthen to him. but he had been made to believe that it was essential to his health and to his wife's, and then to his girl's health, that he should every summer leave town for a while. And where else was he to go? Sir Allard was a relation and a gentleman. Emily liked Wharton Hall. It was the proper thing. He hated Wharton Hall, but then he did not know any place out of London that he would not hate worse. He had once been induced to go up the Rhine, but had never repeated the experiment of foreign travel. Emily sometimes went abroad with her cousins, during which periods it was supposed that the old lawyer spent a good deal of his time at the Eldon. He was a spare, thin, strongly made man, with spare, light brown hair, hardly yet grizzled, with small grey whiskers, clear eyes, bushy eyebrows, with a long ugly nose, on which young barristers had been heard to declare that you might hang a small kettle, and with considerable vehemence of talk when he was opposed in argument. For with all his well-known coolness of temper, Mr. Wharton could become very hot in an argument, when the nature of the case in hand required heat. On one subject all who knew him were agreed. He was a thorough lawyer. Many doubted his eloquence, and some declared that he had known well the extent of his own powers in abstaining from seeking the higher honours of his profession. But no one doubted his law. He had once written a book on the mortgage of stocks in trade, but that had been in early life, and he had never since dabbled in literature. He was certainly a man of whom men were generally afraid. At the whist table no one would venture to scold him. In the court no one ever contradicted him. In his own house, though he was very quiet, the servants dreaded to offend him, and were attentive to his slightest behests. When he condescended to ride with any acquaintance in the park, it was always acknowledged that old Wharton was to regulate the pace. His name was Abel, and all his life he had been known as Abel Abe, a silent, far-seeing, close-fisted, just old man, who was not, however, by any means deficient in sympathy, either with the sufferings or with the joys of humanity. It was Easter time, and the courts were not sitting, but Mr. Wharton was in his chamber as a matter of course at 10 o'clock. He knew no real homely comforts elsewhere, unless at the whist table at the Eldon. He ate and drank and slept in his own house in Manchester Square, but he could hardly be said to live there. It was not there that his mind was awake, and that the powers of the man were exercised. When he came up from the dining-room to join his daughter after dinner, he would get her to sing him a song, and would then seat himself with a book. But he never read in his own house, invariably falling into a sweet and placid slumber, from which he was never disturbed till his daughter kissed him as she went to bed. Then he would walk about the room and look at his watch and shuffle uneasily through half an hour till his conscience allowed him to take himself to his chamber. He was a man of no pursuits in his own house, but from 10 in the morning till 5, or often till 6 in the evening, his mind was active in some work. It was not now all law, as it used to be. In the drawer of the old piece of furniture, which stood just at the right hand of his own armchair, there were various books hidden away, which he was sometimes ashamed to have seen by his clients, poetry and novels, and even fairy tales, for there was nothing Mr. Wharton could not read in his chambers, though there was nothing that he could read in his own house. He had a large, pleasant room in which to sit, looking out from the ground floor of stone buildings onto the gardens belonging to the inn. And here, in the centre of the metropolis, but in perfect quiet as far as the outside world was concerned, he had lived, and still lived his life. At about noon on the day following that on which Lopez had made his sudden swoop on Mr. Parker, and had then dined with Everett Wharton, he called at Stone Buildings, and was shown into the lawyer's room. His quick eye at once discovered the book which Mr. Wharton half hid away, and saw upon it Mr. Moody's suspicious ticket. Barristers certainly never got their law books from Moody, and Lopez at once knew that his hoped-for father-in-law had been reading a novel. He had not suspected such weakness, but argued well from it for the business he had in hand. There must be a soft spot to be found about the heart of an old lawyer who spent his mornings in such occupation. "How do you do, sir?" said Mr. Wharton, rising from his seat. "I hope I see you well, sir." Though he had been reading a novel, his tone and manner were very cold. Lopez had never been in Stone Buildings before, and was not quite sure that he might not have committed some offence in coming there. "Take a seat, Mr. Lopez. Is there anything I can do for you in my way?" There was a great deal that could be done in his way, as father, but how was it to be introduced, and the case made clear? Lopez did not know whether the old man had as yet ever suspected such a feeling as that which he now intended to declare. He had been intimate at the house in Manchester Square, and had certainly ingratiated himself very closely with a certain Mrs. Roby, who had been Mrs. Wharton's sister and constant companion, who lived in Berkeley Street, close round the corner from Manchester Square, and spent very much of her time with Emily Wharton. They were together daily, as though Mrs. Roby had assumed the part of a second mother, and Lopez was well aware that Mrs. Roby knew of his love. If there was real confidence between Mrs. Roby and the old lawyer must know it also. But as to that, Lopez felt that he was in the dark. The task of speaking to an old father is not unpleasant when the lover knows that he has been smiled upon, and, in fact, approved for the last 6 months. He is going to be patted on the back, and made much of, and received into the family. He is to be told that his Mary or his Augusta has been the best daughter in the world, and will therefore certainly be the best wife, and he himself will probably on that special occasion be spoken of with unqualified praise, and all will be pleasant. But the subject is one very difficult to broach when no previous light has been thrown on it. Ferdinand Lopez, however, was not the man to stand shivering on the brink when a plunge was necessary, and therefore he made his plunge. "Mr. Wharton, I have taken the liberty to call upon you here because I want to speak to you about your daughter." "About my daughter?" The old man's surprise was quite genuine. Of course, when he had given himself a moment to think, he knew what must be the nature of his visitor's communication. But up to that moment he had never mixed his daughter and Ferdinand Lopez in his thoughts together. And now, the idea having come upon him, he looked at the aspirant with severe and unpleasant eyes. It was manifest to the aspirant that the first flash of the thing was painful to the father. "Yes, sir, I know how great is my presumption, but yet having ventured, I will hardly say to entertain a hope, but to have come to such a state that I can only be happy by hoping, I have thought it best to come to you at once." "Does she know anything of this? Of my visit to you?" "Nothing." "Of your intentions, of your suit generally? Am I to understand that this has any sanction from her?" "None at all." "Have you told her anything of it?" "Not a word." "I come to ask you for your permission to address her." "You mean that she has no knowledge whatever of your preference for her?" "I cannot say that. It is hardly possible that I should have learned to love her as I do, without some consciousness on her part that it is so. What I mean is, without beating about the bush, have you been making love to her? Who is to say in what making love consists, Mr. Wharton? Damn it, sir, a gentleman knows. A gentleman knows whether he has been playing on a girl's feelings, and a gentleman, when he is asked, as I have asked you, will at any rate tell the truth. I don't want any definitions. Have you been making love to her? I think, Mr. Wharton, that I have behaved like a gentleman, and that you will acknowledge at least so much when you come to know exactly what I have done and what I have not done. I have endeavored to commend myself to your daughter, but I have never spoken a word of love to her. Does Everett know of all this? Yes. And has he encouraged it? He knows of it, because he is my most intimate friend. Whoever the lady might have been, I should have told him. He is attached to me, and would not, I think, on his own account, object to call me his brother. I spoke to him yesterday on the matter very plainly, and he told me that I ought certainly to see you first. I quite agree with him, and therefore I am here. There has certainly been nothing in his conduct to make you angry, and I do not think that there has been anything in mine. There was a dignity of demeanour and a quiet, assured courage which had its effect upon the old lawyer. He felt that he could not storm and talk in ambiguous language of what a gentleman would or would not do. He might disapprove of this man altogether as a son-in-law, and at present moment he thought that he did, but still the man was entitled to a civil answer. How were lovers to approach the ladies of their love in any manner more respectful than this? Mr. Lopez, he said, you must forgive me if I say that you are comparatively a stranger to us. That is an accident which would be easily cured if your will in that direction were as good as mine. But perhaps it isn't. One has to be explicit in these matters. A daughter's happiness is a very serious consideration, and some people, among whom I confess that I am one, consider that like should marry like. I should wish to see my daughter marry, not only in my own sphere, neither higher nor lower, but with someone of my own class. I hardly know, Mr. Wharton, whether that is intended to exclude me. Well, to tell you the truth, I know nothing about you. I don't know who your father was, whether he was an Englishman, whether he was a Christian, whether he was a Protestant, not even whether he was a gentleman. These are questions which I should not dream of asking under any other circumstances, would be matters with which I should have no possible concern if you were simply an acquaintance. But when you talk to a man about his daughter, I acknowledge freely your right of inquiry. And I know nothing of your means, nothing whatever. I understand that you live as a man of fortune, but I presume that you earn your bread. I know nothing of the way in which you earn it, nothing of the certainty or amount of your means. Those things are of course matters for inquiry, but I may presume that you have no objection which satisfactory answers to such questions may not remove. I shall never willingly give my daughter to any one who is not the son of an English gentleman. It may be a prejudice, but that is my feeling. My father was certainly not an English gentleman. He was a Portuguese. In admitting this, and in thus subjecting himself at once to one clearly stated ground of objection, the objection being one which, though admitted, carried with itself neither fault nor disgrace, Lopez felt that he had got a certain advantage. He could not get over the fact that he was the son of a Portuguese parent, but by admitting that openly he thought he might avoid present discussion on matters which might, perhaps, be more disagreeable, but to which he need not allude if the accident of his birth were to be taken by the father as settling the question. My mother was an English lady, he added, but my father certainly was not an Englishman. I never had the common happiness of knowing either of them. I was an orphan before I understood what it was to have a parent. This was said with a pathos which for the moment stopped the expression of any further harsh criticism from the lawyer. Mr. Wharton could not instantly repeat his objection to a parentage which was matter for such melancholy reflections, but he felt at the same time that as he had luckily landed himself on a positive and undeniable ground of objection to a match which was distasteful to him, it would be unwise for him to go to other matters in which he might be less successful. By doing so, he would seem to abandon the ground which he had already made good. He thought it probable that the man might have an adequate income, and yet he did not wish to welcome him as a son-in-law. He thought it possible that the Portuguese father might be a Portuguese nobleman, and therefore one whom he would be driven to admit to have been in some sort a gentleman. But yet this man who was now in his presence, and whom he continued to scan with the closest observation, was not what he called a gentleman. The foreign blood was proved, and that would suffice. As he looked at Lopez and thought that he detected Jewish signs, he was afraid to make any allusion to religion, lest Lopez should declare that his ancestors had been noted as Christians since St. James first preached in the peninsula. I was educated altogether in England, continued Lopez, till I was sent to a German university in the idea that the languages of the continent are not generally well learned in this country. I can never be sufficiently thankful to my guardian for doing so. I dare say. French and German are very useful. I have a prejudice of my own in favor of Greek and Latin, but I rather fancy I picked up more Greek and Latin at Bonn than I should have got here had I stuck to nothing else. I dare say. You may be an admirable Crichton, for what I know. I have not intended to make any boast, sir, but simply to vindicate those who had the care of my education. If you have no objection, except that founded on my birth, which is an accident. When one man is a peer and another a ploughman, that is an accident. One doesn't find fault with the ploughman, but one doesn't ask him to dinner. But my accident, said Lopez, smiling, is one which you would hardly discover unless you were told. Had I called myself Talbot, you would not know but that I was as good an Englishman as yourself. A man, of course, may be taken in by falsehoods, said the lawyer. If you have no other objection than that raised, I hope you will allow me to visit in Manchester Square. There may be 10,000 other objections, Mr. Lopez, but I really think that the one is enough. Of course, I know nothing of my daughter's feelings. I should imagine that the matter is as strange to her as it is to me. But I cannot give you anything like encouragement. If I am ever to have a son-in-law, I should wish to have an English son-in-law. I do not even know what your profession is. I am engaged in foreign loans. Very precarious, I should think. A sort of gambling, isn't it? It is the business by which many of the greatest mercantile houses in this city have been made. I dare say, and by which they come to ruin. I have the greatest respect in the world for mercantile enterprise, and have had as much to do as most men with mercantile questions, but I ain't sure that I wish to marry my daughter in the city. Of course it's all prejudice. I won't deny that on general subjects I can give as much latitude as any man, but when one's own hearth is attacked— Surely such a proposition as mine, Mr. Wharton, is no attack. In my sense it is. When a man proposes to assault and invade the very kernel of another man's heart, to share with him, and indeed to take from him, the very dearest of his possessions, to become part and parcel with him, either for infinite good or infinite evil, then a man has a right to guard even his prejudices as precious bulwarks. Mr. Wharton, as he said this, was walking about the room with his hands in his trousers pocket. I have always been for absolute toleration in matters of religion, and have always advocated admission of Roman Catholics and Jews into Parliament, and even to the bench. In ordinary life I never question a man's religion. It is nothing to me whether he believes in Mohammed or has no belief at all. But when a man comes to me for my daughter— "I have always belonged to the Church of England," said Ferdinand Lopez. "Lopez is, at any rate, a bad name to go to a Protestant church with, and I don't want my daughter to bear it. I am very frank with you, as in such a matter men ought to understand each other. Personally, I have liked you well enough, and have been glad to see you at my house. Everett and you have seemed to be friends, and I have had no objection to make. But marrying into a family is a very serious thing indeed. No man feels that more strongly than I do, Mr. Wharton. There had better be an end of it. Even though I should be happy enough to obtain her favor? I can't think that she cares about you. I don't think it for a moment. You say you haven't spoken to her, and I am sure she's not a girl to throw herself at a man's head. I don't approve it, and I think it had better fall to the ground. It must fall to the ground. I wish you would give me a reason." "Because you are not English." "But I am English. My father was a foreigner." "It doesn't suit my ideas. I suppose I may have my own ideas about my own family, Mr. Lopez. I feel perfectly certain that my child will do nothing to displease me, and this would displease me. If we were to talk for an hour, I could say nothing further. I hope that I may be able to present things to you in an aspect so altered," said Lopez, as he prepared to make his leave, "as to make you change your mind." Possibly, said Wharton, "but I do not think it probable. Good morning to you, sir. If I have said anything that has seemed to be unkind, put it down to my anxiety as a father, and not to my conduct as a man." Then the door was closed behind his visitor, and Mr. Wharton was left walking up and down his room alone. He was by no means satisfied with himself. He felt that he had been rude, and at the same time not decisive. He had not explained to the man, as he would wish to have done, that it was monstrous, and out of the question, that a daughter of the Whartons, one of the oldest families in England, should be given to a friendless Portuguese, a probable Jew, about whom nobody knew anything. Then he remembered that sooner or later his girl would have at least £60,000, a fact of which no human being but himself was aware. Would it not be well that somebody should be made aware of it, so that his girl might have the chance of suitors preferable to this swarthy son of Judah? He began to be afraid, as he thought of it, that he was not managing his matters well. How would it be with him if he should find that the girl was really in love with this swarthy son of Judah? He had never inquired about his girl's heart, though there was one to whom he hoped that his girl's heart might some day be given. He almost made up his mind to go home at once, so anxious was he. But the prospect of having to spend an entire afternoon in Manchester Square was too much for him, and he remained in his chamber till the usual hour. Lopez, as he returned from Lincoln's Inn westward to his club, was on the whole contented with the interview. He had expected opposition. He had not thought that the cherry would fall easily into his mouth. But the conversation generally had not taken those turns which he had thought would be most detrimental to him. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Wharton, as he walked home, remembered that Mrs. Roby was to dine at his house on that evening. During the remainder of the day, after the departure of Lopez, he had been unable to take his mind from the consideration of the proposition made to him. He had tried the novel, and he had tried Huggins versus the trustees of the Charity of St. Ambox, a case of undeniable importance in which he was engaged on the part of Huggins, but neither was sufficiently powerful to divert his thoughts. Throughout the morning he was imagining what he would say to Emily about this lover of hers, in what way he would commence the conversation, and how he would express his own opinion should he find that she was in any degree favorable to the man. Should she altogether ignore the man's pretensions, there would be no difficulty. But if she hesitated, if, as was certainly possible, she should show any partiality for the man, then there would be a knot which would require untying. Hitherto the intercourse between the father and daughter had been simple and pleasant. He had given her everything she asked for, and she had obeyed him in all the very few matters as to which he had demanded obedience. Questions of discipline, as far as there had been any discipline, had generally been left to Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby was to dine in Manchester Square to-day, and perhaps it would be well that he should have a few words with Mrs. Roby before he spoke to his daughter. Mrs. Roby had a husband, but Mr. Roby had not been asked to dine in the square on this occasion. Mrs. Roby dined in the square very often, but Mr. Roby very seldom, not probably above once a year, on some special occasion. He and Mr. Wharton had married sisters, but they were quite unlike in character and had never become friends. Mrs. Wharton had been nearly 20 years younger than her husband. Mrs. Roby had been 6 or 7 years younger than her sister, and Mr. Roby was a year or 2 younger than his wife. The two men, therefore, belonged to different periods of life, Mr. Roby at the present time being a florid youth of 40. He had a moderate fortune, inherited from his mother, of which he was sufficiently careful, but he loved races, and read sporting papers, and was addicted to hunting and billiards. He shot pigeons, and so Mr. Wharton had declared calumniously more than once to an intimate friend, had not an H in his vocabulary. The poor man did drop an aspirate now and again, but he knew his defect and strove hard, and with fair average success, to overcome it. But Mr. Wharton did not love him, and they were not friends. Perhaps neither did Mrs. Roby love him very ardently. She was, at any rate, almost always willing to leave her own house to come to the square, and on such occasions Mr. Roby was always willing to dine at the Nimrod, the club which it delighted him to frequent. Mr. Wharton, on entering his own house, met his son on the staircase. "Do you dine at home to-day, Everett?" "Well, sir, no, sir, I don't think I do. I think I have promised to dine with a fellow at the club." "Don't you think you'd make things meet more easily about the end of the year if you dined oftener here, where you have nothing to pay, and less frequently at the club, where you pay for everything? But what I should save you would lose, sir. That's the way I look at it."
then I advise you to look at it the other way and leave me to take care of myself. Come in here. I want to speak to you." Everett followed his father into a dingy back parlour, which was fitted up with bookshelves and was generally called the study, but which was gloomy and comfortless because it was seldom used. "I have had your friend Lopez with me at my chambers to-day. I don't like your friend Lopez." "I am sorry for that, sir." "He is a man as to whom I should wish to have a good deal of evidence before I would trust him to be what he seems to be. I dare say he's clever. I think he's more than clever. I dare say, and well instructed in some respects. I believe him to be a thorough linguist, sir. I dare say. I remember a waiter at an hotel in Holborn who could speak 7 languages. It's an accomplishment very necessary for a courier or a Queen's messenger." "You don't mean to say, sir, that you disregard foreign languages?" "I said nothing of the kind, but in my estimation they don't stand in the place of principles, or a profession, or birth, or country. I fancy there has been some conversation
between you about your sister."
"Certainly there has. A young man should be very chary how he speaks to another man, to a stranger, about his sister. A sister's name should be too sacred for club talk." "Club talk! Good heavens, sir, you don't think that I have spoken of Emily in that way? There isn't a man in London has a higher respect for his sister than I have for mine. This man, by no means in a light way, but with all seriousness, has told me that he has attached to Emily, and I, believing him to be a gentleman and well-to-do in the world, have referred him to you. Can that have been wrong?" "I don't know how he's to do, as you call it. I haven't asked, and I don't mean to ask, but I doubt his being a gentleman. He is not an English gentleman. What was his father?" "I haven't the least idea." "Or his mother?" "He has never mentioned her to me." "Nor his family, nor anything of their antecedents?" "He is a man fallen out of the moon." "All that is nothing to us as passing acquaintances. Between men, such ignorance should, I think, bar absolute intimacy, but that may be a matter of taste. But it should be held to be utterly antagonistic to any such alliance as that of marriage. He seems to be a friend of yours. You had better make him understand that it is quite out of the question. I have told him so, and you had better repeat it." So saying, Mr. Wharton went upstairs to dress, and Everett, having received his father's instructions, went away to the club. When Mr. Wharton reached the drawing-room he found Mrs. Roby alone, and he at once resolved to discuss the matter with her before he spoke to his daughter. "Harriet," he said abruptly, "do you know anything of one Mr. Lopez?" "Mr. Lopez? Oh yes, I know him." "Do you mean that he is an intimate friend?" "As friends go in London, he is. He comes to our house, and I think that he hunts with Dick." "Dick was Mr. Roby. That's a recommendation." "Well, Mr. Wharton, I hardly know what you mean by that," said Mrs. Roby, smiling. "I don't think my husband will do Mr. Lopez any harm, and I am sure Mr. Lopez won't do my husband any." "I dare say not, but that's not the question. Roby can take care of himself." "Quite so. And so, I dare say, can Mr. Lopez." At this moment Emily entered the room. "My dear," said her father, "I am speaking to your aunt. Would you mind going downstairs and waiting for us? Tell them we shall be ready for dinner in 10 minutes." Then Emily passed out of the room, and Mrs. Roby assumed a grave demeanour. "The man we are speaking of has been to me, and has made an offer for Emily." As he said this, he looked anxiously into his sister-in-law's face, in order that he might tell from that how far she favored the idea of such a marriage, and he thought that he perceived at once that she was not averse to it. "You know it is quite out of the question," he continued. "I don't know why it should be out of the question, but of course your opinion would have great weight with Emily." "Great weight! Well, I should hope so. If not, I do not know whose opinion is to have weight. In the first place, the man is a foreigner." "Oh no, he is English. But if he were a foreigner, many English girls marry foreigners." "My daughter shall not with my permission. You have not encouraged him, I hope?" "I have not interfered at all," said Mrs. Roby. But this was a lie. Mrs. Roby had interfered. Mrs. Roby, in discussing the merits and character of the lover with the young lady, had always lent herself to the lover's aid, and had condescended to accept from the lover various presents which she could hardly have taken had she been hostile to him. "And now tell me about herself. Has she seen him often?" "Why, Mr. Wharton, he has dined here, in the house, over and over again. I thought that you were encouraging him." "Heavens and earth! Of course she has seen him. When a man dines at a house, he is bound to call. Of course he has called, I don't know how often, and she has met him round the corner. Round the corner in Manchester Square meant Mrs. Roby's house in Berkeley Street. Last Sunday they were at the Zoo together. Dick got them tickets. I thought you knew all about it." "Do you mean that my daughter went to the Zoological Gardens alone with this man?" the father asked in dismay. "Dick was with them. I should have gone, only I had a headache." "Did you not know she went?" "Yes, I heard about the gardens, but I heard nothing of the man." "I thought, Mr. Wharton, you were all in his favour." "I am not at all in his favour. I dislike him particularly. For anything I know, he may have sold pencils about the streets like any other Jew boy. He goes to church just as you do, that is if he goes anywhere, which I dare say he does about as often as yourself, Mr. Wharton." Now Mr. Wharton, though he was a thorough and perhaps a bigoted member of the Church of England, was not fond of going to church. "Do you mean to tell me," he said, pressing his hands together, and looking very seriously into his sister-in-law's face, "do you mean to tell me that she likes him?" "Yes, I think she does like him." "You don't mean to say she's in love with him?" "She has never told me that she is. Young ladies are shy of making such assertions as to their own feelings before the due time for doing so has come. I think she prefers him to anybody else, and that were he to propose to herself, she would give him her consent to go to you." "He shall never again enter this house," said Mr. Wharton passionately. "You must arrange that with her. If you have so strong an objection to him, I wonder that you should have had him here at all." "How was I to know? God bless my soul! Just because a man was allowed to dine here once or twice. Upon my word, it's too bad. Papa, won't you and aunt come down to dinner?" said Emily, opening the door gently. Then they went down to dinner, and during the meal nothing was said about Mr. Lopez. But they were not very merry together, and poor Emily felt sure that her own affairs had been discussed in a troublesome manner. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. No one knows anything about him.
Neither at dinner on that evening at Manchester Square, nor after dinner, as long as Mrs. Roby remained in the house, was a word said about Lopez by Mr. Wharton. He remained longer than usual with his bottle of port wine in the dining-room, and when he went upstairs he sat himself down and fell asleep almost without a sign. He did not ask for a song, nor did Emily offer to sing, but as soon as Mrs. Roby was gone, and Mrs. Roby went home round the corner somewhat earlier than usual, then Mr. Wharton woke up instantly and made inquiry of his daughter. There had, however, been a few words spoken on the subject between Mrs. Roby and her niece, which had served to prepare Emily for what was coming. "Lopez has been to your father," said Mrs. Roby, in a voice not specially encouraging for such an occasion. Then she paused a moment, but her niece said nothing, and she continued, "Yes, and your father has been blaming me, as if I had done anything. If he did not mean you to choose for yourself, why didn't he keep a closer look-out?" "I haven't chosen anyone, Aunt Harriet." "Well, to speak fairly, I thought you had, and I have nothing to say against your choice. As young men go, I think Mr. Lopez is as good as the best of them. I don't know why you shouldn't have him. Of course you'll have money, but then I suppose he makes a large income himself. As to Mr. Fletcher, you don't care a bit about him." "Not in that way, certainly. No doubt your papa will have it out with you just now, so you had better make up your mind what you will say to him. If you really like the man, I don't see why you shouldn't say so and stick to it. He has made a regular offer, and girls in these days are not expected to be their father's slaves." Emily said nothing further to her aunt on that occasion, but finding that she must in truth have it out with her father presently, gave herself up to reflection. It might probably be the case that the whole condition of her future life would depend on the way in which she might now have it out with her father. I would not wish the reader to be prejudiced against Miss Wharton by the not unnatural feeling which may perhaps be felt in regard to the aunt. Mrs. Roby was pleased with little intrigues, was addicted to the amusement of fostering love affairs, was fond of being thought to be useful in such matters, and was not averse to having presents given to her. She had married a vulgar man, and though she had not become like the man, she had become vulgar. She was not an eligible companion for Mr. Wharton's daughter, a matter as to which the father had not given himself proper opportunities of learning the facts. An aunt in his close neighborhood was so great a comfort to him, so ready and so natural an assistance to him in his difficulties. But Emily Wharton was not in the least like her aunt, nor had Mrs. Wharton been at all like Mrs. Roby. No doubt the contact was dangerous. Injury had perhaps already been done. It may be that some slightest soil had already marred the pure white of the girl's natural character, but if so, the stain was as yet too impalpable to be visible to ordinary eyes. Emily Wharton was a tall, fair girl with gray eyes, rather exceeding the average proportions as well as height of women. Her features were regular and handsome, and her form was perfect, but it was by her manner and her voice that she conquered, rather than by her beauty, by those gifts and by a clearness of intellect joined with that feminine sweetness which has its most frequent foundation in self-denial. Those who knew her well, and had become attached to her, were apt to endow her with all virtues, and to give her credit for a loveliness which strangers did not find on her face. But as we do not light up our houses with our brightest lamps for all comers, so neither did she emit from her eyes their brightest sparks, till special occasion for such shining had arisen. For those who were allowed to love her, no woman was more lovable. There was innate in her an appreciation of her own position as a woman, and with it a principle of self-denial as a human being, which it was beyond the power of any Mrs. Roby to destroy or even to defile by small stains. Like other girls, she had been taught to presume that it was her destiny to be married, and like other girls, she thought much about her destiny. A young man generally regards it as his destiny either to succeed or to fail in the world, and he thinks about that. To him marriage, when it comes, is an accident to which he has hardly as yet given a thought. But to the girl the matrimony which is or is not to be her destiny contains within itself the only success or failure which she anticipates. The young man may become Lord Chancellor, or at any rate earn his bread comfortably as a county court judge, but the girl can look forward to little else than the chance of having a good man for her husband. A good man, or if her taste lie in that direction, a rich man. Emily Wharton had doubtless thought about these things, and she sincerely believed that she had found the good man in Ferdinand Lopez. The man certainly was one strangely endowed with the power of creating a belief. When going to Mr. Wharton at his chambers, he had not intended to cheat the lawyer into any erroneous idea about his family, but he had resolved that he would so discuss the questions of his own condition, which would probably be raised, as to leave upon the old man's mind an unfounded conviction that in regard to money and income he had no reason to fear question. Not a word had been said about his money or his income, and Mr. Wharton had felt himself bound to abstain from allusion to such matters, from an assured feeling that he could not in that direction plant an enduring objection. In this way Lopez had carried his point with Mr. Wharton. He had convinced Mrs. Roby that among all the girl's attractions the greatest attraction for him was the fact that she was Mrs. Roby's niece. He had made Emily herself believe that the one strong passion of his life was his love for her, and this he had done without ever having asked for her love. And he had even taken the trouble to allure Dick, and had listened to and talked whole pages out of Belle's life. On his own behalf it must be acknowledged that he did love the girl, as well perhaps as he was capable of loving any one, but he had found out many particulars as to Mr. Wharton's money before he had allowed himself to love her. As soon as Mrs. Roby had gathered up her knitting, and declared, as she always did on such occasions, that she could go round the corner without having any one to look after her, Mr. Wharton began. "Emily, my dear, come here." Then she came and sat on a footstool at his feet, and looked up into his face. "Do you know what I am going to speak to you about, my darling?" "Yes, papa, I think I do. It is about Mr. Lopez." "Your aunt has told you, I suppose?" "Yes, it is about Mr. Lopez. I have been very much astonished to-day by Mr. Lopez, a man of whom I have seen very little, and no less. He came to me to-day and asked for my permission to address you." She sat perfectly quiet, still looking at him, but she did not say a word. "Of course I did not give him permission." "Why of course, papa?" "Because he is a stranger and a foreigner. Would you have wished me to tell him that he might come?" "Yes, papa." He was sitting on a sofa, and shrank back a little from her as she made this free avowal. "In that case I could have judged for myself. I suppose every girl would like to do that." "But should you have accepted him?" I think I should have consulted you before I did that, but I should have wished to accept him, papa. I do love him. I have never said so before to anyone. I would not say so to you now if he had not spoken to you as he has done. Emily, it must not be." "Why not, papa? If you say it shall not be so, it shall not. I will do as you bid me." Then he put out his hand and caressed her, stroking down her hair. "But I think you ought to tell me why it must not be, as I do love him." "He is a foreigner." "But is he? And why should not a foreigner be as good as an Englishman? His name is foreign, but he talks English and lives as an Englishman. He has no relatives, no family, no belongings. He is what we call an adventurer. Marriage, my dear, is a most serious thing." "Yes, papa, I know that." "One is bound to be very careful. How can I give you to a man I know nothing about? An adventurer! What would they say in Herefordshire?" "I don't know why they should say anything, but if they did I shouldn't much care." "I should, my dear. I should care very much. One is bound to think of one's family. Suppose it should turn out afterwards that he was disreputable." "You may say that of any man, papa." "But when a man has connections, a father and mother, or uncles and aunts, people that everybody knows about, then there is some guarantee of security. Did you ever hear this man speak of his father?" "I don't know that I ever did." "Or his mother, or his family. Don't you think that is suspicious?" "I will ask him, papa, if you wish." "No, I would have you ask him nothing. I would not wish that there should be opportunity for such asking. If there has been intimacy between you, such information should have come naturally, as a thing of course. You have made him no promise." "Oh no, papa." "Nor spoken to him of your regard for him?" "Never, not a word, nor he to me, except in such words as one understands, even though they say nothing." "I wish he had never seen you." "Is he a bad man, papa?" "Who knows? I cannot tell. He may be ever so bad. How is one to know whether a man be bad or good when one knows nothing about him?" At this point the father got up and walked about the room. "The long and short of it is that you must not see him any more." "Did you tell him so?" "Yes. Well, I don't know whether I said exactly that, but I told him that the whole thing must come to an end, and it must. Luckily, it seems that nothing has been said on either side." "But, papa, is there to be no reason?" "Haven't I given reasons? I will not have my daughter encourage an adventurer, a man of whom nobody knows anything. That is sufficient reason. He has a business, and he lives with gentlemen. He is Everett's friend. He is well educated. Oh, so much better than most men that one meets. And he is clever, papa. I wish you knew him better than you do." "I do not want to know him better." "Is not that prejudice, papa?" "My dear Emily," said Mr. Wharton, striving to wax into anger that he might be firm against her, "I don't think that it becomes you to ask your father such a question as that. You ought to believe that it is the chief object of my life to do the best I can for my children." "I am sure it is." "And you ought to feel that, as I have had a long experience in the world, my judgment about a young man might be trusted." That was a statement which Miss Wharton was not prepared to admit. She had already professed herself willing to submit to her father's judgment, and did not now by any means contemplate rebellion against parental authority. But she did feel that on a matter so vital to her that she had a right to plead her cause before judgment should be given, and she was not slow to assure herself, even as this interview went on, that her love for the man was strong enough to entitle her to assure her father that her happiness depended on his reversal of the sentence already pronounced. "You know, papa, that I trust you," she said, "and I have promised you that I will not disobey you. If you tell me that I am never to see Mr. Lopez again, I will not see him." "You are a good girl. You were always a good girl. But I think that you ought to hear me." Then he stood still with his hands in his trousers pockets, looking at her. He did not want to hear a word, but he felt that he would be a tyrant if he refused. "If you tell me that I am not to see him, I shall not see him, but I shall be very unhappy. I do love him, and I shall never love anyone else in the same way." "That is nonsense, Emily. There is Arthur Fletcher." "I am sure you will never ask me to marry a man I do not love, and I shall never love Arthur Fletcher. If this is to be as you say, it will make me very, very wretched. It is right that you should know the truth. If it is only because Mr. Lopez has a foreign name—" "It isn't only that. No one knows anything about him, or where to inquire even." "I think you should inquire, papa, and be quite certain before you pronounce such a sentence against me. It will be a crushing blow." He looked at her, and saw that there was a fixed purpose in her countenance of which he had never before seen similar signs. "You claim a right to my obedience, and I acknowledge it. I am sure you believe me when I promise not to see him without your permission." "I do believe you. Of course I believe you." "But if I do that for you, papa, I think that you ought to be very sure, on my account, that I haven't to bear such unhappiness for nothing. You'll think about it, papa, will you not, before you quite decide?" She leaned against him as she spoke, and he kissed her. "Good night now, papa. You will think about it?" "I will. I will. Of course I will." And he began the process of thinking about it immediately before the door was closed behind her. But what was there to think about? Nothing that she had said altered in the least his idea about the man. He was as convinced as ever that unless there was much to conceal, there would not be so much concealment. But a feeling began to grow upon him already that his daughter had a mode of pleading with him which he would not ultimately be able to resist. He had the power, he knew, of putting an end to the thing altogether. He had only to say resolutely and unchangeably that the thing shouldn't be, and it wouldn't be. If he could steel his heart against his daughter's sorrow for, say, a 12-month, the victory would be won. But he already began to fear that he lacked the power to steel his heart against his daughter. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. An old friend goes to Windsor. And what are they going to make you now? This question was asked of her husband by a lady with whom perhaps the readers of this volume may have already formed some acquaintance. Chronicles of her early life have been written, at any rate copiously. The lady was the Duchess of Omnium, and her husband was, of course, the Duke. In order that the nature of the question asked by the Duchess may be explained, it must be stated that just at this time the political affairs of the nation had got themselves tied up into one of those truly desperate knots from which even the wisdom and experience of septuagenarian statesmen can see no unravelment. The heads of parties were at a standstill.
In the House of Commons there was, so to say, no majority on either side. The minds of members were so astray that, according to the best calculation that could be made, there would be a majority of about 10 against any possible cabinet. There would certainly be a majority against either of those well-tried but, at this moment, little trusted Prime Ministers, Mr. Gresham and Mr. Daubeny. There were certain men nominally belonging to this or to the other party who would certainly, within a week of the nomination of a cabinet in the House, oppose the cabinet which they ought to support. Mr. Daubeny had been in power, nay, was in power, though he had twice resigned. Mr. Gresham had been twice sent for to Windsor, and had on one occasion undertaken, and on another had refused to undertake to form a ministry. Mr. Daubeny had tried 2 or 3 combinations, and had been at his wits' end. He was no doubt still in power, could appoint bishops and make peers and give away ribbons, but he couldn't pass a law, and certainly continued to hold his present uncomfortable position by no will of his own. But a Prime Minister cannot escape till he has succeeded in finding a successor, and though the successor be found and consents to make an attempt, the old unfortunate cannot be allowed to go free when that attempt is shown to be a failure. He has not absolutely given up the keys of his boxes, and no one will take them from him. Even a sovereign can abdicate, but the Prime Minister of a constitutional government is in bonds. The reader may therefore understand that the Duchess was asking her husband what place among the political rulers of the country had been offered to him by the last aspirant to the leadership of the government. But the reader should understand more than this, and may perhaps do so, if he has ever seen those former chronicles to which allusion has been made. The Duke, before he became a Duke, had held very high office, having been Chancellor of the Exchequer. When he was transferred, perforce, to the House of Lords, he had, as is not uncommon in such cases, accepted a lower political station. This had displeased the Duchess, who was ambitious both on her own behalf and that of her lord, and who thought that a Duke of Omnium should be nothing in the government, if not at any rate near the top. But after that, with the simple and single object of doing some special piece of work for the nation, something which he fancied that nobody else would do if he didn't do it, his Grace, of his own motion, at his own solicitation, had encountered further official degradation, very much to the disgust of the Duchess, and it was not the way with her Grace to hide such sorrows in the depth of her bosom. When affronted she would speak out, whether to her husband or to another, using irony rather than argument to support her cause and to vindicate her ways. The shafts of ridicule hurled by her against her husband in regard to his voluntary abasement had been many and sharp. They stung him, but never for a moment influenced him, and though they stung him, they did not even anger him. It was her nature to say such things, and he knew that they came rather from her uncontrolled spirit than from any malice. She was his wife too, and he had an idea that of little injuries of that sort there should be no end of bearing on the part of a husband. Sometimes he would endeavour to explain to her the motives which actuated him, but he had come to fear that they were and must ever be unintelligible to her. But he credited her with less than her real intelligence. She did understand the nature of his work and his reasons for doing it, and after her own fashion did what she conceived to be her own work in endeavouring to create within his bosom a desire for higher things. Surely, she said to herself, if a man of his rank is to be a minister, he should be a great minister, at any rate as great as his circumstances will make him. A man never can save his country by degrading himself. In this he would probably have agreed, but his idea of degradation and hers hardly tallied. When, therefore, she asked him what they were going to make him, it was as though some sarcastic housekeeper in a great establishment should ask the butler, some butler too prone to yield in such matters, whether the master had appointed him lately to the cleaning of shoes or the carrying of coals. Since these knots had become so very tight, and since the journeys to Windsor had become so very frequent, her Grace had asked many such questions, and had received but very indifferent replies. The Duke had sometimes declared that the matter was not ripe enough to allow him to make any answer. "Of course," said the Duchess, "you should keep the secret. The editors of the evening papers haven't known it for above an hour." At another time he told her that he had undertaken to give Mr. Gresham his assistance in any way in which it might be asked. "Joint Under Secretary with Lord Fawn, I should say," answered the Duchess. Then he told her that he believed an attempt would be made at a mixed ministry, but that he did not in the least know to whom the work of doing so would be confided. "You will be about the last man who will be told," replied the Duchess. Now at this moment he had, as she knew, come direct from the house of Mr. Gresham, and she asked her question in her usual spirit. "And what are they going to make you now?" But he did not answer the question in his usual manner. He would customarily smile gently at her badinage, and perhaps say a word intended to show that he was not in the least moved by her raillery. But in this instance he was very grave, and stood before her a moment, making no answer at all, looking at her in a sad and almost solemn manner. "They have told you that they can do without you," she said, breaking out almost into a passion. "I knew how it would be. Men are always valued by others as they value themselves." "I wish it were so," he replied. "I should sleep easier to-night." "What is it, Plantagenet?" she exclaimed, jumping up from her chair. "I never cared for your ridicule hitherto, Cora, but now I feel that I want your sympathy. If you are going to do anything, to do really anything, you shall have it. Oh, how you shall have it!" "I have received Her Majesty's orders to go down to Windsor at once. I must start within half an hour." "You are going to be Prime Minister!" she exclaimed. As she spoke she threw her arms up, and then rushed into his embrace. Never since their first union had she been so demonstrative either of love or admiration. "Oh, Plantagenet," she said, "if I can only do anything I will slave for you." As he put his arm round her waist he already felt the pleasantness of her altered way to him. She had never worshipped him yet, and therefore her worship, when it did come, had all the delight to him which it ordinarily has to the newly married hero. "Stop a moment, Cora. I do not know how it may be yet, but this I know, that if without cowardice I could avoid this task, I would certainly avoid it." "Oh, no, and there would be cowardice. Of course there would," said the Duchess, not much caring what might be the bonds which bound him to the task, so long as he should certainly feel himself to be bound. "He has told me that he thinks it my duty to make the attempt." "Who is he?" "Mr. Gresham. I do not know that I should have felt myself bound by him, but the Duke said so also. This Duke was our Duke's old friend, the Duke of St. Bungay." "Was he there? And who else?" "No one else. It is no case for exultation, Cora, for the chances are that I shall fail. The Duke has promised to help me, on condition that one or two he has named are included, and that one or two whom he has also named are not. In each case I should myself have done exactly as he proposes." "And Mr. Gresham?" "He will retire. That is a matter of course. He will intend to support us, but all that is veiled in the obscurity which is always, I think, darker as to the future of politics than any other future. Clouds arise, one knows not why or whence, and create darkness when one expected light. But as yet, you must understand, nothing is settled. I cannot even say what answer I may make to Her Majesty till I know what commands Her Majesty may lay upon me." "You must keep a hold of it now, Plantagenet," said the Duchess, clenching her own fist. "I will not even close a finger on it with any personal ambition," said the Duke. "If I could be relieved from the burden this moment, it would be an ease to my heart. I remember once," he said, and as he spoke he again put his arm round her waist, "when I was debarred from taking office by a domestic circumstance." "I remember that too," she said, speaking very gently and looking up at him. "It was a grief to me at the time, though it turned out so well, because the office then suggested to me was one which I thought I could fill with credit to the country. I believed in myself then as far as that work went. But for this attempt I have no belief in myself. I doubt whether I have any gift for governing men. It will come. It may be that I must try, and it may be that I must break my heart because I fail. But I shall make the attempt, if I am directed to do so in any manner that shall seem feasible. I must be off now. The Duke is to be here this evening. They had better have dinner ready for me whenever I may be able to eat it." Then he took his departure before she could say another word. When the Duchess was alone, she took to thinking of the whole thing in a manner which they who best knew her would have thought to be very unusual with her. She already possessed all that rank and wealth could give her, and together with those good things a peculiar position of her own, of which she was proud, and which she had made her own not by her wealth or rank, but by a certain fearless energy and power of raillery which never deserted her. Many feared her, and she was afraid of none, and many also loved her, whom she also loved, for her nature was affectionate. She was happy with her children, happy with her friends, in the enjoyment of perfect health, and capable of taking an exaggerated interest in anything that might come uppermost for the moment. One would have been inclined to say that politics were altogether unnecessary to her, and that as Duchess of Omnium, lately known as Lady Glencora Palliser, she had a wider and a pleasanter influence than could belong to any woman as a wife of a prime minister. And she was essentially one of those women who are not contented to be known simply as the wives of their husbands. She had a celebrity of her own, quite independent of his position, and which could not be enhanced by any glory or any power added to him. Nevertheless, when he left her to go down to the Queen with the prospect of being called upon to act as chief of the incoming ministry, her heart throbbed with excitement. It had come at last, and he would be, to her thinking, the leading man in the greatest kingdom in the world. But she felt in regard to him somewhat as Lady Macbeth towards her lord. "What thou wouldst highly, that wouldst thou holily." She knew him to be full of scruples, unable to bend when aught was to be got by bending, unwilling to domineer when men might be brought to subjection only by domination. The first duty never could be taught to him. To win support by smiles, when his heart was bitter within him, would never be within the power of her husband. He could never be brought to buy an enemy by political gifts, would never be prone to silence his keenest opponent by making him his right-hand supporter. But the other lesson was easier, and might, she thought, be learned. Power is so pleasant that men quickly learn to be greedy in the enjoyment of it, and to flatter themselves that patriotism requires them to be imperious. She would be constant with him day and night to make him understand that his duty to his country required him to be in very truth its chief ruler. And then, with some knowledge of things as they are, and also with much ignorance, she reflected that he had at his command a means of obtaining popularity and securing power which had not belonged to his immediate predecessors, and had perhaps never to the same extent been at the command of any minister in England. His wealth as Duke of Omnium had been great, but hers, as available for immediate purposes, had been greater even than his. After some fashion, of which she was profoundly ignorant, her own property was separated from his and reserved to herself and her children. Since her marriage she had never said a word to him about her money, unless it were to ask that something out of the common course might be spent on some generally absurd object. But now had come the time for squandering money. She was not only rich, but she had a popularity that was exclusively her own. The new Prime Minister and the new Prime Minister's wife should entertain after a fashion that had never yet been known, even among the nobility of England. Both in town and country, those great mansions should be kept open, which were now rarely much used, because she had found them dull, cold, and comfortless. In London there should not be a member of Parliament whom she would not herself know and influence by her flattery and grace, or if there were men whom she could not influence, they should live as men tabooed and unfortunate. Money mattered nothing. Their income was enormous, and for a series of years, for half a dozen years if the game could be kept up so long, they could spend trouble what they called their income without real injury to their children. Visions passed through her brain of wondrous things which might be done, if only her husband would be true to his own greatness. The Duke had left her about 2. She did not stir out of the house that day, but in the course of the afternoon she wrote a line to a friend who lived not very far from her. The Duchess dwelt in Carlton Terrace, and her friend in Park Lane. The note was as follows: "Dear M., come to me at once. I am too excited to go to you. Yours, G." This was addressed to one Mrs. Finn, a lady as to whom chronicles also have been written, and who has been known to the readers of such chronicles as a friend dearly loved by the Duchess. As quickly as she could put on her carriage garments and get herself taken to Carlton Terrace, Mrs. Finn was there. "Well, my dear, how do you think it's all settled at last?" said the Duchess. It will probably be felt that the new Prime Minister's wife was indiscreet, and hardly worthy of the confidence placed in her by her husband. But surely we all have some one friend to whom we tell everything, and with the Duchess, Mrs. Finn was that one friend. "Is the Duke to be Prime Minister? How on earth should you have guessed that? What else could make you so excited? Besides, it is by no means strange. I understand that they have gone on trying the 2 old stagers till it is useless to try them any longer, and if there is to be a fresh man no one would be more likely than the Duke." "Do you think so?" "Certainly. Why not? He has frittered away his political position by such meaningless concessions, and then he had never done anything to put himself forward, at any rate since he left the House of Commons. Perhaps I haven't read things right, but I was surprised, very much surprised." "And gratified?" "Oh yes, I can tell you everything, because you will neither misunderstand me or tell tales of me. Yes, I shall like him to be Prime Minister, though I know that I shall have a bad time of it myself." "Why a bad time?" "He is so hard to manage. Of course I don't mean about politics. Of course it must be a mixed kind of thing at first, and I don't care a straw whether it run to Radicalism or Toryism. The country goes on its own way, either for better or for worse, whichever of them are in. I don't think it makes any difference as to what sort of laws are passed. But among ourselves, in our set, it makes a deal of difference who gets the garters and the counties, who are made barons and then earls, and whose name stands at the head of everything. That is your way of looking at politics." "I own it to you. I must teach it to him." "You will never do that, Lady Glen." "Never is a long word. I mean to try. For look back and tell me of any Prime Minister who has become sick of his power. They become sick of the want of power when it's falling away from them, and then they affect to disdain and put aside the thing they can no longer enjoy. Love of power is a kind of feeling which comes to a man as he grows older." "Politics with the Duke have been simple patriotism," said Mrs. Finn. "The patriotism may remain, my dear, but not the simplicity. I don't want him to sell his country to Germany, or to turn it into an American republic in order that he may be president. But when he gets the reins in his hands, I want him to keep them there. If he's so much honester than other people, of course he's the best man for the place. We must make him believe that the very existence of the country depends on his firmness. To tell you the truth, Lady Glen, I don't think you'll ever make the Duke believe anything. What he believes either from very old habit or from the working of his own mind." "You are always singing his praises, Marie." "I don't know that there is any special praise in what I say, but as far as I can see it is the man's character." "Mr. Finn will come in, of course," said the Duchess. "Mr. Finn will be like the Duke in one thing. He will take his own way as to being in or out, quite independently of his wife." "You'd like him to be in office?" "No, indeed. Why should I? He would be more often at the House, and keep later hours, and be always away all the morning into the bargain. But I shall like him to do as he likes himself. Fancy thinking of all that! I'd sit up all night every night of my life. I'd listen to every debate in the House myself, to have Plantagenet Prime Minister. I like to be busy. Well, now, if it does come off—" "It isn't settled, then?" "How can one hope that a single journey will settle it, when those other men have been going backwards and forwards between Windsor and London, like buckets in a well, for the last 3 weeks? But if it is settled, I mean to have a cabinet of my own, and I mean that you shall do the foreign affairs." "You'd better let me be at the Exchequer. I'm very good at accounts." "I'll do that myself. The accounts that I intend to set a-going would frighten any one less audacious. And I mean to be my own Home Secretary, and to keep my own conscience, and to be my own master of the ceremonies, certainly. I think a small cabinet gets on best. Do you know, I should like to put the Queen down." "What on earth do you mean?" "No treason, nothing of that kind, but I should like to make Buckingham Palace second rate, and I'm not quite sure but I can. I dare say you don't quite understand me." "I don't think that I do, Lady Glen." "You will some of these days. Come in to-morrow before lunch. I suppose I shall know all about it then, and shall have found that my basket of crockery has been kicked over, and everything smashed." Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Another old friend. At about 9 the Duke had returned and was eating his very simple dinner in the breakfast room, a beefsteak and a potato with a glass of sherry and Apollinaris water. No man more easily satisfied as to what he ate and drank lived in London in those days. As regarded the eating and drinking, he dined alone, but his wife sat with him and waited on him, having sent the servant out of the room. "I have told her Majesty that I would do the best I could," said the Duke. "Then you are Prime Minister." "Not at all. Mr. Daubeny is Prime Minister. I have undertaken to form a ministry, if I find it practicable, with the assistance of such friends as I possess. I never felt before that I had to lean so entirely on others as I do now." "Lean on yourself only. Be enough for yourself." "Those are empty words, Cora, words that are quite empty. In one sense a man should always be enough for himself. He should have enough of principle and enough of conscience to restrain him from doing what he knows to be wrong. But can a shipbuilder build his ship single-handed, or the watchmaker make his watch without assistance? On former occasions such as this I could say, with little or no help from without, whether I would or would not undertake the work that was proposed to me, because I had only a bit of the ship to build, or a wheel of the watch to make. My own efficacy for my present task depends entirely on the cooperation of others, and unfortunately upon that of some others with whom I have no sympathy, nor have they with me." "Leave them out," said the Duchess boldly. "But they are men who will not be left out, and whose services the country has a right to expect." "Then bring them in, and think no more about it. It is no good crying for pain that cannot be cured." "Cooperation is difficult without community of feeling. I find myself to be too stubborn-hearted for the place. It was nothing to me to sit in the same cabinet with a man I disliked, when I had not put him there myself. But now, as I have travelled up, I have almost felt that I could not do it. I did not know before how much I might dislike a man." "Who is the one man?" "Nay, whoever he be, he will have to be a friend now, and therefore I will not name him even to you. But it is not one only. If it were one, absolutely marked and recognized, I might avoid him. But my friends, real friends, are so few. Who is there besides the Duke on whom I can lean with both confidence and love?" "Lord Cantrip." "Hardly so, Cora. But Lord Cantrip goes out with Mr. Gresham. They will always cling together." "You used to like Mr. Mildmay." "Mr. Mildmay. Yes, if there could be a Mr. Mildmay in the cabinet, this trouble would not come upon my shoulders." "Then I'm very glad there can't be a Mr. Mildmay. Why shouldn't there be as good fish in the sea as ever were caught out of it?" "When you've got a good fish you like to make as much of it as you can." "I suppose Mr. Monk will join you?" "I think we shall ask him, but I am not prepared to discuss men's names as yet." "You must discuss them with the Duke immediately." "Probably, but I had better discuss them with him before I fix my own mind by naming them even to you." "You'll bring Mr. Finn in, Plantagenet?" "Mr. Finn?" Yes, Phineas Finn, the man who was tried. My dear Cora, we haven't come down to that yet. We need not at any rate trouble ourselves about the small fishes till we are sure that we can get big fishes to join us. I don't know why he should be a small fish. No man has done better than he has, and if you want a man to stick to you—" "I don't want a man to stick to me. I want a man to stick to his country." "You were talking about sympathy." "Well, yes, I was, but do not name any one else just at present. The Duke will be here soon, and I would be alone till he comes. There is one thing I want to say, Plantagenet." "What is it?" "One favour I want to ask. Pray do not ask anything for any man just at present." "It is not anything for any man." "Nor for any woman." "It is for a woman, but one whom I think you would wish to oblige." "Who is it?" Then she curtsied, smiling at him drolly, and put her hand upon her breast. "Something for you. What on earth can you want that I can do for you?" "Will you do it, if it be reasonable?" "If I think it reasonable, I will certainly do it." Then her manner changed altogether, and she became serious and almost solemn. "If, as I suppose, all the great places about Her Majesty be changed, I would like to be Mistress of the Robes." "You?" said he, almost startled out of his usual quiet demeanour. "Why not I? Is not my rank high enough?" "You burden yourself with the intricacies and subserviences, with the tedium and pomposities of court life. Cora, you do not know what you are talking about, or what you are proposing for yourself." "If I am willing to try to undertake a duty, why should I be debarred from it any more than you?" "Because I have put myself into a groove, and ground myself into a mould, and clipped and pared and pinched myself all round, very ineffectually, as I fear, to fit myself into this thing. You have lived as free as air. You have disdained, and though I may have grumbled, I have still been proud to see you disdain, to wrap yourself in the swaddling bandages of court life. You have ridiculed all those who have been near Her Majesty as court ladies. The individuals, Plantagenet, perhaps, but not the office. I am getting older now, and I do not see why I should not begin a new life." She had been somewhat quelled by his unexpected energy, and was at the moment hardly able to answer him with her usual spirit. "Do not think of it, my dear. You asked whether your rank was high enough. It must be so, as there is, as it happens, none higher. But your position, should it come to pass that your husband is the head of the government, will be too high. I may say that in no condition should I wish my wife to be subject to other restraint than that which is common to all married women. I should not choose that she should have any duties unconnected with our joint family and home. But as First Minister of the Crown, I would altogether object to her holding an office believed to be at my disposal." She looked at him with her large eyes wide open, and then left him without a word. She had no other way of showing her displeasure, for she knew that when he spoke as he had spoken now, all argument was unavailing. The Duke remained an hour alone before he was joined by the other Duke, during which he did not for a moment apply his mind to the subject which might be thought to be most prominent in his thoughts, the filling up, namely, of a list of his new government. All that he could do in that direction without further assistance had been already done very easily. There were 4 or 5 certain names, that is, of certain political friends, and 3 or 4 almost equally certain of men who had been political enemies, but who now would clearly be asked to join the ministry. Sir Gregory Grogram, the late Attorney General, would of course be asked to resume his place, but Sir Timothy Beeswax, who was up to this moment Solicitor General for the Conservatives, would also be invited to retain that which he held. Many details were known, not only to the two dukes, who were about to patch up the ministry between them, but to the political world at large, and were facts upon which the newspapers were able to display their wonderful foresight and general omniscience with their usual confidence. And as to the points which were in doubt, whether or not, for instance, that consistent old Tory, Sir Orlando Drought, should be asked to put up with the post office, or should be allowed to remain at the colonies, the younger Duke did not care to trouble himself till the elder should have come to his assistance. But his own position, and his questionable capacity for filling it, that occupied all his mind. If nominally first, he would be really first. Of so much it seemed to him that his honour required him to assure himself. To be a Fena ruler was in direct antagonism both to his conscience and his predilections. To call himself by a great name before the world, and then to be something infinitely less than that name, would be to him a degradation. But though he felt fixed as to that, he was by no means assured as to that other point, which to most men firm in their resolves as he was, and backed up as he had been by the confidence of others, would be cause of small hesitation. He did doubt his ability to fill that place which it would now be his duty to occupy. He more than doubted. He told himself again and again that there was wanting to him a certain noble capacity for commanding support and homage from other men. With things and facts he could deal, but human beings had not opened themselves to him. But now it was too late, and yet, as he said to his wife, to fail would break his heart. No ambition had prompted him. He was sure of himself there. One only consideration had forced him into this great danger, and that had been the assurance of others that it was his manifest duty to encounter it. And now there was clearly no escape compatible with that clean-handed truth from which it was not possible for him to swerve. He might create difficulties in order that through them a way might still be open to him of restoring to the Queen the commission which had been entrusted to him. He might insist on this or that impossible concession, but the memory of escape such as that would break his heart as surely as the failure. When the Duke was announced, he rose to greet his old friend almost with fervour. "It is a shame," he said, "to bring you out so late. I ought to have gone to you." "Not at all. It is always the rule in these cases that the man who has the most to do should fix himself as well as he can where others may be able to find him." The Duke of St. Bungay was an old man, between 70 and 80, with hair nearly white, and who on entering the room had to unfold himself out of various coats and comforters. But he was in full possession not only of his intellects but of his bodily power, showing, as many politicians do show, that the cares of the nation may sit upon a man's shoulders for many years without breaking or even bending them. For the Duke had belonged to ministries for nearly the last half-century. As the chronicles have also dealt with him, no further records of his past life shall now be given. He had said something about the Queen, expressing gracious wishes for the comfort of Her Majesty in all these matters, something of the inconvenience of these political journeys to and fro, and something also of the delicacy and difficulty of the operations on hand, which were enhanced by the necessity of bringing men together as cordial allies, who had hitherto acted with bitter animosity one to another, before the younger Duke said a word. "We may as well," said the elder, make out some small provisional list, and you can ask those who you name to be with you early tomorrow. But perhaps you have already made a list." "No, indeed. I have not even had a pencil in my hand." "We may as well begin then," said the elder, facing the table when he saw that his less experienced companion made no attempt at beginning. "There is something horrible to me in the idea of writing down men's names for such a work as this, just as boys at school used to draw out the 11s for a cricket match." The old stager turned round and stared at the younger politician. "The thing itself is so momentous that one ought to have aid from heaven." Plantagenet Palliser was the last man from whom the Duke of St. Bungay would have expected romance at any time, and least of all at such a time as this. "Aid from heaven you may have," he said, "by saying your prayers, and I don't doubt you ask it for this and all other things generally, but an angel won't come to tell you who ought to be Chancellor of the Exchequer. No angel will, and therefore I wish that I could wash my hands of it." His old friends still stared at him. "It is like sacrilege to me, attempting this without feeling one's own fitness for the work. It unmans me, this necessity of doing that which I know I cannot do with fitting judgment." "Your mind has been a little too hard at work to-day." "It hasn't been at work at all. I've had nothing to do, and have been unable really to think of work. But I feel that chance circumstances have put me into a position for which I am unfit, and which yet I have been unable to avoid. How much better would it be that you should do this alone, you yourself?" "Utterly out of the question. I do know and think that I always have known my own powers. Neither has my aptitude in debate nor my capacity for work justified me in looking to the premiership. But that, forgive me, is now not worthy of consideration. It is because you do work and can work, and because you have fitted yourself for that continued course of lucid explanation which we now call debate, that men on both sides have called upon you as the best man to come forward in this difficulty. Excuse me, my friend, again, if I say that I expect to find your manliness equal to your capacity, if I could only escape from it." "Pshaw! Nonsense!" said the old Duke, getting up. "There is such a thing as a conscience with so fine an edge that it will allow a man to do nothing. You've got to serve your country. On such assistance as I can give you, you know that you may depend with absolute assurance. Now let us get to work. I suppose you would wish that I should take the chair at the council." "Certainly, of course," said the Duke of Omnium, turning to the table. The one practical suggestion had fixed him, and from that moment he gave himself to the work in hand with all his energies. It was not very difficult, nor did it take them a very long time. If the future Prime Minister had not his names at his fingers' ends, the future President of the Council had them. 8 men were soon named, whom it was thought well that the Duke of Omnium should consult early in the morning as to their willingness to fill certain places. "Each one of them may have some other one or some two whom he may insist on bringing with him," said the elder Duke, "and though of course you cannot yield to the pressure in every such case, it will be wise to allow yourself scope for some amount of concession. You'll find they'll shake down after the usual amount of resistance and compliance. No, don't you leave your house tomorrow to see anybody unless it be Mr. Daubeny or Her Majesty. I'll come to you at 2, and if her Grace will give me luncheon, I'll lunch with her. Good night, and don't think too much of the bigness of the thing. I remember dear old Lord Brock telling me how much more difficult it was to find a good coachman than a good Secretary of State. The Duke of Omnium, as he sat thinking of things for the next hour in his chair, succeeded only in proving to himself that Lord Brock never ought to have been Prime Minister of England after having ventured to make so poor a joke on so solemn a subject. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The beginning of a new career. By the time that the Easter holidays were over, holidays which had been used so conveniently for the making of a new government, the work of getting a team together had been accomplished by the united energy of the two dukes and other friends. The filling up of the great places had been by no means so difficult or so tedious, nor indeed the cause of half so many heartburns, as the completion of the list of the subordinates, noblesse oblige. The secretaries of state and the chancellors and the first lords, selected from this or the other party, felt that the eyes of mankind were upon them, and that it behooved them to assume a virtue if they had it not. They were habitually indifferent to self-exaltation, and allowed themselves to be thrust into this or that unfitting role, professing that the Queen's government and the good of the country were their only considerations. Lord Thrift made way for Sir Orlando Drought at the Admiralty, because it was felt on all sides that Sir Orlando could not join the new composite party without high place, and the same grace was shown in regard to Lord Drummond, who remained at the colonies, keeping the office to which he had been lately transferred under Mr. Daubeny. And Sir Gregory Grogram said not a word, whatever he may have thought, when he was told that Mr. Daubeny's Lord Chancellor, Lord Ramsden, was to keep the seals. Sir Gregory did, no doubt, think very much about it, for legal offices have a signification differing much from that which attaches itself to places simply political. A Lord Chancellor becomes a peer, and on going out of office enjoys a large pension. When the woolsack has been reached, there comes an end of doubt, and a beginning of ease. Sir Gregory was not a young man, and this was a terrible blow, but he bore it manfully, saying not a word when the Duke spoke to him. But he became convinced from that moment that no more inefficient lawyer ever sat upon the English bench, or a more presumptuous politician in the British Parliament, than Lord Ramsden. The real struggle, however, lay in the appropriate distribution of the Rattlers and the Robys, the Fitzgibbons and the Macphersons among the subordinate offices of state. Mr. Macpherson and Mr. Roby, with a host of others who had belonged to Mr. Daubeny, were prepared, as they declared from the first, to lend their assistance to the Duke. They had consulted Mr. Daubeny on the subject, and Mr. Daubeny told them that their duty lay in that direction. At the first blush of the matter, the arrangement took the form of a gracious tender from themselves to a statesman called upon to act in very difficult circumstances, and they were thanked accordingly by the Duke, with something of real cordial gratitude. But when the actual adjustment of things was in hand, the Duke, having but little power of assuming a soft countenance and using soft words while his heart was bitter, felt on more than one occasion inclined to withdraw his thanks. He was astounded not so much by the pretensions as by the unblushing assertion of these pretensions in reference to places which he had been innocent enough to think were always bestowed at any rate without direct application.
He had measured himself rightly when he told the older Duke, in one of those anxious conversations which had been held before the attempt was made, that long as he had been in office himself, he did not know what was the way of bestowing office. "Two gentlemen have been here this morning," he said one day to the Duke of St. Bungay, "one on the heels of the other, each assuring me not only that the whole stability of the enterprise depends on my giving a certain office to him, but actually telling me to my face that I had promised it to him." The old statesman laughed. "To be told within the same half hour by two men that I had made promises to each of them inconsistent with each other!" "Who were the two men?" "Mr. Rattler and Mr. Roby. I am assured that they are inseparable since the work was begun. They always had a leaning to each other, and now I hear they pass their time between the steps of the Carlton and Reform Clubs. But what am I to do? One must be patronage secretary, no doubt." "They're both good men in their way, you know." "But why do they come to me with their mouths open, like dogs craving a bone? It used not to be so. Of course men were always anxious for office, as they are now." "Well, yes, we've heard of that before to-day, I think." "But I don't think any man ever ventured to ask Mr. Mildmay." Time had done much for him in consolidating his authority, and perhaps the present world is less reticent in its eagerness than it was in its younger days. I doubt, however, whether it is more dishonest, and whether struggles were not made quite as disgraceful to the strugglers as anything that is done now. You can't alter the men, and you must use them. The younger Duke sat down and sighed over the degenerate patriotism of the age. But at last even the Rattlers and Robys were fixed, if not satisfied, and a complete list of the ministry appeared in all the newspapers. Though the thing had been long a-doing, still it had come suddenly, so that at the first proposition to form a coalition ministry, the newspapers had hardly known whether to assist or to oppose the scheme. There was no doubt in the minds of all these editors and contributors the teaching of a tradition that coalitions of this kind had been generally feeble, sometimes disastrous, and on occasions even disgraceful. When a man, perhaps through a long political life, has bound himself to a certain code of opinions, how can he change that code at a moment? And when at the same moment, together with the change, he secures power, patronage, and pay, how shall the public voice absolve him? But then again, men who have by the work of their lives grown into a certain position in the country, and have unconsciously, but not therefore less actually, made themselves indispensable, either to this side in politics or to that, cannot free themselves altogether from the responsibility of managing them when a period comes such as that now reached. This also the newspapers perceived, and having, since the commencement of the session, been very loud in exposing the disgraceful collapse of government affairs, could hardly refuse their support to any attempt at a feasible arrangement. When it was first known that the Duke of Omnium had consented to make the attempt, they had both on one side and the other been loud in his praise, going so far as to say that he was the only man in England who could do the work. It was probably this encouragement which had enabled the new Premier to go on with an undertaking which was personally distasteful to him, and for which, from day to day, he believed himself to be less and less fit. But when the newspapers told him that he was the only man for the occasion, how could he be justified in crediting himself in preference to them? The work in Parliament began under the new auspices with great tranquillity. That there would soon come causes of hot blood, the English Church, the county suffrage, the income tax, and further education questions, all men knew who knew anything. But for the moment, for the month even, perhaps for the session, there was to be peace, with full latitude for the performance of routine duties. There was, so to say, no opposition, and at first it seemed that one special bench in the House of Commons would remain unoccupied. But after a day or two, on one of which Mr. Daubeny had been seen sitting just below the gangway, that gentleman returned to the place usually held by the Prime Minister's rival, saying with a smile that it might be for the convenience of the House that the seat should be utilized. Mr. Gresham at this time had, with declared purpose, asked and obtained the Speaker's leave of absence, and was abroad. Who should lead the House? That had been a great question, caused by the fact that the Prime Minister was in the House of Lords. And what office should the leader hold? Mr. Monk had consented to take the Exchequer, but the right to sit opposite to the Treasury box, and to consider himself for the time the principal spirit in that chamber, was at last assigned to Sir Orlando Drought. "It will never do," said Mr. Rattler to Mr. Roby. "I don't mean to say anything against Drought, who has always been a very useful man to your party, but he lacks something of the position." "The fact is," said Roby, "that we've trusted to two men so long that we don't know how to suppose any one else big enough to fill their places. Monk wouldn't have done. The House doesn't care about Monk." "I always thought it should be Wilson, and so I told the Duke. He had an idea that it should be one of your men." "I think he's right there," said Roby. "There ought to be something like a fair division. Individuals might be content, but the party would be dissatisfied. For myself, I'd have sooner stayed out as an independent member, but Daubeny said that he thought I was bound to make myself useful." "I told the Duke from the beginning," said Rattler, "that I didn't think that I could be of any service to him. Of course I would support him, but I had been too thoroughly a party man for a new movement of this kind. But he said just the same that he considered I was bound to join him. I asked Gresham, and when Gresham said so too, of course I had no help for it." Neither of these excellent public servants had told a lie in this. Some such conversation as those reported had passed. But a man doesn't lie when he exaggerates an emphasis, or when he gives, by a tone, a meaning to a man's words exactly opposite to that which another tone would convey. Or if he does lie in doing so, he does not know that he lies. Mr. Rattler had gone back to his old office at the Treasury, and Mr. Roby had been forced to content himself with the secretaryship at the Admiralty. But as the old Duke had said, they were close friends, and prepared to fight together any battle which might keep them in their present position. Many of the cares of office the Prime Minister did succeed in shuffling off altogether on to the shoulders of his elder friend. He would not concern himself with the appointment of ladies, about whom he said he knew nothing, and as to whose fitness and claims he professed himself to be as ignorant as the office messenger. The offers were of course made in the usual form, as though coming direct from the Queen, through the Prime Minister, but the selections were in truth effected by the old Duke in council with an illustrious personage. The matter affected our Duke only in so far that he could not get out of his mind that strange application from his own wife. That she should have even dreamed of it, he would say to himself, not yet having acquired sufficient experience of his fellow creatures to be aware how wonderfully temptations will affect even those who appear to be least subject to them. The town horse, used to gaudy trappings, no doubt despises the work of his country brother, but yet now and again there comes upon him a sudden desire to plough. The desire for ploughing had come upon the Duchess, but the Duke could not understand it. He perceived, however, in spite of the multiplicity of his official work, that his refusal sat heavily on his wife's breast, and that though she spoke no further word, she brooded over her injury, and his heart was sad within him when he thought that he had vexed her, loving her as he did with all his heart, but with a heart that was never demonstrative. When she was unhappy, he was miserable, though he would hardly know the cause of his misery. Her ridicule and raillery he could bear, though they stung him, but her sorrow, if ever she were sorrowful, or her sullenness, if ever she were sullen, upset him altogether. He was in truth so soft of heart that he could not bear the discomfort of the one person in the world who seemed to him to be near to him. He had expressly asked her for her sympathy in the business he had on hand, thereby going much beyond his usual coldness of manner. She, with an eagerness which might have been expected from her, had promised that she would slave for him, if slavery were necessary. Then she had made her request, had been refused, and was now moody. "The Duchess of is to be mistress of the robes," he said to her one day. He had gone to her, up to her own room, before he dressed for dinner, having devoted much more time than as Prime Minister he ought to have done to a resolution that he would make things straight with her, and to the best way of doing it. "So I am told. She ought to know her way about the place, as I remember she was at the same work when I was a girl of 11. That's not so very long ago, Cora. Silverbridge is older now than I was then, and I think that makes it a very long time ago." Lord Silverbridge was the Duke's eldest son. "But what does it matter? If she began her career in the time of George IV, what is it to you?" "Nothing on earth, only that she did in truth begin her career in the time of George III. I'm sure she's nearer 60 than 50. I'm glad to see you remember your dates so well. It's a pity she should not remember hers in the way she dresses," said the Duchess. This was marvellous to him, that his wife, who as Lady Glencora Palliser had been so conspicuous for a wild disregard of social rules as to be looked upon by many as an enemy of her own class, should be so depressed by not being allowed to be the Queen's head servant as to descend to personal invective. "I'm afraid," said he, attempting to smile, "that it won't come within the compass of my office to effect or even to propose any radical change in her Grace's apparel. But don't you think that you and I can afford to ignore all that?" "I can, certainly. She may be an antiquated Eve for me. I hope, Cora, you are still not disappointed because I did not agree with you when you spoke about the place for yourself. Not because you did not agree with me, but because you did not think me fit to be trusted with any judgment of my own. I don't know why I'm always to be looked upon as different from other women, as though I were half a savage. You are what you have made yourself, and I have always rejoiced that you are as you are, fresh, untrammelled, without many prejudices which afflict other ladies, and free from bonds by which they are cramped and confined. Of course such a turn of character is subject to certain dangers of its own." There is no doubt about the dangers. The chances are that when I see her Grace I shall tell her what I think about her. You will, I am sure, say nothing unkind to a lady who is supposed to be in the place she now fills by my authority. But do not let us quarrel about an old woman." "I won't quarrel with you even about a young one. I cannot be at ease within myself while I think you are resenting my refusal. You do not know how constantly I carry you about with me." "You carry a very unnecessary burden, then," she said. But he could tell at once from the altered tone of her voice and from the light of her eye as he glanced into her face that her anger about the robes was appeased. "I have done as you asked about a friend of yours," he said. This occurred just before the final and perfected list of the new men had appeared in all the newspapers. "What friend?" "Mr. Finn is to go to Ireland." "Go to Ireland? How do you mean?" "It is looked upon as being very great promotion. Indeed, I am told that he is considered to be the luckiest man in all the scramble." "You don't mean as chief secretary?" "Yes, I do. He certainly couldn't go as Lord Lieutenant." "But they said that Barrington Erle was going to Ireland." "Well, yes. I don't know that you'd be interested by all the ins and outs of it, but Mr. Erle declined. It seems that Mr. Erle is, after all, the one man in Parliament modest enough not to consider himself to be fit for any place that can be offered to him. Poor Barrington! He does not like the idea of crossing the Channel so often. I quite sympathize with him. And so Phineas is to be secretary for Ireland. Not in the cabinet." "No, not in the cabinet. It is not by any means usual that he should be." "That is promotion, and I am glad. Poor Phineas! I hope they won't murder him, or anything of that kind. They do murder people, you know, sometimes." "He's an Irishman himself." "That's just the reason why they should. He must put up with that, of course. I wonder whether she'll like going. They'll be able to spend money, which they always like over there. He comes backwards and forwards every week, doesn't he?" "Not quite that, I believe." "I shall miss her, if she has to stay away long. I know you don't like her." "I do like her. She has always behaved well, both to me and to my uncle." "She was an angel to him, and to you too, if you only knew it. I dare say you're sending him to Ireland so as to get her away from me." This she said with a smile, as though not meaning it altogether, but yet half meaning it. "I have asked him to undertake the office," said the Duke solemnly, "because I am told that he is fit for it. But I did have some pleasure in proposing it to him because I thought that it would please you." "It does please me, and I won't be cross any more, and the Duchess of may wear her clothes just as she pleases, or go without them. And as for Mrs. Finn, I don't see why she should be with him always when he goes. You can quite understand how necessary she is to me. But she is in truth the only woman in London to whom I can say what I think, and it is a comfort, you know, to have someone." In this way the domestic peace of the Prime Minister was readjusted, and that sympathy and cooperation for which he had first asked was accorded to him. It may be a question whether on the whole the Duchess did not work harder than he did. She did not at first dare to expound to him those grand ideas which she had conceived in regard to magnificence and hospitality. She said nothing of any extraordinary expenditure of money, but she set herself to work after her own fashion, making to him suggestions as to dinners and evening receptions, to which he objected only on the score of time. "You must eat your dinner somewhere," she said, "and you need only come in just before we sit down, and go into your own room, if you please, without coming upstairs at all. I can at any rate do that part of it for you." And she did do that part of it with marvelous energy all through the month of May, so that by the end of the month, within 6 weeks of the time at which she first heard of the coalition ministry, all the world had begun to talk of the Prime Minister's dinners, and of the receptions given by the Prime Minister's wife. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Dick's Dinner Party, Number 1. Our readers must not forget the troubles of poor Emily Wharton amidst the gorgeous festivities of the new Prime Minister. Throughout April and May she did not see Ferdinand Lopez. It may be remembered that on the night when the matter was discussed between her and her father, she promised him that she would not do so without his permission, saying, however, at the same time very openly that her happiness depended on such permission being given to her. For 2 or 3 weeks not a word further was said between her and her father on the subject, and he had endeavored to banish the subject from his mind, feeling no doubt that if nothing further were ever said it would be so much the better. But then his daughter referred to the matter very plainly with a simple question, and without disguise of her own feeling, but still in a manner which he could not bring himself to rebuke. "Aunt Harriet has asked me once or twice to go there of an evening when you have been out. I have declined, because I thought Mr. Lopez would be there. Must I tell her that I am not to meet Mr. Lopez, papa? If she has him there on purpose to throw him in your way, I shall think very badly of her." "But he has been in the habit of being there, papa. Of course, if you are decided about this, it is better that I should not see him." "Did I not tell you that I was decided?" "You said you would make some further inquiry and speak to me again." Now Mr. Wharton had made inquiry, but had learned nothing to reassure himself. Neither had he been able to learn any fact, putting his finger on which he could point out to his daughter clearly that the marriage would be unsuitable for her. Of the man's ability and position, as certainly also of his manners, the world at large seemed to speak well. He had been blackballed at 2 clubs, but apparently without any defined reason. He lived as though he possessed a handsome income, and yet was in no degree fast or flashy. He was supposed to be an intimate friend of Mr. Mills Happerton, one of the partners in the world-famous commercial house of Hunky and Sons, which dealt in millions. Indeed, there had been at one time a rumor that he was going to be taken into the house of Hunky and Sons as a junior partner. It was evident that many people had been favorably impressed by his outward demeanor, by his mode of talk, and by his way of living, but no one knew anything about him. With regard to his material position, Mr. Wharton could of course ask direct questions if he pleased, and require evidence as to alleged property, but he felt that by doing so he would abandon his right to object to the man as being a Portuguese stranger, and he did not wish to have Ferdinand Lopez as a son-in-law, even though he should be a partner in Hunky and Sons, and be able to maintain a gorgeous palace at South Kensington. "I have made inquiry." "Well, papa?" "I don't know anything about him. Nobody knows anything about him." "Could you not ask himself anything you want to know,
If I might see him, I would ask him. That would not do at all. It comes to this, papa, that I am to sever myself from a man to whom I am attached, and whom you must admit that I have been allowed to meet from day to day, with no caution that his intimacy was unpleasant to you because he is called Lopez. It isn't that at all. There are English people of that name, but he isn't an Englishman. Of course, if you say so, papa, it must be so. I have told Aunt Harriet that I consider myself to be prohibited from meeting Mr. Lopez by what you have said, but I think, papa, you are a little cruel to me. Cruel to you, said Mr. Wharton, almost bursting into tears. I am as ready to obey as a child, but not being a child, I think I ought to have a reason. To this Mr. Wharton made no further immediate answer, but pulled his hair and shuffled his feet about, and then escaped out of the room. A few days afterwards his sister-in-law attacked him. Are we to understand, Mr. Wharton, that Emily is not to meet Mr. Lopez again? It makes it very unpleasant, because he has been intimate at our house. I never said a word about her not meeting him. Of course I do not wish that any meeting should be contrived between them. As it stands now, it is prejudicial to her. Of course it cannot but be observed, and it is so odd that a young lady should be forbidden to meet a certain man. It looks so unpleasant for her, as though she had misbehaved herself. I have never thought so for a moment. Of course you have not. How could you have thought so, Mr. Wharton? I say that I never did. What must he think when he knows, as of course he does know, that she has been forbidden to meet him? It must make him fancy that he is made very much of. All that is so very bad for a girl. Indeed it is, Mr. Wharton. Of course there was absolute dishonesty in all this on the part of Mrs. Roby. She was true enough to Emily's lover, too true to him, but she was false to Emily's father. If Emily would have yielded to her, she would have arranged meetings at her own house between the two lovers, altogether in opposition to the father. Nevertheless, there was a show of reason about what she said, which Mr. Wharton was unable to overcome, and at the same time there was reality about his girl's sorrow, which overcame him. He had never hitherto consulted anyone about anything in his family, having always found his own information and intellect sufficient for his own affairs. But now he felt grievously in want of some pillar, some female pillar on which he could lean. He did not know all Mrs. Roby's iniquities, but still he felt that she was not the pillar of which he was in need. There was no such pillar for his use, and he was driven to acknowledge to himself that in this distressing position he must be guided by his own strength and his own lights. He thought it all out as well as he could in his own chamber, allowing his book or his brief to lie idle beside him for many a half hour. But he was much puzzled both as to the extent of his own authority and the manner in which it should be used. He certainly had not desired his daughter not to meet the man. He could understand that unless some affront had been offered, such an edict enforced as to the conduct of a young lady would induce all her acquaintance to suppose that she was either very much in love or else very prone to misbehave herself. He feared, indeed, that she was very much in love, but it would not be prudent to tell her secret to all the world. Perhaps it would be better that she should meet him, always with the understanding that she was not to accept from him any peculiar attention. If she would be obedient in one particular, she would probably be so in the other, and indeed he did not at all doubt her obedience. She would obey, but would take care to show him that she was made miserable by obeying. He began to foresee that he had a bad time before him. And then, as he still sat idle, thinking of it all, his mind wandered off to another view of the subject. Could he be happy, or even comfortable, if she were unhappy? Of course he endeavored to convince himself that if he were bold, determined, and dictatorial with her, it would only be in order that her future happiness might be secured. A parent is often bound to disregard the immediate comfort of a child. But then was he sure that he was right? He, of course, had his own way of looking at life, but was it reasonable that he should force his girl to look at things with his eyes? The man was distasteful to him, as being unlike his idea of an English gentleman, and as being without those far-reaching fibers and roots by which he thought that the solidity and stability of a human tree should be assured. But the world was changing around him every day. Royalty was marrying out of its degree. Peers' sons were looking only for money. And more than that, peers' daughters were bestowing themselves on Jews and shopkeepers. Had he not better make the usual inquiry about the man's means, and if satisfied on that head, let the girl do as she would? Added to all this, there was growing in him a feeling that ultimately youth would as usual triumph over age, and that he would be beaten. If that were so, why worry himself, or why worry her? On the day after Mrs. Roby's attack upon him, he again saw that lady, having on this occasion sent round to ask her to come to him. I want you to understand that I put no embargo on Emily as to meeting Mr. Lopez. I can trust her fully. I do not wish her to encourage his attentions, but I by no means wish her to avoid him. Am I to tell Emily what you say? I will tell her myself. I think it better to say as much to you, as you seem to be embarrassed by the fear that they might happen to see each other in your drawing-room. It was rather awkward, wasn't it? I have spoken now because you seem to think so. His manner to her was not very pleasant, but Mrs. Roby had known him for many years and did not care very much for his manner. She had an object to gain, and could put up with a good deal for the sake of her object. Very well, then I shall know how to act. But, Mr. Wharton, I must say this. You know Emily has a will of her own, and you must not hold me responsible for anything that may occur. As soon as he heard this, he almost resolved to withdraw the concession he had made, but he did not do so. Very soon after this there came a special invitation from Mr. and Mrs. Roby, asking the Whartons, father and daughter, to dine with them round the corner. It was quite a special invitation, because it came in the form of a card, which was unusual between the two families. But the dinner was, too, in some degree, a special dinner, as Emily was enabled to explain to her father, the whole speciality having been fully detailed to herself by her aunt. Mr. Roby, whose belongings were not generally aristocratic, had one great connection, with whom, after many years of quarrelling, he had lately come into amity. This was his half-brother, considerably older than himself, and was no other than that Mr. Roby who was now secretary to the Admiralty, and who in the last Conservative government had been one of the secretaries to the Treasury. The oldest Mr. Roby of all, now long since gathered to his fathers, had had 2 wives and 2 sons. The elder son had not been left as well off as friends, or perhaps as he himself, could have wished. But he had risen in the world by his wits, had made his way into Parliament, and had become, as all readers of these chronicles know, a staff of great strength to his party. But he had always been a poor man. His periods of office had been much shorter than those of his friend Rattler, and his other sources of income had not been certain. His younger half-brother, who, as far as the great world was concerned, had none of his elder brother's advantages, had been endowed with some fortune from his mother, and, in an evil hour for both of them, had lent the politician money. As one consequence of this transaction, they had not spoken to each other for years. On this quarrel Mrs. Roby was always harping with her own husband, not taking his part. Her Roby, her Dick, had indeed the means of supporting her with a fair comfort, but had, of his own, no power of introducing her to that sort of society for which her soul craved. But Mr. Thomas Roby was a great man, though unfortunately poor, and moved in high circles. Because they had lent their money, which no doubt was lost forever, why should they also lose the advantages of such a connection? Would it not be wiser rather to take the debt as a basis whereon to found a claim for special fraternal observation and kindred social intercourse? Dick, who was fond of his money, would not for a long time look at the matter in this light, but harassed his brother from time to time by applications which were quite useless, and which, by the acerbity of their language, altogether shut Mrs. Roby out from the good things which might have accrued to her from so distinguished a brother-in-law. But when it came to pass that Thomas Roby was confirmed in office by the coalition which has been mentioned, Mrs. Dick became very energetic. She went herself to the official hero and told him how desirous she was of peace. Nothing more should be said about the money, at any rate for the present. Let brothers be brothers. And so it came to pass that the secretary to the Admiralty with his wife were to dine in Berkeley Street, and that Mr. Wharton was asked to meet them. "I don't particularly want to meet Mr. Thomas Roby," the old barrister said. "They want you to come," said Emily, "because there has been some family reconciliation. You usually do go once or twice a year." "I suppose it may as well be done," said Mr. Wharton. "I think, papa, that they mean to ask Mr. Lopez," said Emily demurely. "I told you before that I don't want to have you banished from your aunt's home by any man," said the father. So the matter was settled, and the invitation was accepted. This was just at the end of May, at which time people were beginning to say that the coalition was a success, and some wise men to predict that at last fortuitous parliamentary atoms had so come together by accidental connection that a ministry had been formed which might endure for a dozen years. Indeed, there was no reason why there should be an end to any ministry built on such a foundation. Of course, this was very comfortable to such men as Mr. Roby, so that the Admiralty secretary, when he entered his sister-in-law's drawing-room, was suffused with that rosy hue of human bliss which a feeling of triumph bestows. "Yes," said he, in answer to some would-be facetious remark from his brother, "I think we have weathered that storm pretty well. It does seem rather odd, my sitting cheek by jowl with Mr. Monk and gentlemen of that kidney, but they don't bite. I've got one of our own set at the head of our own office, and he leads the house. I think upon the whole we've got a little the best of it." This was listened to by Mr. Wharton with great disgust, for Mr. Wharton was a Tory of the old school, who hated compromises, and abhorred in his heart the class of politicians to whom politics were a profession rather than a creed. Mr. Roby senior, having escaped from the house, was of course the last, and had indeed kept all the other guests waiting half an hour, as becomes a parliamentary magnate in the heat of the session. Mr. Wharton, who had been early, saw all the other guests arrive, and among them Mr. Ferdinand Lopez. There was also Mr. Mills Happerton, partner in Hunky and Sons, with his wife, respecting whom Mr. Wharton at once concluded that he was there as being the friend of Ferdinand Lopez. If so, how much influence must Ferdinand Lopez have in that house? Nevertheless, Mr. Mills Happerton was in his way a great man, and a credit to Mrs. Roby, and there were Sir Damask and Lady Monogram, who were people moving quite in the first circles. Sir Damask shot pigeons, and so did also Dick Roby, whence had perhaps arisen an intimacy. But Lady Monogram was not at all a person to dine with Mrs. Dick Roby without other cause than this. But a great official among one's acquaintance can do so much for one. It was probable that Lady Monogram's presence was among the first fruits of the happy family reconciliation that had taken place. Then there was Mrs. Leslie, a pretty widow, rather poor, who was glad to receive civilities from Mrs. Roby, and was Emily Wharton's pet aversion. Mrs. Leslie had said impertinent things to her about Ferdinand Lopez, and she had snubbed Mrs. Leslie. But Mrs. Leslie was serviceable to Mrs. Roby, and had now been asked to her great dinner party. But the two most illustrious guests have not yet been mentioned. Mrs. Roby had secured a lord, an absolute peer of Parliament. This was no less a man than Lord Mongrober, whose father had been a great judge in the early part of the century, and had been made a peer. The Mongrober estates were not supposed to be large, nor was the Mongrober influence at this time extensive, but this nobleman was seen about a good deal in society when the dinners given were supposed to be worth eating. He was a fat, silent, red-faced, elderly gentleman who said very little, and who, when he did speak, seemed always to be in an ill humour. He would now and then make ill-natured remarks about his friends' wines, as suggesting 68, when a man would boast of his 48 claret, and when costly dainties were supplied for his use, would remark that such and such a dish was very well at some other time of the year, so that ladies attentive to their tables and hosts proud of their cellars would almost shake in their shoes before Lord Mongrober. And it may also be said that Lord Mongrober never gave any chance of retaliation by return dinners. There lived not the man or woman who had dined with Lord Mongrober. But yet the Robys of London were glad to entertain him, and the Mrs. Robys, when he was coming, would urge their cooks to superhuman energies by the mention of his name. And there was Lady Eustace. Of Lady Eustace it was impossible to say whether her beauty, her wit, her wealth, or the remarkable history of her past life most recommended her to such hosts and hostesses as Mr. and Mrs. Roby. As her history may be already known to some, no details of it shall be repeated here. At this moment she was free from all marital persecution, and was very much run after by a certain set in society. There were others again who declared that no decent man or woman ought to meet her. On the score of lovers, there was really little or nothing to be said against her, but she had implicated herself in an unfortunate second marriage, and then there was that old story about the jewels. But there was no doubt about her money and her good looks, and some considered her to be clever. These completed the list of Mrs. Roby's great dinner party. Mr. Wharton, who had arrived early, could not but take notice that Lopez, who soon followed him into the room, had at once fallen into conversation with Emily, as though there had never been any difficulty in the matter. The father, standing on the rug and pretending to answer the remarks made to him by Dick Roby, could see that Emily said but little. The man, however, was so much at his ease that there was no necessity for her to exert herself. Mr. Wharton hated him for being at his ease. Had he appeared to have been rebuffed by the circumstances of his position, the prejudices of the old man would have been lessened. By degrees the guests came. Lord Mongrober stood also on the rug, dumb, with a look of intense impatience for his food, hardly ever condescending to answer the little attempts at conversation made by Mrs. Dick. Lady Eustace gushed into the room, kissing Mrs. Dick, and afterwards kissing her great friend of the moment, Mrs. Leslie, who followed. She then looked as though she meant to kiss Lord Mongrober, whom she playfully and almost familiarly addressed, but Lord Mongrober only grunted. Then came Sir Damask and Lady Monogram, and Dick at once began about his pigeons. Sir Damask, who was the most good-natured man in the world, interested himself at once and became energetic, but Lady Monogram looked round the room carefully, and seeing Lady Eustace, turned up her nose, nor did she care much for meeting Lord Mongrober. If she had been taken in as to the Admiralty Robys, then she would let the junior Robys know what she thought about it. Mills Happerton, with his wife, caused the frown on Lady Monogram's brow to loosen itself a little, for so great was the wealth and power of the house of Hunky and Sons that Mr. Mills Happerton was no doubt a feature at any dinner party. Then came the Admiralty's secretary with his wife, and the order for dinner was given. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Dick's Dinner Party, Number 2. Dick walked downstairs with Lady Monogram. There had been some doubt whether of right he should not have taken Lady Eustace, but it was held by Mrs. Dick that her ladyship had somewhat impaired her rights by the eccentricities of her career, and also that she would amiably pardon any little wrong against her of that kind, whereas Lady Monogram was a person to be much considered. Then followed Sir Damask with Lady Eustace. They seemed to be paired so well together that there could be no doubt about them. The ministerial Roby, who was really the hero of the night, took Mrs. Happerton, and our friend Mr. Wharton took the secretary's wife. All that had been easy, so easy that fate had good-naturedly arranged things which are sometimes difficult of management. But then there came an embarrassment. Of course it would, in a usual way, be right that a married man, as was Mr. Happerton, should be assigned to the widow Mrs. Leslie, and that the only two young people, in the usual sense of the word, should go down to dinner together. But Mrs. Roby was at first afraid of Mr. Wharton, and planned it otherwise. When, however, the last moment came, she plucked up courage, and gave Mrs. Leslie to the great commercial man, and with a brave smile asked Lopez to give his arm to the lady he loved. "It is sometimes so hard to manage these little things," said she to Lord Mongrober, as she put her hand upon his arm. His lordship had been kept standing in that odious drawing-room for more than half an hour, waiting for a man whom he regarded as a poor Treasury hack, and was by no means in a good humour. Dick Roby's wine was no doubt good, but he was not prepared to purchase it at such a price as this. "Things always get confused when you have waited an hour for anyone," he said. "What can one do, you know, when the house is sitting?" said the lady apologetically. "Of course you lords can get away, but then you have nothing to do." Lord Mongrober grunted, meaning to imply by his grunt that anyone would be very much mistaken who supposed that he had any work to do, because he was a peer of Parliament. Lopez and Emily were seated next to each other, and immediately opposite to them was Mr. Wharton. Certainly nothing fraudulent had been intended on this occasion, or it would have been arranged that the father should sit on the same side of the table with the lover, so that he should see nothing of what was going on, but it seemed to Mr. Wharton as though he had been positively swindled by his sister-in-law. There they sat opposite to him, talking to each other apparently with thoroughly mutual confidence, the very two persons whom he most especially desired to keep apart. He had not a word to say to either of the ladies near him. He endeavored to keep his eyes away from his daughter as much as possible, and to divert his ears from their conversation, but he could not but look, and he could not but listen. Not that he really heard a sentence. Emily's voice hardly reached him, and Lopez understood the game he was playing much too well to allow his voice to travel, and he looked as though his position were the most commonplace in the world, and as though he had nothing of more than ordinary interest to say to his neighbor. Mr. Wharton, as he sat there, almost made up his mind that he would leave his practice, give up his chambers, abandon even his club, and take his daughter at once to it did not matter where, so that the place should be very distant from Manchester Square. There would be no other remedy for this evil. Lopez, though he talked throughout the whole of dinner, turning sometimes indeed to Mrs. Leslie, who sat at his left hand, said very little that all the world might not have heard, but he did say one such word: "It has been so dreary to me the last month." Emily, of course, had no answer to make to this. She could not tell him that her desolation had been infinitely worse than his, and that she had sometimes felt as though her very heart would break. "I wonder whether it must always be like this with me," he said, and then he went back to the theatres and other ordinary conversation. "I suppose you've got to the bottom of that champagne you used to have," said Lord Mongrober, roaring across the table to his host, holding his glass in his hand, and with strong marks of disapprobation on his face. "The very same wine as we were drinking when your lordship last did me the honour of dining here," said Dick. Lord Mongrober raised his eyebrows, shook his head, and put down the glass. "Shall we try another bottle?" asked Mrs. Dick, with solicitude. "Oh, no, it'd be all the same, I know. I'll just take a little dry sherry if you have it." The man came with the decanter. "No, dry sherry, said his lordship. The man was confounded. Mrs. Dick was at her wits' ends, and everything was in confusion. Lord Mongrober was not the man to be kept waiting by a government subordinate without exacting some penalty for such ill treatment. "His lordship is a little out of sorts," whispered Dick to Lady Monogram. "Very much out of sorts, it seems. And the worst of it is, there isn't a better glass of wine in London, and his lordship knows it." "I suppose that's what he comes for," said Lady Monogram, being quite as uncivil in her way as the nobleman. "He's like a good many others. He knows where he can get a good dinner. After all, there's no attraction like that. Of course, an handsome woman won't admit that, Lady Monogram." "I will not admit it, at any rate, Mr. Roby. But I don't doubt Monogram is as careful as any one else to get the best cook he can, and takes a good deal of trouble about his wine, too. Mongrober is very unfair about that champagne. It came out of Madame Clicquot's cellars before the war, and I gave Sprott and Burlinghammer 110 shillings for it." "Indeed! I don't think there are a dozen men in London can give you such a glass of wine as that. What do you say about that champagne, Monogram?" "Very tidy wine," said Sir Damask. "I should think it is. I gave 110 shillings for it before the war. His lordship's got a fit of the gout coming, I suppose." But Sir Damask was engaged with his neighbour, Lady Eustace. "Of all things I should like so much to see a pigeon match," said Lady Eustace. I have heard about them all my life, only I suppose it isn't quite proper for a lady." "Oh, dear, yes." "The darling little pigeons. They do sometimes escape, don't they? I hope they escape sometimes." "I'll go any day you'll make up a party, if Lady Monogram will join us." Sir Damask said that he would arrange it, making up his mind, however, at the same time, that this last stipulation, if insisted on, would make the thing impracticable. Roby, the ministerialist, sitting at the end of the table between his sister-in-law and Mrs. Happerton, was very confidential respecting the government and parliamentary affairs in general. "Yes, indeed, of course it's a coalition, but I don't see why we shouldn't go on very well. As to the Duke, I've always had the greatest possible respect for him. The truth is, there's nothing special to be done at the present moment, and there's no reason why we shouldn't agree and divide the good things between us. The Duke has got some craze of his own about decimal coinage. He'll amuse himself with that, but it won't come to anything, and it won't hurt us." "Isn't the Duchess giving a great many parties?" asked Mrs. Happerton. "Well, yes, that kind of thing used to be done in old Lady Brock's time, and the Duchess is repeating it. There's no end to their money, you know. But it's rather a bore for the persons who have to go." The ministerial Roby knew very well how he could make his sister-in-law's mouth water by such an allusion as this to the great privilege of entering the Prime Minister's mansion in Carlton Terrace. "I suppose you in the government are always asked." "We are expected to go, too, and are watched pretty close. Lady Glen, as we used to call her, has the eyes of Argus, and of course we who used to be on the other side are especially bound to pay her observance." "Don't you like the Duchess?" asked Mrs. Happerton. "Oh, yes, I like her very well. She's mad, you know, mad as a hatter, and no one can ever guess what freak may come next. One always feels that she'll do something sooner or later that will startle all the world." "There was a queer story once, wasn't there?" asked Mrs. Dick. "I never quite believed that," said Roby. "It was something about some lover she had before she was married. She went off to Switzerland. But the Duke, he was Mr. Palliser then, followed her very soon, and it all came right. When ladies are going to be duchesses, things do come right, don't they?" said Mrs. Happerton. On the other side of Mrs. Happerton was Mr. Wharton, quite unable to talk to his right-hand neighbour, the secretary's wife. The elder Mrs. Roby had not, indeed, much to say for herself, and he, during the whole dinner, was in misery. He had resolved that there should be no intimacy of any kind between his daughter and Ferdinand Lopez, nothing more than the merest acquaintance, and there they were, talking together before his very eyes, with more evident signs of understanding each other than were exhibited by any other two persons at the table. And yet he had no just ground of complaint against either of them. If people dine together at the same house, it may of course happen that they shall sit next to each other, and if people sit next to each other at dinner, it is expected that they shall talk. Nobody could accuse Emily of flirting, but then she was a girl who under no circumstances would condescend to flirt. But she had declared boldly to her father that she loved this man, and there she was in close conversation with him. Would it not be better for him to give up any further trouble and let her marry the man? She would certainly do so sooner or later. When the ladies went upstairs, that misery was over for a time, but Mr. Wharton was still not happy. Dick came round and took his wife's chair, so that he sat between the lord and his brother. Lopez and Happerton fell into city conversation, and Sir Damask tried to amuse himself with Mr. Wharton. But the task was hopeless, as it always is when the elements of a party have been ill-mixed. Mr. Wharton had not even heard of the new Aldershot coach, which Sir Damask had just started with Colonel Buskin and Sir Alfonso Blackbird, and when Sir Damask declared that he drove the coach up and down twice a week himself, Mr. Wharton, at any rate, affected to believe that such a thing was impossible. Then, when Sir Damask gave his opinion as to the cause of the failure of a certain horse at Northampton, Mr. Wharton gave him no encouragement whatever. "I was never at a racecourse in my life," said the barrister. After that, Sir Damask drank his wine in silence. "You remember that claret, my lord," said Dick, thinking that some little compensation was due to him for what had been said about the champagne. But Lord Mongrober's dinner had not yet had the effect of mollifying the man sufficiently for Dick's purposes. "Oh yes, I remember the wine. You call it 57, don't you?" "And it is 57. 57, Leoville. Very likely, if it hadn't been heated before the fire." "It hasn't been near the fire," said Dick. "Or put into a hot decanter. Nothing of the kind. Or treated after some other damnable fashion. It would be very good wine, I dare say." "You are hard to please, my lord, to-day," said Dick, who was put beyond his bearing. "What is a man to say? If you will talk about your wine, I can only tell you what I think. Any man may get good wine, that is, if he can afford to pay the price, but it isn't 1 out of 10 who knows how to put it on the table." Dick felt this to be very hard. When a man pays 110 shillings a dozen for his champagne, and then gives it to guests like Lord Mongrober, who are not even expected to return the favour, then that man ought to be allowed to talk about his wine without fear of rebuke. One doesn't have an agreement to that effect written down on parchment and sealed, but it is as well understood, and ought to be as faithfully kept, as any legal contract. Dick, who could on occasion be awakened to a touch of manliness, gave the bottle a shove, and threw himself back in his chair. "If you ask me, I can only tell you," repeated Lord Mongrober. "I don't believe you ever had a bottle of wine put before you in better order in all your life," said Dick. His lordship's face became very square and very red as he looked round at his host. "And as for talking about my wine, of course I talk to a man about what he understands. I talk to Monogram about pigeons, to Tom there about politics, to Apperton and Lopez about the price of consols, and to you about wine. If I asked you what you thought of the last new book, your lordship would be a little surprised." Lord Mongrober grunted and looked redder and squarer than ever, but he made no attempt at reply, and the victory was evidently left with Dick, very much to the general exaltation of his character, and he was proud of himself. "We had a little tiff, me and Mongrober," he said to his wife that night. "He's a very good fellow, and of course he's a lord and all that, but he has to be put down occasionally, and by George, I did it to-night. You ask Lopez." There were 2 drawing-rooms upstairs, opening into each other, but still distinct. Emily had escaped into the back room, avoiding the gushing sentiments and equivocal morals of Lady Eustace and Mrs. Leslie, and here she was followed by Ferdinand Lopez. Mr. Wharton was in the front room, and though on entering it he did look round furtively for his daughter, he was ashamed to wander about in order that he might watch her, and there were others in the back room, Dick and Monogram standing on the rug, and the elder Mrs. Roby seated in a corner, so that there was nothing peculiar in the position of the 2 lovers. "Must I understand," said he, "that I am banished from Manchester Square?" "Has papa banished you?" That's what I want you to tell me. I know you had an interview with him, Mr. Lopez. Yes, I had. And you must know best what he told you. He would explain himself better to you than he did to me. I doubt that very much. Papa, when he has anything to say, generally says it plainly. However, I do think that he did intend to banish you. I do not know why I should not tell you the truth. I do not know either. I think he did intend to banish you. And you? I shall be guided by him in all things, as far as I can. Then I am banished by you also. I did not say so, but if Papa says that you are not to come there, of course I cannot ask you to do so. But I may see you here? Mr. Lopez, I will not be asked some questions. I will not, indeed. You know why I ask them. You know that to me you are more than all the world. She stood still for a moment after hearing this, and then, without any reply, walked away into the other room. She felt half ashamed of herself in that she had not rebuked him for speaking to her in that fashion after his interview with her father, and yet his words had filled her heart with delight. He had never before plainly declared his love to her, though she had been driven by her father's questions to declare her own love to herself. She was quite sure of herself, that the man was, and would always be to her, the one being whom she would prefer to all others. Her fate was in her father's hands. If he chose to make her wretched, he must do so. But on one point she had quite made up her mind. She would make no concealment. To the world at large she had nothing to say on the matter, but with her father there should be no attempt on her part to keep back the truth. Were he to question her on the subject, she would tell him, as far as her memory would serve her, the very words which Lopez had spoken to her this evening. She would ask nothing from him. He had already told her that the man was to be rejected, and had refused to give any other reason than his dislike of the absence of any English connection. She would not again ask even for a reason, but she would make her father understand that though she obeyed him, she regarded the exercise of his authority as tyrannical and irrational. They left the house before any of the other guests, and walked round the corner together into the square. "What a very vulgar set of people," said Mr. Wharton, as soon as they were down the steps. "Some of them were," said Emily, making a mental reservation of her own. "Upon my word, I don't know where to make the exception. Why on earth anyone should want to know such a person as Lord Mongrober, I can't understand. What does he bring into society? A title. But what does that do of itself? He is an insolent, bloated brute. Papa, you are using strong language to-night. And that Lady Eustace, heaven and earth, am I to be told that that creature is a lady?" They had now come to their own door, and while that was being opened, and as they went up into their own drawing-room, nothing was said. But then Emily began again. "I wonder why you go to Aunt Harriet's at all. You don't like the people." "I didn't like any of them to-day." "Why do you go there? You don't like Aunt Harriet herself. You don't like Uncle Dick. You don't like Mr. Lopez." "Certainly I do not. I don't know who it is you do like." "I like Mr. Fletcher." "It's no use saying that to me, Papa. You ask me a question, and I choose to answer it. I like Arthur Fletcher because he is a gentleman, because he is a gentleman of the class to which I belong myself, because he works, because I know all about him, so that I can be sure of him, because he had a decent father and mother, because I am safe with him, being quite sure that he will say to me neither awkward things nor impertinent things. He will not talk to me about driving a mail coach like that foolish baronet, nor tell me the price of all his wines like your uncle. Nor would Ferdinand Lopez do so, thought Emily to herself. But in all such matters, my dear, the great thing is like to like. I have spoken of a young person merely because I wish you to understand that I can sympathize with others besides those of my own age. But tonight there was no one there at all like myself, or, as I hope, like you. That man Roby is a chattering ass. How such a man can be useful to any government I can't conceive. Happerton was the best, but what had he to say for himself? I've always thought that there was very little wit wanted to make a fortune in the city. In this frame of mind, Mr. Wharton went off to bed, but not a word more was spoken about Ferdinand Lopez. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Carlton Terrace. Certainly the thing was done very well by Lady Glen, as many in the political world persisted in calling her even in these days. She had not as yet quite carried out her plan, the doing of which would have required her to reconcile her husband to some excessive abnormal expenditure, and to have obtained from him a deliberate sanction for appropriation and probable sale of property. She never could find the proper moment for doing this, having, with all her courage, low down in some corner of her heart, a wholesome fear of a certain quiet power which her husband possessed. She could not bring herself to make her proposition, but she almost acted as though it had been made and approved. Her house was always gorgeous with flowers. Of course there would be the bill, and he, when he saw the exotics, and the whole place turned into a bower of ever fresh, blooming floral glories, must know that there would be a bill. And when he found that there was an archducal dinner party every week, and an almost imperial reception twice a week, that at these receptions a banquet was always provided. When he was asked whether she might buy a magnificent pair of bay carriage horses, as to which she assured him that nothing so lovely had ever as yet been seen stepping in the streets of London, of course he must know that the bills would come. It was better, perhaps, to do it in this way than to make any direct proposition. And then, early in June, she spoke to him as to the guests to be invited to Gatherum Castle in August. "Do you want to go to Gatherum in August?" he asked in surprise, for she hated the place, and had hardly been content to spend 10 days there every year at Christmas. "I think it should be done," she said solemnly. "One cannot quite consider just now what one likes oneself." "Why not? You would hardly go to a small place like Matching in your present position. There are so many people whom you should entertain. You would probably have 2 or 3 of the foreign ministers down for a time." "We always used to find plenty of room at Matching." "But you did not always used to be Prime Minister. It is only for such a time as this that such a house as Gatherum is serviceable." He was silent for a moment, thinking about it, and then gave way without another word. She was probably right. There was the huge pile of magnificent buildings, and somebody, at any rate, had thought that it behooved a Duke of Omnium to live in such a palace. If it ought to be done at any time, it ought to be done now. In that his wife had been right. "Very well, let us go there." "I'll manage it all," said the Duchess. "I and Locock was the house steward." "I remember once," said the Duke,
and he smiled as he spoke with a peculiarly sweet expression, which would at times come across his generally inexpressive face. I remember once that some first minister of the Crown gave evidence as to the amount of his salary, saying that his place entailed upon him expenses higher than his stipend would defray. I begin to think that my experience will be the same. Does that fret you? No, Cora, it certainly does not fret me, or I should not allow it. But I think there should be a limit. No man is ever rich enough to squander. Though they were to squander her fortune, the money which she had brought, for the next 10 years at a much greater rate than she contemplated, they might do so without touching the Palliser property. Of that she was quite sure, and the squandering was to be all for his glory, so that he might retain his position as a popular prime minister. For an instant it occurred to her that she would tell him all this, but she checked herself, and the idea of what she had been about to say brought the blood into her face. Never yet had she, in talking to him, alluded to her own wealth. "Of course we are spending money," she said. "If you give me a hint to hold my hand, I will hold it." He had looked at her and read it all in her face. "God knows," he said, "you've a right to do it if it pleases you." "For your sake." Then he stooped down and kissed her twice, and left her to arrange her parties as she pleased. After that she congratulated herself that she had not made the direct proposition, knowing that she might now do pretty much what she pleased. Then there were solemn cabinets held, at which she presided, and Mrs. Finn and Locock assisted. At other cabinets it is supposed that, let a leader be ever so autocratic by disposition, and superior by intelligence, still he must not unfrequently yield to the opinion of his colleagues. But in this cabinet the Duchess always had her own way, though she was very persistent in asking for counsel. Locock was frightened about the money. Hitherto money had come without a word out of the common spoken to the Duke. The Duke had always signed certain cheques, but they had been normal cheques, and the money in its natural course had flown in to meet them. But now he must be asked to sign abnormal cheques. That, indeed, had already been done, but still the money had been there. A large balance, such as had always stood to his credit, would stand a bigger racket than had yet been made. But Locock was quite sure that the balance ought not to be much further reduced, and that steps must be taken. Something must be sold. The idea of selling anything was dreadful to the mind of Locock, or else money must be borrowed. Now the management of the Palliser property had always been conducted on principles antagonistic to borrowing. "But his Grace has never spent his income," said the Duchess. That was true, but the money, as it showed a tendency to heap itself up, had been used for the purchase of other bits of property, or for the amelioration of the estates generally. "You don't mean to say that we can't get money if we want it?" Locock was profuse in his assurances that any amount of money could be obtained, only that something must be done. "Then let something be done," said the Duchess, going on with her general plans. "Many people are rich," said the Duchess afterwards to her friend, "and some people are very rich indeed. But nobody seems to be rich enough to have ready money to do just what he wishes. It all goes into a grand sum total which is never to be touched without a feeling of sacrifice. I suppose you have always enough for everything." It was well known that the present Mrs. Finn, as Madame Goesler, had been a wealthy woman. "Indeed, no, very far from that. I haven't a shilling." "What has happened?" asked the Duchess, pretending to be frightened. You forgot that I've got a husband of my own, and that he has to be consulted." "That must be nonsense. But don't you think women are fools to marry when they've got anything of their own, and could be their own mistresses? I couldn't have been. I was made to marry before I was old enough to assert myself." "And how well they did for you." "Pas si mal. He's Prime Minister, which is a great thing, and I begin to find myself filled to the full with political ambition. I feel myself to be a Lady Macbeth, prepared for the murder of any Duncan or any Daubeny who may stand in my lord's way. In the meantime, like Lady Macbeth herself, we must attend to the banqueting. Her lord appeared and misbehaved himself. My lord won't show himself at all, which I think is worse." Our old friend Phineas Finn, who had now reached a higher place in politics than even his political dreams had assigned to him, though he was a member of Parliament, was much away from London in these days. New brooms sweep clean, and official new brooms, I think, sweep cleaner than any other. Who has not watched at the commencement of a ministry some secretary, some lord, or some commissioner, who intends by fresh Herculean labours to clean the Augean stables just committed to his care? Who does not know the gentleman at the Home Office, who means to reform the police and put an end to malefactors, or the new minister at the Board of Works, who is to make London beautiful as by a magician's stroke, or, above all, the new First Lord, who is resolved that he will really build us a fleet, purge the dockyards, and save us 500,000 a year at the same time. Phineas Finn was bent on unriddling the Irish Sphinx. Surely something might be done to prove to his susceptible countrymen that at the present moment no curse could be laid upon them so heavy as that of having to rule themselves apart from England, and he thought that this might be the easier, as he became from day to day more thoroughly convinced that those home rulers who were all around him in the House were altogether of the same opinion, had some inscrutable degree of fate ordained and made it certain, with a certainty not to be disturbed, that no candidate could be returned to Parliament who would not assert the earth to be triangular. There would rise immediately a clamorous assertion of triangularity among political aspirants. The test would be innocent. Candidates have swallowed, and daily do swallow, many a worse one. As might be this doctrine of a great triangle, so is the doctrine of Home Rule. Why is a gentleman of property to be kept out in the cold by some O'Mullins because he will not mutter an unmeaning shibboleth? Triangular, yes, or lozenge-shaped if you please, but, gentlemen, I am the man for Tipperary. Phineas Finn, having seen, or thought that he had seen, all this, began from the very first moment of his appointment to consider painfully within himself whether the genuine services of an honest and patriotic man might not compass some remedy for the present ill-boding ferment of the country. What was it that the Irish really did want? What that they wanted and had not got, and which might with propriety be conceded to them? What was it that the English really would refuse to sanction, even though it might not be wanted? He found himself beating about among rocks as to Catholic education and papal interference, the passage among which might be made clearer to him in Irish atmosphere than in that of Westminster. Therefore he was away a good deal in these days, travelling backwards and forwards as he might be wanted for any debate. But as his wife did not accompany him on these fitful journeys, she was able to give her time very much to the Duchess. The Duchess was on the whole very successful with her parties. There were people who complained that she had everybody, that there was no selection whatever as to politics, principles, rank, morals, or even manners. But in such a work as the Duchess had now taken in hand, it was impossible that she should escape censure. They who really knew what was being done were aware that nobody was asked to that house without an idea that his or her presence might be desirable, in however remote a degree. Paragraphs in newspapers go for much, and therefore the writers and editors of such paragraphs were there, sometimes with their wives. Mr. Brown, of the breakfast table, was to be seen there constantly with his wife Lady Carbery, and poor old Booker of the Literary Chronicle. City men can make a budget popular or the reverse, and therefore the Mills Happertons of the day were welcome. Rising barristers might be wanted to become solicitors general. The pet Orpheus of the hour, the young tragic actor who was thought to have a real Hamlet within him, the old painter who was growing rich on his reputation, and the young painter who was still strong with hope, even the little trilling poet, though he trilled never so faintly, and the somewhat wooden novelist, all had tongues of their own, and certain modes of expression which might assist or injure the Palliser coalition, as the Duke's ministry was now called. "Who is that man? I've seen him here before. The Duchess was talking to him ever so long just now." The question was asked by Mr. Rattler of Mr. Roby. About half an hour before this time, Mr. Rattler had essayed to get a few words with the Duchess, beginning with the communication of some small political secret. But the Duchess did not care much for the Rattlers attached to her husband's government. They were men whose services could be had for a certain payment, and when paid for were, the Duchess thought, at the Premier's command without further trouble. Of course they came to their receptions, and were entitled to smile a piece as they entered. But they were entitled to nothing more, and on this occasion Rattler had felt himself to be snubbed. It did not occur to him to abuse the Duchess. The Duchess was too necessary for abuse just at present, but any friend of the Duchess, any favourite for the moment, was of course open to remark. "He is a man named Lopez," said Roby, "a friend of Happerton, a very clever fellow, they say." "Did you ever see him anywhere else?" "Well, yes, I have met him at dinner." "He was never in the house. What does he do?" Rattler was distressed to think that any drone should have made its way into the hive of working bees. "Oh, money, I fancy." "He's not a partner in Hunky's, is he?" "I fancy not. I think I should have known if he was." "She ought to remember that people make a use of coming here," said Rattler. She was, of course, the Duchess. It's not like a private house, and whatever influence outsiders get by coming, so much she loses. Somebody ought to explain that to her. "I don't think you or I could do that," replied Mr. Roby. "I'll tell the Duke in a minute," said Rattler. Perhaps he thought he could tell the Duke, but we may be allowed to doubt whether his prowess would not have fallen below the necessary pitch when he met the Duke's eye. Lopez was there for the third time, about the middle of June, and had certainly contrived to make himself personally known to the Duchess. There had been a deputation from the city to the Prime Minister asking for a subsidized mail, via San Francisco, to Japan, and Lopez, though he had no interest in Japan, had contrived to be one of the number. He had contrived also, as the deputation was departing, to say a word on his own account to the minister, and had ingratiated himself. The Duke had remembered him, and had suggested that he should have a card. And now he was among the flowers and the greatness, the beauty, the politics, and the fashion of the Duchess's gatherings for the third time. "It is very well done, very well indeed," said Mr. Boffin to him. Lopez had been dining with Mr. and Mrs. Boffin, and had now again encountered his late host and hostess. Mr. Boffin was a gentleman who had belonged to the late ministry, but had somewhat out-Heroded Herod in his conservatism, so as to have been considered to be unfit for the coalition. Of course he was proud of his own staunchness, and a little inclined to criticize the lax principles of men who, for the sake of carrying on Her Majesty's government, could be conservatives one day and liberals the next. He was a laborious, honest man, but hardly of caliber sufficient not to regret his own honesty in such an emergency as the present. It is easy for most of us to keep our hands from picking and stealing, when picking and stealing plainly lead to prison diet and prison garments. But when silks and satins come of it, and with the silks and satins general respect, the net result of honesty does not seem to be so secure. When will come the reward, and when? On whom the punishment, and where? A man will not surely be damned for belonging to a coalition ministry. Boffin was a little puzzled as he thought on all this, but in the meantime was very proud of his own consistency. "I think it is so lovely," said Mrs. Boffin. "You look down through an elysium of rhododendrons into a paradise of mirrors. I don't think there was ever anything like it in London before." "I don't know that we ever had anybody at the same time rich enough to do this kind of thing as it is done now," said Boffin, "and powerful enough to get such people together. If the country can be ruled by flowers and looking-glasses, of course it is very well." "Flowers and looking-glasses won't prevent the country being ruled well," said Lopez. "I'm not so sure of that," continued Boffin. "We all know what bread and the games came to in Rome." "What did they come to?" asked Mrs. Boffin. "To a man burning Rome, my dear, for his amusement, dressed in a satin petticoat and a wreath of roses." "I don't think the Duke will dress himself like that," said Mrs. Boffin. "And I don't think," said Lopez, "that the graceful expenditure of wealth in a rich man's house has any tendency to demoralize the people." "The attempt here," said Boffin severely, "is to demoralize the rulers of the people. I am glad to have come once to see how the thing is done, but as an independent member of the House of Commons I should not wish to be known to frequent the saloon of the Duchess." Then Mr. Boffin took away Mrs. Boffin, much to that lady's regret. "This is fairyland," said Lopez to the Duchess as he left the room. "Come and be a fairy then," she answered, very graciously. "We are always on the wing about this hour on Wednesday night." The words contained a general invitation for the season, and were esteemed by Lopez as an indication of great favor. It must be acknowledged of the Duchess that she was prone to make favorites, perhaps without adequate cause, though it must be conceded to her that she rarely altogether threw off from her any one whom she had once taken to her good graces. It must also be confessed that when she had allowed herself to hate either man or a woman, she generally hated on to the end. No paradise could be too charming for her friends, no pandemonium too frightful for her enemies. In reference to Mr. Lopez, she would have said, if interrogated, that she had taken the man up in obedience to her husband. But in truth she had liked the look and the voice of the man. Her husband before now had recommended men to her notice and kindness, whom at the first trial she had rejected from her good will, and whom she had continued to reject ever afterwards, let her husband's urgency be what it might. Another old friend, of whom former chronicles were not silent, was at the Duchess's that night. and there came across Mrs. Finn. This was Barrington Erle, a politician of long standing, who was still looked upon by many as a young man, because he had always been known as a young man, and because he had never done anything to compromise his position in that respect. He had not married, or settled himself down in a house of his own, or become subject to gout, or given up being careful about the fitting of his clothes. No doubt the gray hairs were getting the better of the black hairs, both on his head and face, and marks of coming crow's feet were to be seen if you looked close at him, and he had become careful about his greatcoat and umbrella. He was in truth much nearer 50 than 40. Nevertheless, he was felt in the House and among cabinet ministers and among the wives of members and cabinet ministers to be a young man still, and when he was invited to become Secretary for Ireland, it was generally felt that he was too young for the place. He declined it, however, and when he went to the post office, the gentlemen there all felt that they had had a boy put over them. Phineas Finn, who had become Secretary for Ireland, was in truth 10 years his junior, but Phineas Finn had been twice married, and had gone through other phases of life, such as make a man old. "How does Phineas like it?" Earle asked. Phineas Finn and Barrington Erle had gone through some political struggles together, and had been very intimate. "I hope not very much," said the lady. "Why so? Because he's away so much?" "No, not that. I should not grudge his absence if the work satisfied him, but I know him so well. The more he takes to it now, the more sanguine he is as to some special thing to be done, the more bitter will be the disappointment when he is disappointed. For there never really is anything special to be done, is there, Mr. Earle?" "I think there is always a little too much zeal about Finn." "Of course there is. And then with zeal there always goes a thin skin, and unjustifiable expectations, and biting despair, and contempt of others, and all the elements of unhappiness." "That is a sad programme for your husband." "He has recuperative faculties which bring him round at last, but I really doubt whether he was made for a politician in this country. You remember Lord Brock?" "Dear old Brock, of course I do. How should I not, if you remember him? Young men are boys at college, rowing in boats, when women have been ever so long out in the world. He was the very model of an English statesman. He loved his country dearly, and wished her to be, as he believed her to be, first among nations. But he had no belief in perpetuating her greatness by any grand improvements. Let things take their way naturally, with a slight direction hither or thither, as things might require. This was his method of ruling. He believed in men rather than measures. As long as he had loyalty around him, he could be personally happy, and quite confident as to the country. He never broke his heart because he could not carry this or that reform. What would have hurt him would have been to be worsted in personal conflict. But he could always hold his own, and he was always happy. Your man with a thin skin, a vehement ambition, a scrupulous conscience, and a sanguine desire for rapid improvement is never a happy and seldom a fortunate politician. Mrs. Finn, you understand it all better than any one else that I ever knew. I have been watching it a long time, and of course very closely since I have been married. But you have an eye trained to see it all. What a useful member you would have been in a government! But I should never have had patience to sit all night upon that bench in the House of Commons. How men can do it! They mustn't read. They can't think because of the speaking. It doesn't do for them to talk. I don't believe they ever listen. It isn't in human nature to listen hour after hour to such platitudes. I believe they fall into a habit of half-wakeful sleeping, which carries them through the hours, but even that can't be pleasant. I look upon the Treasury bench in July as a sort of casual ward, which we know to be necessary, but is almost too horrid to be contemplated. Men do get bread and skilly there, certainly. But, Mrs. Finn, we can go into the library and smoking room. Oh, yes, and a clerk in an office can read the newspapers instead of doing his duty. But there is a certain surveillance exercised, and a certain quantity of work exacted. I have met lords of the Treasury out at dinner on Mondays and Thursdays, but we all regard them as boys who have shirked out of school. I think upon the whole, Mr. Earl, we women have the best of it. I don't suppose you will go in for your rights. Not by Act of Parliament, or by platform meeting. I have a great idea of a woman's rights, but that is the way, I think, to throw them away. What do you think of the Duchess's evenings? Lady Glen is in her way as great a woman as you are, perhaps greater, because nothing ever stops her, whereas I have scruples. Her Grace has none. She has feelings and convictions which keep her straight, but no scruples. Look at her now talking to Sir Orlando Drought, a man whom she both hates and despises. I am sure she is looking forward to some happy time in which the Duke may pitch Sir Orlando overboard and rule supreme, with me or some other subordinate leading the House of Commons simply as lieutenant. Such a time will never come, but that is her idea. But she is talking to Sir Orlando now as if she were pouring her full confidence into his ear, and Sir Orlando is believing her. Sir Orlando is in a seventh heaven, and she is measuring his credulity inch by inch. She makes the place very bright, and is spending an enormous deal of money, said Barrington Erle. What does it matter? Well, no, if the Duke likes it. I had an idea that the Duke would not like the display of the thing. There he is. Do you see him in the corner with his brother Duke? He doesn't look as if he were happy, does he? No one would think he was the master of everything here. He has got himself hidden almost behind the screen. I'm sure he doesn't like it. He tries to like whatever she likes, said Mrs. Finn. As her husband was away in Ireland, Mrs. Finn was staying in the house in Carlton Gardens. The Duchess at present required so much of her time that this was found to be convenient. When, therefore, the guests on the present occasion had all gone, the Duchess and Mrs. Finn were left together. "Did you ever see anything so hopeless as he is?" said the Duchess. "Who is hopeless?" "Who is hopeless?" "Heavens and earth, Plantagenet, who else? Is there another man in the world would come into his own house, among his own guests, and speak only to one person? And then think of it! Popularity is the staff on which alone ministers can lean in this country with security. Political, but not social popularity. You know as well as I do that the two go together. We've seen enough of that even in our day. What broke up Mr. Gresham's ministry? If he had stayed away, people might have thought that he was reading blue books, or calculating coinage, or preparing a speech. That would have been much better. But he comes in and sits for half an hour whispering to another duke. I hate dukes. He talks to the Duke of St. Bungay because there is no one he trusts so much. A few years ago it would have been Mr. Mildmay." "My dear," said the Duchess angrily, "you treat me as though I were a child. Of course I know why he chooses that old man out of all the crowd. I don't suppose he does it from any stupid pride of rank. I know very well what set of ideas govern him. But that isn't the point. He has to reflect what others think of it, and to endeavour to do what will please them. There was I telling taradiddles by the yard to that old oaf, Sir Orlando Drought, when a confidential word from Plantagenet would have had 10 times more effect. And why can't he speak a word to the people's wives? They wouldn't bite him. He has got to say a few words to you sometimes, to whom it doesn't signify, my dear. I don't know about that. But he never speaks to another woman. He was here this evening for exactly 40 minutes, and he didn't open his lips to a female creature. I watched him. How on earth am I to pull him through if he goes on in that way? Yes, Locock, I'll go to bed, and I don't think I'll get up for a week. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Gathering of Clouds. Throughout June and the first week of July, the affairs of the ministry went on successfully, in spite of the social sins of the Duke and the occasional despair of the Duchess. There had been many politicians who had thought, or had at any rate predicted, that the coalition ministry would not live a month. There had been men, such as Lord Fawn on one side and Mr. Boffin on the other, who had found themselves stranded disagreeably, with no certain position, unwilling to sit immediately behind a Treasury bench from which they were excluded, and too shy to place themselves immediately opposite. Seats beneath the gangway were, of course, open to such of them as were members of the lower house, and those seats had to be used. But they were not accustomed to sit beneath the gangway. These gentlemen had expected that the seeds of weakness, of which they had perceived the scattering, would grow at once into an enormous crop of blunders, difficulties, and complications. But for a while the ministry were saved from these dangers either by the energy of the Prime Minister or the popularity of his wife, or perhaps by the sagacity of the elder Duke, so that there grew up an idea that the coalition was really the proper thing. In one respect, it certainly was successful. The Home Rulers, or Irish party generally, were left without an inch of standing ground. Their support was not needed, and therefore they were not courted. For the moment there was not even a necessity to pretend that Home Rule was anything but an absurdity from beginning to end, so much so that one or two leading Home Rulers, men who had taken up the cause, not only that they might become members of Parliament, but with some further ideas of speech-making and popularity, declared that the coalition had been formed merely with a view of putting down Ireland. This capability of dispensing with a generally untractable element of support was felt to be a great comfort. Then, too, there was a set in the House, at the moment not a very numerous set, who had been troublesome friends to the old Liberal party, and which the coalition was able, if not to ignore, at any rate to disregard. These were the staunch economists and argumentative philosophical radicals, men of standing and repute, who are always in doubtful times individually flattered by ministers, who have great privileges accorded to them of speaking and dividing, and who are not unfrequently even thanked for their rods by the very owners of the backs which bear the scourges. These men could not be quite set aside by the coalition, as were the Home Rulers. It was not even yet, perhaps, wise to count them out, or to leave them to talk to benches absolutely empty. But the tone of flattery with which they had been addressed became gradually less warm, and when the scourges were wielded, ministerial backs
took themselves out of the way. There grew up unconsciously a feeling of security against attack, which was distasteful to these gentlemen, and was in itself perhaps a little dangerous. Gentlemen bound to support the government, when they perceived that there was comparatively but little to do, and that little might be easily done, became careless, and perhaps a little contemptuous, so that the great popular orator, Mr. Turnbull, found himself compelled to rise in his seat, and ask whether the noble Duke, at the head of the government, thought himself strong enough to rule without attention to parliamentary details. The question was asked with an air of inexorable severity, and was intended to have deep signification. Mr. Turnbull had disliked the coalition from the beginning, but then Mr. Turnbull always disliked everything. He had so accustomed himself to wield the constitutional cat of nine tails that heaven will hardly be happy to him unless he be allowed to flog the cherubim. Though the party with which he was presumed to act had generally been in power since he had been in the House, he had never allowed himself to agree with the minister on any point, and as he had never been satisfied with a liberal government, it was not probable that he should endure a coalition in silence. At the end of a rather lengthy speech, he repeated his question, and then sat down, taking his place with all that constitutional indignation which becomes the parliamentary flagellator of the day. The little jokes with which Sir Orlando answered him were very well in their way. Mr. Turnbull did not care much whether he were answered or not. Perhaps the jauntiness of Sir Orlando, which implied that the coalition was too strong to regard attack, somewhat irritated outsiders. But there certainly grew up from that moment a feeling among such men as Earl and Rattler that care was necessary, that the House, taken as a whole, was not in a condition to be manipulated with easy freedom, and that Sir Orlando must be made to understand that he was not strong enough to depend upon jauntiness. The jaunty statesman must be very sure of his personal following. There was a general opinion that Sir Orlando had not brought the coalition well out of the first real attack which had been made upon it. "Well, Phineas, how do you like the Phoenix?" Phineas Finn had flown back to London, at the instigation probably of Mr. Rattler, and was now standing at the window of Brooke's Club with Barrington Erle. It was near 9 one Thursday evening, and they were both about to return to the house. "I don't like the castle, if you mean that." "Tyrone isn't troublesome, surely?" The Marquis of Tyrone was the Lord Lieutenant of the day, and had in his time been a very strong Conservative. "He finds me troublesome, I fear." "I don't wonder at that, Phineas." "How should it be otherwise? What can he and I have in sympathy with one another? He has been brought up with all an Orange man's hatred for a Papist. Now that he is in high office, he can abandon the display of the feeling, perhaps the feeling itself, as regards the country at large. He knows that it doesn't become a Lord Lieutenant to be Orange. But how can he put himself into a boat with me? All that kind of thing vanishes when a man is in office. Yes, as a rule, because men go together into office with the same general predilections. Is it too hot to walk down? I'll walk a little way, till you make me hot by arguing." "I haven't an argument left in me," said Phineas. "Of course everything over there seems easy enough now, so easy that Lord Tyrone evidently imagines that the good times are coming back, in which governors may govern and not be governed." "You are pretty quiet in Ireland now, I suppose. No martial law, suspension of the habeas corpus, or anything of that kind, just at present?" "No, thank goodness," said Phineas. I'm not quite sure whether a general suspension of the habeas corpus would not upon the whole be the most comfortable state of things for Irishmen themselves. But whether good or bad, you've nothing of that kind of thing now. You've no great measure that you wish to pass. But they've a great measure that they wish to pass. They know better than that. They don't want to kill their golden goose. The people who are infinitely ignorant of all political work do want it. There are counties in which, if you were to poll the people, Home Rule would carry nearly every voter, except the members themselves. You wouldn't give it them? Certainly not, any more than I would allow a son to ruin himself because he asked me. But I would endeavor to teach them that they can get nothing by Home Rule, that their taxes would be heavier, their property less secure, their lives less safe, their general position more debased, and their chances of national success more remote than ever. You can never teach them except by the slow lesson of habit. The heptarchy didn't mold itself into a nation in a day. Men were governed then, and could be, and were molded. I feel sure that even in Ireland there is a stratum of men, above the working peasants, who would understand, and make those below them understand, the position of the country, if they could only be got to give up fighting about religion. Even now, Home Rule is regarded by the multitude as a weapon to be used against Protestantism on behalf of the Pope. I suppose the Pope is the great sinner. They got over the Pope in France, even in early days, before religion had become a farce in the country. They have done so in Italy. Yes, they've got over the Pope in Italy, certainly. And yet, said Phineas, the bulk of the people are staunch Catholics. Of course, the same attempt to maintain a temporal influence, with the hope of recovering temporal power, is made in other countries. But while we see the attempt failing elsewhere, so that we know that the power of the Church is going to the wall, yet in Ireland it is infinitely stronger now than it was 50 or even 20 years ago, because we have been removing restraints on papal aggression, while other nations have been imposing restraints. There are those at Rome who believe all England to be Romish at heart, because here in England a Roman Catholic can say what he will and print what he will. And yet, said Phineas, all England does not return one Catholic to the house, while we have Jews in plenty. You have a Jew among your English judges, but at present not a single Roman Catholic. What do you suppose are the comparative numbers of the population here in England? And you are going to cure all this, while Tyrone thinks it ought to be left as it is? I rather agree with Tyrone. No, said Phineas wearily, I doubt whether I shall ever cure anything, or even make any real attempt. My patriotism just goes far enough to make me unhappy, and Lord Tyrone thinks that while Dublin ladies dance at the castle, and the list of agrarian murders is kept low, the country is admirably managed. I don't quite agree with him, that's all. Then there arose a legal difficulty which caused much trouble to the coalition ministry. There fell vacant a certain seat on the bench of judges, a seat of considerable dignity and importance, but not quite of the highest rank. Sir Gregory Grogram, who was a rich, energetic man, determined to have a peerage, and convinced that, should the coalition fall to pieces, the Liberal element would be in the ascendant, so that the woolsack would then be open to him, declined to occupy the place. Sir Timothy Beeswax, the Solicitor General, saw that it was exactly suited for him, and had no hesitation in expressing his opinion to that effect. But the place was not given to Sir Timothy. It was explained to Sir Timothy that the old rule, or rather custom, of offering certain high positions to the law officers of the crown had been abrogated. Some prime minister, or more probably some collection of cabinet ministers, had asserted the custom to be a bad one, and as far as right went, Sir Timothy was declared not to have a leg to stand upon. He was informed that his services in the House were too valuable to be so lost. Some people said that his temper was against him. Others were of opinion that he had risen from the ranks too quickly, and that Lord Ramsden, who had come from the same party, thought that Sir Timothy had not yet won his spurs. The Solicitor General resigned in a huff, and then withdrew his resignation. Sir Gregory thought the withdrawal should not be accepted, having found Sir Timothy to be an unsympathetic colleague. Our Duke consulted the old Duke, among whose theories of official life forbearance to all colleagues and subordinates was conspicuous. The withdrawal was therefore allowed, but the coalition could not after that be said to be strong in regard to its law officers. But the first concerted attack against the ministry was made in reference to the budget. Mr. Monk, who had consented to undertake the duties of Chancellor of the Exchequer under the urgent entreaties of the two dukes, was of course late with his budget. It was April before the coalition had been formed. The budget, when produced, had been very popular. Budgets, like babies, are always little loves when first born, but as their infancy passes away, they also become subject to many stripes. The details are less pleasing than was the whole in the hands of the nurse. There was a certain interest, very influential both by general wealth and by the presence of many members in the House, which thought that Mr. Monk had disregarded its just claims. Mr. Monk had refused to relieve the brewers from their licenses. Now the brewers had for some years been agitating about their licenses, and it is acknowledged in politics that any measure is to be carried or to be left out in the cold, uncarried, and neglected, according to the number of deputations which may be got to press a minister on the subject. Now the brewers had had deputation after deputation to many chancellors of the exchequer, and these deputations had been most respectable, we may say almost imperative. It was quite usual for a deputation to have 4 or 5 county members among its body, all brewers, and the average wealth of a deputation of brewers could buy up half London. All the brewers in the House had been among the supporters of the coalition, the number of Liberal and Conservative brewers having been about equal. But now there was a fear that the interest might put itself into opposition. Mr. Monk had been firm. More than one of the ministry had wished to yield, but he had discussed the matter with his chief, and they were both very firm. The Duke had never doubted. Mr. Monk had never doubted. From day to day certain organs of the press expressed an opinion, gradually increasing in strength, that however strong might be the coalition as a body, it was weak as to finance. This was hard, because not very many years ago the Duke himself had been known as a particularly strong minister of finance. An amendment was moved in committee as to the brewers' licenses, and there was almost a general opinion that the coalition would be broken up. Mr. Monk would certainly not remain in office if the brewers were to be relieved from their licenses. Then it was that Phineas Finn was recalled from Ireland in red-hot haste. The measure was debated for a couple of nights, and Mr. Monk carried his point. The brewers' licenses were allowed to remain, as one great gentleman from Burton declared, a disgrace to the fiscal sagacity of the country. The coalition was so far victorious, but there arose a general feeling that its strength had been impaired. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Wharton complains. I think you have betrayed me. This accusation was brought by Mr. Wharton against Mrs. Roby in that lady's drawing-room, and was occasioned by a report that had been made to the old lawyer by his daughter. He was very angry and almost violent, so much so that by his manner he gave a considerable advantage to the lady whom he was accusing. Mrs. Roby undoubtedly had betrayed her brother-in-law. She had been false to the trust reposed in her. He had explained his wishes to her in regard to his daughter, to whom she had in some sort assumed to stand in place of a mother, and she, while pretending to act in accordance with his wishes, had directly opposed them. But it was not likely that he would be able to prove her treachery, though he might be sure of it. He had desired that his girl should see as little as possible of Ferdinand Lopez, but had hesitated to give a positive order that she should not meet him. He had indeed himself taken her to a dinner party at which he knew that she would meet him, but Mrs. Roby had betrayed him. Since the dinner party, she had arranged a meeting at her own house on behalf of the lover, as to which arrangement Emily Wharton had herself been altogether innocent. Emily had met the man in her aunt's house, not expecting to meet him, and the lover had had an opportunity of speaking his mind freely. She also had spoken hers freely. She would not engage herself to him without her father's consent. With that consent she would do so, oh, so willingly. She did not coy her love. He might be certain that she would give herself to no one else. Her heart was entirely his. But she had pledged herself to her father, and on no consideration would she break that pledge. She went on to say that after what had passed she thought that they had better not meet. In such meetings there could be no satisfaction, and must be much pain. But he had her full permission to use any arguments that he could use with her father. On the evening of that day she told her father all that had passed, omitting no detail either of what she had said or of what had been said to her, adding a positive assurance of obedience, but doing so with a severe solemnity and apparent consciousness of ill usage, which almost broke her father's heart. Your aunt must have had him there on purpose, Mr. Wharton had said. But Emily would neither accuse nor defend her aunt. I at least knew nothing of it, she said. I know that, Mr. Wharton had ejaculated. I know that. I don't accuse you of anything, my dear, except of thinking that you understand the world better than I do. Then Emily had retired, and Mr. Wharton had been left to pass half the night in a perplexed reverie, feeling that he would be forced ultimately to give way, and yet certain that by doing so he would endanger his child's happiness. He was very angry with his sister-in-law, and on the next day, early in the morning, he attacked her. I think you have betrayed me, he said. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wharton? You have had this man here on purpose, that he might make love to Emily. I have done no such thing. You told me yourself that they were not to be kept apart. He comes here, and it would be very odd indeed if I were to tell the servants that he is not to be admitted. If you want to quarrel with me, of course you can. I have always endeavored to be a good friend to Emily. It is not being a good friend to her, bringing her and this adventurer together. I don't know why you call him an adventurer, but you are so very odd in your ideas. He is received everywhere, and is always at the Duchess of Omnium's.
I don't care a fig about the Duchess." "I dare say not, only the Duke happens to be Prime Minister, and his house is considered to have the very best society that England, or indeed Europe, can give, and I think it is something in a young man's favour when it is known that he associates with such persons as the Duke of Omnium. I believe that most fathers would have a regard to the company which a man keeps when they think of their daughters marrying." "I ain't thinking of her marrying. I don't want her to marry, not this man at least, and I fancy the Duchess of Omnium is just as likely to have scamps in her drawing-room as any other lady in London." "And do such men as Mr. Happerton associate with scamps?" "I don't know anything about Mr. Happerton, and I don't care anything about him." "He has £20,000 a year out of his business, and does Everett associate with scamps?" "Very likely." "I never knew any one so much prejudiced as you are, Mr. Wharton. When you have a point to carry, there's nothing you won't say. I suppose it comes from being in the courts." "The long and short of it is this," said the lawyer. "If I find that Emily is brought here to meet Mr. Lopez, I must forbid her to come at all." "You must do as you please about that. But to tell you the truth, Mr. Wharton, I think the mischief is done. Such a girl as Emily, when she has taken it into her head to love a man, is not likely to give him up." "She has promised to have nothing to say to him without my sanction." "We all know what that means. You'll have to give way. You'll find that it will be so. The stern parent who dooms his daughter to perpetual seclusion because she won't marry the man he likes doesn't belong to this age." "Who talks about seclusion? Do you suppose that she'll give up the man she loves because you don't like him? Is that the way girls live nowadays? She won't run away with him because she's not one of that sort. But unless you're harder-hearted than I take you to be, she'll make your life a burden to you. And as for betraying you, that's nonsense. You've no right to say it. I'm not going to quarrel with you, whatever you may say, but you've no right to say it." Mr. Wharton, as he went away to Lincoln's Inn, bewailed himself because he knew that he was not hard-hearted. What his sister-in-law had said to him in that respect was true enough. If he could only rid himself of a certain internal ague which made him feel that his life was, indeed, a burden to him while his daughter was unhappy, he need only remain passive and simply not give the permission without which his daughter would never engage herself to this man. But the ague troubled every hour of his present life. That sister-in-law of his was a silly, vulgar, worldly, and most untrustworthy woman, but she had understood what she was saying. And there had been something in that argument about the Duchess of Omnium's parties and Mr. Happerton which had its effect. If the man did live with the great and wealthy, it must be because they thought well of him and of his position. The fact of his being a nasty foreigner, and probably of Jewish descent, remained. To him, Wharton, the man must always be distasteful, but he could hardly maintain his opposition to one of whom the choice spirits of the world thought well, and he tried to be fair on the subject. It might be that it was a prejudice. Others probably did not find a man to be odious because he was of foreign extraction and known by a foreign name. Others would not suspect a man of being of Jewish blood because he was swarthy, or even object to him if he were a Jew by descent. But it was wonderful to him that his girl should like such a man well enough to choose him as the one companion of her life. She had been brought up to prefer English men, and English thinking, and English ways, too, somewhat of a past time. He thought, as did Brabantio, that it could not be that without magic his daughter who had shunned the wealthy curled darlings of our nation would ever have, to incur a general mock, run from her guardage to the sooty bosom of such a thing as this distasteful Portuguese. That evening he said nothing further to his daughter, but sat with her, silent and disconsolate. Later in the evening, after she had gone to her room, Everett came in, while the old man was still walking up and down the drawing-room. "Where have you been?" asked the father, not caring a straw as to any reply when he asked the question, but roused almost to anger by the answer when it came. "I have been dining with Lopez at the club." "I believe you live with that man." "Is there any reason, sir, why I should not?" "You know that there is a good reason why there should be no peculiar intimacy, but I don't suppose that my wishes or your sister's welfare will interest you." "That is severe, sir." "I am not such a fool as to suppose that you are to quarrel with a man because I don't approve his addressing your sister, but I do think that while this is going on, and while he perseveres in opposition to my distinct refusal, you need not associate with him in any special manner." "I don't understand your objection to him, sir." "I dare say not. There are a great many things you don't understand, but I do object." "He's a very rising man. Mr. Roby was saying to me just now—" "Who cares a straw what a fool like Roby says?" "I don't mean Uncle Dick, but his brother, who I suppose is somebody in the world. He was saying to me just now that he wondered why Lopez does not go into the house, that he would be sure to get a seat if he chose, and safe to make a mark when he got there." "I dare say he could get into the house. I don't know any well-to-do blackguard of whom you might not predict as much. A seat in the House of Commons doesn't make a man a gentleman, as far as I can see." "I think everyone allows that Ferdinand Lopez is a gentleman." "Who was his father?" "I don't happen to know him, sir." "And who was his mother?" "I don't suppose you will credit anything because I say it, but as far as my experience goes, a man doesn't often become a gentleman in the first generation. A man may be very worthy, very clever, very rich, very well worth knowing, if you will, but when one talks of admitting a man into close family communion by marriage, one would, I fancy, wish to know something of his father and mother." Then Everett escaped, and Mr. Wharton was again left to his own meditations. Oh, what a peril! What a trouble! What a labyrinth of difficulties was a daughter! He must either be known as a stern, hard-hearted parent, utterly indifferent to his child's feelings, using with tyranny the power over her which came to him only from her sense of filial duty, or else he must give up his own judgment and yield to her in a matter as to which he believed that such yielding would be most pernicious to her own interests. Hitherto he really knew nothing of the man's means, nor if he could have his own way did he want such information. But as things were going now, he began to feel that if he could hear anything averse to the man, he might thus strengthen his hands against him. On the following day he went into the city and called on an old friend, a banker, one whom he had known for nearly half a century, and of whom, therefore, he was not afraid to ask a question. For Mr. Wharton was a man not prone in the ordinary intercourse of life either to ask or to answer questions. "You don't know anything, do you, of a man named Ferdinand Lopez?" "I have heard of him, but why do you ask?" "Well, I have a reason for asking. I don't know that I quite wish to say what my reason is." "I have heard of him as connected with Hunky's house," said the banker. or rather with one of the partners in the house. Is he a man of means? I imagine him to be so, but I know nothing. He has rather large dealings, I take it, in foreign stocks. Is he after my old friend, Miss Wharton? Well, yes. You had better get more information than I can give you, but of course, before anything of that kind was done, you would see that money was settled. This was all he heard in the city, and this was not satisfactory. He had not liked to tell his friend that he wished to hear that the foreigner was a needy adventurer, altogether untrustworthy, but that had really been his desire. Then he thought of the £60,000 which he himself destined for his girl. If the man were to his liking, there would be money enough. Though he had been careful to save money, he was not a greedy man, even for his children. Should his daughter insist on marrying this man, he could take care that she should never want a sufficient income. As a first step, a thing to be done almost at once, he must take her away from London. It was now July, and the custom of the family was that the house in Manchester Square should be left for 2 months, and that the flitting should take place about the middle of August. Mr. Wharton usually liked to postpone the flitting, as he also liked to hasten the return, but now it was a question whether he had not better start at once, start somewhither, and probably for a much longer period than the usual vacation. Should he take the bull by the horns and declare his purpose of living for the next 12 months at, well, it did not much matter where. Dresden, he thought, was a long way off, and would do as well as any place. Then it occurred to him that his cousin, Sir Alured, was in town, and that he had better see his cousin before he came to any decision. They were, as usual, expected at Wharton Hall this autumn, and that arrangement could not be abandoned without explanation. Sir Alured Wharton was a baronet, with a handsome old family place on the Wye in Herefordshire, whose forefathers had been baronets since baronets were first created, and whose earlier forefathers had lived at Wharton Hall much before that time. It may be imagined, therefore, that Sir Alured was proud of his name, of his estate, and of his rank. But there were drawbacks to his happiness. As regarded his name, it was to descend to a nephew whom he specially disliked, and with good cause. As to his estate, delightful as it was in many respects, it was hardly sufficient to maintain his position with that plentiful hospitality which he would have loved, and other property he had none. As to his rank, he had almost become ashamed of it, since, as he was wont to declare was now the case, every prosperous tallow chandler throughout the country was made a baronet as a matter of course. So he lived at home through the year with his wife and daughters, not pretending to the luxury of a season in London, for which his modest 3,000 or 4,000 a year did not suffice, and so living apart from all the friction of clubs, parliaments, and mixed society, he did veritably believe that his dear country was going utterly to the dogs. He was so staunch in politics that during the doings of the last quarter of a century, from the repeal of the Corn Laws down to the ballot, he had honestly declared one side to be as bad as the other. Thus he felt that all his happiness was to be drawn from the past. There was nothing of joy or glory to which he could look forward, either on behalf of his country or his family. His nephew, and alas, his heir, was a needy spendthrift, with whom he would hold no communication. The family settlement for his wife and daughters would leave them but poorly off, and though he did struggle to save something, the duty of living as Sir Alured Wharton of Wharton Hall should live made those struggles very ineffective. He was a melancholy, proud, ignorant man who could not endure a personal liberty, and who thought the assertion of social equality on the part of men of lower rank to amount to the taking of personal liberty, who read little or nothing, and thought that he knew the history of his country because he was aware that Charles I had had his head cut off, and that the Georges had come from Hanover. If Charles I had never had his head cut off, and if the Georges had never come from Hanover, the Whartons would now probably be great people and Britain a great nation. But the evil one had been allowed to prevail, and everything had gone astray, and Sir Alured now had nothing of this world to console him but a hazy retrospect of past glories, and a delight in the beauty of his own river, his own park, and his own house. Sir Alured, with all his foibles and with all his faults, was a pure-minded, simple gentleman who could not tell a lie, who could not do a wrong, and who was earnest in his desire to make those who were dependent on him comfortable, and, if possible, happy. Once a year he came up to London for a week to see his lawyers and get measured for a coat and go to the dentist. These were the excuses which he gave, but it was fancied by some that his wig was the great moving cause. Sir Alured and Mr. Wharton were second cousins and close friends. Sir Alured trusted his cousin altogether in all things, believing him to be the great legal luminary of Great Britain, and Mr. Wharton returned his cousin's affection, entertaining something akin to reverence for the man who was the head of his family. He dearly loved Sir Alured, and loved Sir Alured's wife and 2 daughters. Nevertheless, the second week at Wharton Hall became always tedious to him, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th weeks frightful with ennui. Perhaps it was with some unconscious dread of this tedium that he made a sudden suggestion to Sir Alured in reference to Dresden. Sir Alured had come to him at his chambers, and the 2 old men were sitting together near the open window. Sir Alured delighted in the privilege of sitting there, which seemed to confer upon him something of an insight into the inner ways of London life beyond what he could get at his hotel or his wigmaker's. "Go to Dresden for the winter!" he exclaimed. "Not only for the winter, we should go at once." "Not before you come to Wharton," said the amazed baronet. Mr. Wharton replied in a low, sad voice, "In that case we should not go down to Herefordshire at all." The baronet looked hurt as well as unhappy. "Yes, I know what you will say, and how kind you are." "It isn't kindness at all. You always come. It would be breaking up everything." "Everything has to be broken up sooner or later. One feels that as one grows older. You and I, Abel, are just of an age. Why should you talk to me like this? You are strong enough, whatever I am. Why shouldn't you come? Dresden? I never heard of such a thing. I suppose it's some nonsense of Emily's." Then Mr. Wharton told his whole story. "Nonsense of Emily's," he began. "Yes, it is nonsense, worse than you think. But she doesn't want to go abroad." The father's plaint needn't be repeated to the reader as it was told to the baronet. Though it was necessary that he should explain himself, yet he tried to be reticent. Sir Alured listened in silence. He loved his cousin Emily, and knowing that she would be rich, knowing her advantages of birth, and recognizing her beauty, had expected that she would make a match creditable to the Wharton family. But a Portuguese Jew, a man who had never been even known to allude to his own father, for by degrees Mr. Wharton had been driven to confess all the sins of the lover, though he had endeavored to conceal the extent of his daughter's love. "Do you mean that Emily favors him?" I am afraid so. And would she do anything without your sanction?" He was always thinking of the disgrace attaching to himself by reason of his nephew's vileness, and now, if a daughter of the family should also go astray, so as to be exiled from the bosom of the Whartons, how manifest would it be that all the glory was departing from their house! "No, she will do nothing without my sanction. She has given her word, which is gospel." As he spoke, the old lawyer struck his hand upon the table. "Then why should you run away to Dresden?" "Because she is unhappy. She will not marry him, or even see him, if I forbid it. But she is near him." "Herefordshire is a long way off," said the baronet, pleading. "Change of scene is what she should have," said the father. "There can't be more of a change than she'd get at Wharton. She always did like Wharton. It was there that she met Arthur Fletcher." The father only shook his head as Arthur Fletcher's name was mentioned. "Well, that is sad. I always thought she'd give way about Arthur at last." "It is impossible to understand a young woman," said the lawyer. "With such an English gentleman as Arthur Fletcher on one side, and with this Portuguese Jew on the other, it was to him Hyperion to a satyr." A darkness had fallen over his girl's eyes, and for a time her power of judgment had left her. "But I don't see why Wharton should not do just as well as Dresden," continued the baronet. Mr. Wharton found himself quite unable to make his cousin understand that the great disruption caused by a residence abroad, the feeling that a new kind of life had been considered necessary for her, and that she must submit to the new kind of life, might be gradually effective, while the journeyings and scenes which had been common to her year after year would have no effect. Nevertheless, he gave way. They could hardly start to Germany at once, but the visit to Wharton might be accelerated, and the details of the residence abroad might be there arranged. It was fixed, therefore, that Mr. Wharton and Emily should go down to Wharton Hall, at any rate before the end of July. "Why do you go earlier than usual, papa?" Emily asked him afterwards. "Because I think it best," he replied angrily. She ought at any rate to understand the reason. "Of course I shall be ready, papa. You know that I always like Wharton. There is no place on earth I like so much, and this year it will be especially pleasant to me to go out of town. But what? I can't bear to think that I shall be taking you away." "I've got to bear worse things than that, my dear." "Oh, papa, do not speak to me like that. Of course I know what you mean. There is no real reason for your going. If you wish it, I will promise you that I will not see him." He only shook his head, meaning to imply that a promise which could go no farther than that would not make him happy. "It will be just the same, papa, either here or at Wharton or elsewhere. You need not be afraid of me." "I am not afraid of you, but I am afraid for you. I fear for your happiness and for my own." "So do I, papa, but what can be done? I suppose sometimes people must be unhappy. I can't change myself, and I can't change you. I find myself to be as much bound to Mr. Lopez as though I were his wife." "No, no, you shouldn't say so. You've no right to say so." "But I have given you a promise, and I certainly will keep it. If we must be unhappy, still we need not quarrel, need we, papa?" Then she came up to him and kissed him, whereupon he went out of the room wiping his eyes. That evening he again spoke to her, saying merely a word. "I think, my dear, we'll have it fixed that we should go on the 30th. Sir Alured seemed to wish it." "Very well, papa. I shall be quite ready." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A Lover's Perseverance. Ferdinand Lopez learned immediately through Mrs. Roby that the early departure for Herefordshire had been fixed. "I should go to him and speak to him very plainly," said Mrs. Roby. "He can't bite you." "I'm not in the least afraid of his biting me." "You can talk so well. I should tell him everything, especially about money, which I'm sure is all right." "Yes, that is all right," said Lopez, smiling. "And about your people, which I've no doubt you think is all wrong." "I don't know anything about it," said Mrs. Roby, "and I don't much care. He has old world notions. At any rate, you should say something, so that he should not be able to complain to her that you had kept him in the dark. If there is anything to be known, it's much better to have it known." "But there is nothing to be known." "Then tell him nothing, but still tell it to him. After that you must trust to her. I don't suppose she'd go off with you." "I'm sure she wouldn't." "But she's as obstinate as a mule. She'll get the better of him if you really mean it." He assured her that he really did mean it, and determined that he would take her advice as to seeing, or endeavoring to see, Mr. Wharton once again. But before doing so, he thought it to be expedient to put his house into order, so that he might be able to make a statement of his affairs, if asked to do so. Whether they were flourishing or the reverse, it might be necessary that he should have to speak of them, with, at any rate, apparent candor. The reader may perhaps remember that in the month of April, Ferdinand Lopez had managed to extract a certain signature from his unfortunate city friend, Sexty Parker, which made that gentleman responsible for the payment of a considerable sum of money before the end of July. The transaction had been one of an unmixed, painful nature to Mr. Parker. As soon as he came to think of it, after Lopez had left him, he could not prevail upon himself to forgive himself for his folly. That he, Sextus Parker, should have been induced by a few empty words to give his name for £750, without any consideration or possibility of benefit. And the more he thought of it, the more sure he was that the money was lost. The next day he confirmed his own fears, and before a week was gone he had written down the sum as gone. He told nobody. He did not like to confess his folly, but he made some inquiry about his friend, which was absolutely futile. No one that he knew seemed to know anything of the man's affairs, but he saw his friend from time to time in the city, shining as only successful men do shine, and he heard of him as one whose name was becoming known in the city. Still he suffered grievously. His money was surely gone. A man does not fly a kite in that fashion till things with him have reached a bad pass. So it was with Mr. Parker all through May and to the end of June, the load ever growing heavier and heavier as the time became nearer. Then, while he was still afflicted with a heaviness of spirits which had never left him since that fatal day, who but Ferdinand Lopez should walk into his office, wearing the gayest smile, and with a hat splendid, as hats are splendid only in the city, and nothing could be more jolly than his friend's manner, so much so that Sexty was almost lifted up into temporary jollity himself. Lopez, seating himself almost at once, began to describe a certain speculation into which he was going rather deeply,
and as to which he invited his friend Parker's cooperation. He was intending, evidently, not to ask, but to confer a favor. "I rather think that steady business is best," said Parker. "I hope it's all right about that £750. "Ah, yes. I meant to have told you I didn't want the money, as it turned out, for much above a fortnight, and as there was no use in letting the bill run out, I settled it." So saying, he took out a pocket-book, extracted the bill, and showed it to Sexty. Sexty's heart fluttered in his bosom. There was his name still on the bit of paper, and it might still be used. Having shown it to him, after this fashion, in its mid-career, of course he had strong ground for hope, but he could not bring himself to put out his hand for it. "As to what you say about steady business, of course that's very well," said Lopez. "It depends upon whether a man wants to make a small income or a large fortune." He still held the bill as though he were going to fold it up again, and the importance of it was so present to Sexty's mind that he could hardly digest the argument about the steady business. "I own that I am not satisfied with the former," continued Lopez, "and that I go in for the fortune." As he spoke, he tore the bill into 3 or 4 bits, apparently without thinking of it, and let the fragments fall upon the floor. It was as though a mountain had been taken off Sexty's bosom. He felt almost inclined to send out for a bottle of champagne on the moment, and the arguments of his friend rang in his ears with quite a different sound. The allurements of a steady income paled before his eyes, and he too began to tell himself, as he had often told himself before, that if he would only keep his eyes open and his heart high, there was no reason why he too should not become a city millionaire. But on that occasion Lopez left him soon, without saying very much about his favorite speculation. In a few days, however, the same matter was brought before Sexty's eyes from another direction. He learned from a side wind that the house of Hunky and Sons was concerned largely in this business, or at any rate he thought that he had so learned. The ease with which Lopez had destroyed that bill 6 weeks before it was due had had great effect upon him. Those arguments about a large fortune or a small income still clung to him. Lopez had come to him about the business in the first instance, but it was now necessary that he should go to Lopez. He was, however, very cautious. He managed to happen to meet Lopez in the street, and introduced the subject in his own slapdash, airy manner, the result of which was that he had gone rather deep into 2 or 3 American mines before the end of July, but he had already made some money out of them, and though he would find himself sometimes trembling before he had taken his daily allowance of port wine and brandy and water, still he was buoyant and hopeful of living in a park, with a palace at the West End and a seat in Parliament, knowing also as he did that his friend Lopez was intimate with the Duchess of Omnium. He had much immediate satisfaction in the intimacy which these relations created. He was getting in the thin edge of the wedge, and would calculate as he went home to Ponder's End how long it must be before he could ask his friend to propose him at some West End club. On one halcyon summer evening Lopez had dined with him at Ponder's End, had smiled on Mrs. Parker, and played with the hopeful little Parkers. On that occasion Sexty had assured his wife that he regarded his friendship with Ferdinand Lopez as the most fortunate circumstance of his life. "Do be careful, Sexty," the poor woman had said. But Parker had simply told her that she understood nothing about business. On that evening Lopez had thoroughly imbued him with the conviction that if you will only set your mind that way, it is quite as easy to amass a large fortune as to earn a small income. About a week before the departure of the Whartons for Herefordshire, Lopez, in compliance with Mrs. Roby's counsels, called at the chambers in Stone Buildings. It is difficult to say that you will not see a man when the man is standing just on the other side of an open door, nor in this case was Mr. Wharton quite clear that he had better decline to see the man. But while he was doubting, at any rate before he had resolved upon denying his presence, the man was there inside his room. Mr. Wharton got up from his chair, hesitated a moment, and then gave his hand to the intruder in that half unwilling, unsatisfactory manner which most of us have experienced when shaking hands with some cold-blooded, ungenial acquaintance. "Well, Mr. Lopez, what can I do for you?" he said, as he reseated himself. He looked as though he were at his ease, and master of the situation. He had control over himself sufficient for assuming such a manner, but his heart was not high within his bosom. The more he looked at the man, the less he liked him. "There is one thing, the one thing only, you can do for me," said Lopez. His voice was peculiarly sweet, and when he spoke his words seemed to mean more than when they came from other mouths. But Mr. Wharton did not like sweet voices and mellow soft words, at least not from men's mouths. "I do not think that I can do anything for you, Mr. Lopez," he said. There was a slight pause, during which the visitor put down his hat and seemed to hesitate. "I think your coming here can be of no avail. Did I not explain myself when I saw you before?" "But I fear I did not explain myself. I hardly told my story." "You can tell it, of course, if you think the telling will do you any good." "I was not able to say then, as I can say now, that your daughter has accepted my love." "You ought not to have spoken to my daughter on the subject, after what passed between us. I told you my mind frankly." "Ah, Mr. Wharton, how was obedience in such a matter possible? What would you yourself think of a man who in such a position would be obedient? I did not seek her secretly. I did nothing underhand. Before I had once directly asked for her love, I came to you." "What's the use of that, if you go to her immediately afterwards in manifest opposition to my wishes? You found yourself bound, as would any gentleman, to ask a father's leave, and when it was refused, you went on just as though it had been granted. Don't you call that a mockery?" "I can say now, sir, what I could not say then. We love each other, and I am as sure of her as I am of myself when I assert that we shall be true to each other. You must know her well enough to be sure of that also. I am sure of nothing but of this, that I will not give her my consent to become your wife." "What is your objection, Mr. Wharton?" "I explained it before, as far as I found myself called upon to explain it." "Are we both to be sacrificed for some reason that we neither of us understand?" "How dare you take upon yourself to say that she doesn't understand? Because I refuse to be more explicit to you, a stranger, do you suppose that I am equally silent to my own child? In regard to money and social rank, I am able to place your daughter, as my wife, in a position as good as she now holds as Miss Wharton." "I care nothing about money, Mr. Lopez, and our ideas of social rank are perhaps different. I have nothing further to say to you, and I do not think that you can have anything further to say to me that can be of any avail." Then, having finished his speech, he got up from his chair and stood upright, thereby demanding of his visitor that he should depart. I think it no more than honest, Mr. Wharton, to declare this one thing. I regard myself as irrevocably engaged to your daughter, and she, although she has refused to bind herself to me by that special word, is, I am certain, as firmly fixed in her choice as I am in mine. My happiness, as a matter of course, can be nothing to you." "Not much," said the lawyer, with angry impatience. Lopez smiled, but he put down the word in his memory, and determined that he would treasure it there. "Not much, at any rate as yet," he said, "but her happiness must be much to you." "It is everything. But in thinking of her happiness, I must look beyond what might be the satisfaction of the present day. You must excuse me, Mr. Lopez, if I say that I would rather not discuss the matter with you any further." Then he rang the bell and passed quickly into an inner room. When the clerk came, Lopez of course marched out of the chambers and went his way. Mr. Wharton had been very firm, and yet he was shaken. It was by degrees becoming a fixed idea in his mind that the man's material prosperity was assured. He was afraid even to allude to the subject when talking to the man himself, lest he should be overwhelmed by evidence on that subject. Then the man's manner, though it was distasteful to Wharton himself, would, he well knew, recommend him to others. He was good-looking. He lived with people who were highly regarded. He could speak up for himself, and he was a favored guest at Carlton House Terrace. So great had been the fame of the Duchess and her hospitality during the last 2 months, that the fact of the man's success in this respect had come home even to Mr. Wharton. He feared that the world would be against him, and he already began to dread the joint opposition of the world and his own child. The world of this day did not, he thought, care whether its daughters' husbands had or had not any fathers or mothers. The world, as it was now, didn't care whether its sons-in-laws were Christian or Jewish, whether they had the fair skin and bold eyes and uncertain words of an English gentleman, or the swarthy colour and false grimace and glib tongue of some inferior Latin race. But he cared for these things, and it was dreadful to him to think that his daughter should not care for them. "I suppose I had better die and leave them to look after themselves," he said, as he returned to his armchair. Lopez himself was not altogether ill-satisfied with the interview, not having expected that Mr. Wharton would have given way at once, and bestowed upon him then and there the kind father-in-law's "bless you, bless you." Something yet had to be done before the blessing would come, or the girl, or the money. He had to-day asserted his own material success, speaking of himself as of a moneyed man, and the statement had been received with no contradiction, even without the suggestion of a doubt. He did not, therefore, suppose that the difficulty was over, but he was clever enough to perceive that the aversion to him on another score might help to tide him over that difficulty. And if once he could call his girl his wife, he did not doubt but that he could build himself up with the old barrister's money. After leaving Lincoln's Inn, he went at once to Berkeley Street, and was soon closeted with Mrs. Roby. "You can get her here before they go," he said. "She wouldn't come, and if we arranged it without letting her know that you were to be here, she would tell her father. She hasn't a particle of female intrigue in her." "So much the better," said the lover. "That's all very well for you to say, but when a man makes such a tyrant of himself as Mr. Wharton is doing, a girl is bound to look after herself. If it was me, I'd go off with my young man before I'd stand such treatment." "You could give her a letter." "She'd only show it to her father. She is so perverse that I sometimes feel inclined to say that I'll have nothing further to do with her." "You'll give her a message at any rate?" "Yes, I can do that, because I can do it in a way that won't seem to make it important. But I want my message to be very important. Tell her that I've seen her father and have offered to explain all my affairs to him, so that he may know that there is nothing to fear on her behalf. It isn't any thought of money that is troubling him. But tell her what I say." He, however, would listen to nothing. Then I assured him that no consideration on earth would induce me to surrender her, and that I was as sure of her as I am of myself. Tell her that, and tell her that I think she owes it to me to say one word to me before she goes into the country. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Arthur Fletcher. It may, I think, be a question whether the two old men acted wisely in having Arthur Fletcher at Wharton Hall when Emily arrived there. The story of his love for Miss Wharton, as far as it had as yet gone, must be shortly told. He had been the second son, as he was now the second brother, of a Herefordshire squire, endowed with much larger property than belonged to Sir Alured. John Fletcher, Esquire, of Longbarns, some 12 miles from Wharton, was a considerable man in Herefordshire. This present squire had married Sir Alured's eldest daughter, and the younger brother had, almost since they were children together, been known to be in love with Emily Wharton. All the Fletchers and everything belonging to them were almost worshipped at Wharton Hall. There had been marriages between the two families, certainly as far back as the time of Henry VII., and they were accustomed to speak, if not of alliances, at any rate of friendships, much anterior to that. As regards family, therefore, the pretensions of a Fletcher would always be held to be good by a Wharton. But this Fletcher was the very pearl of the Fletcher tribe. Though a younger brother, he had a very pleasant little fortune of his own. Though born to comfortable circumstances, he had worked so hard in his young days as to have already made for himself a name at the bar. He was a fair-haired, handsome fellow, with sharp, eager eyes, with an aquiline nose, and just that shape of mouth and chin which such men as Abel Wharton regarded as characteristic of good blood. He was rather thin, about 5 feet 10 in height, and had the character of being one of the best horsemen in the county. He was one of the most popular men in Herefordshire, and at Longbarns was almost as much thought of as the squire himself. He certainly was not the man to be taken, from his appearance, for a forlorn lover. He looked like one of those happy sons of the gods who were born to success. No young man of his age was more courted both by men and women. There was no one who in his youth had suffered fewer troubles from those causes of trouble which visit English young men, occasional impecuniosity, sternness of parents, native shyness, fear of ridicule, inability of speech, and a general pervading sense of inferiority, combined with an ardent desire to rise to a feeling of conscious superiority. So much had been done for him by nature that he was never called upon to pretend to anything. Throughout the county those were the lucky men, and those two were the happy girls, who were allowed to call him Arthur. And yet this paragon was vainly in love with Emily Wharton, who, in the way of love, would have nothing to say to him, preferring, as her father once said in his extremest wrath, a greasy Jew adventurer out of the gutter. And now it had been thought expedient to have him down to Wharton, although the lawyer's regular summer vacation had not yet commenced. But there was some excuse made for this, over and above the emergency of his own love, in the fact that his brother John, with Mrs. Fletcher, was also to be at the Hall, so that there was gathered there a great family party of the Whartons and Fletchers, for there was present there also old Mrs. Fletcher, a magnificently aristocratic and high-minded old lady with snow-white hair and lace worth 50 guineas a yard, who was as anxious as everybody else that her younger son should marry Emily Wharton. Something of the truth as to Emily Wharton's £60,000 was of course known to the Longbarns people. Not that I would have inferred that they wanted their darling to sell himself for money. The Fletchers were great people, with great spirits, too good in every way for such baseness. But when love, old friendship, good birth, together with every other propriety as to age, manners, and conduct, can be joined to money, such a combination will always be thought pleasant. When Arthur reached the Hall, it was felt to be necessary that a word should be said to him as to that wretched interloper, Ferdinand Lopez. Arthur had not of late been often in Manchester Square, though always most cordially welcomed there by old Wharton, and treated with every kindness by Emily Wharton, short of that love which he desired. He had during the last 3 or 4 months abstained from frequenting the house. During the past winter and early in the spring he had pressed his suit, but had been rejected with warmest assurances of all friendship short of love. It had then been arranged between him and the elder Whartons that they should all meet down at the Hall, and there had been sympathetic expressions of hope that all might yet be well. But at that time little or nothing had been known of Ferdinand Lopez. But now the old baronet spoke to him, the father having deputed the loathsome task to his friend, being unwilling to himself even to hint his daughter's disgrace. "Oh yes, I've heard of him," said Arthur Fletcher. "I met him with Everett, and I don't think I ever took a stronger dislike to a man. Everett seems very fond of him." The baronet mournfully shook his head. It was sad to find that Whartons could go so far astray. "He goes to Carlton Terrace, to the Duchess's," continued the young man. "I don't think that is very much in his favour," said the baronet. "I don't know that it is, sir. Only they try to catch all fish in that net that are of any use. Do you go there, Arthur?" "I should, if I were asked, I suppose. I don't know who wouldn't. You see, it's a coalition affair, so that everybody is able to feel that he is supporting his party by going to the Duchess's." "I hate coalitions," said the baronet. "I think they are disgraceful." "Well, yes, I don't know. The coach has to be driven somehow. You mustn't stick in the mud, you know. And after all, sir, the Duke of Omnium is a respectable man, though he is a Liberal. A Duke of Omnium can't want to send the country to the dogs." The old man shook his head. He did not understand much about it, but he felt convinced that the Duke and his colleagues were sending the country to the dogs, whatever might be their wishes. "I shan't think of politics for the next 10 years, and so I don't trouble myself about the Duchess's parties, but I suppose I should go if I were asked." Sir Alured felt that he had not as yet begun even to approach the difficult subject. "I'm glad you don't like that man," he said. "I don't like him at all. Tell me, Sir Alured, why is he always going to Manchester Square?" "Ah, that is it." "He has been there constantly, has he not?" No, I don't think that. Mr. Wharton doesn't love him a bit better than you do. My cousin thinks him a most objectionable young man. But Emily, that's where it is. You don't mean to say she cares about that man? He has been encouraged by that aunt of hers, who, as far as I can make out, is a very unfit sort of person to be much with such a girl as our dear Emily. I never saw her but once, and then I didn't like her at all. A vulgar, good-natured woman, but what can she have done? She can't have twisted Emily round her finger. I don't suppose there is very much in it, but I thought it better to tell you. Girls take fancies into their heads, just for a time. He's a handsome fellow, too, said Arthur Fletcher, musing in his sorrow. My cousin says he's a nasty Jew-looking man. He's not that, Sir Alured. He's a handsome man, with a fine voice, dark, and not just like an Englishman, but still I can fancy. That's bad news for me, Sir Alured. I think she'll forget all about him down here. She never forgets anything. I shall ask her straight away. She knows my feeling about her, and I haven't a doubt but she'll tell me. She's too honest to be able to lie. Has he got any money? My cousin seems to think that he's rich. I suppose he is. Oh, Lord, that's a blow. I wish I could have the pleasure of shooting him as a man might a few years ago. But what would be the good? The girl would only hate me the more after it. The best thing to do would be to shoot myself. Don't talk like that, Arthur. I shan't throw up the sponge as long as there's a chance left, Sir Alured, but it will go badly with me if I'm beat at last. I shouldn't have thought it possible that I should have felt anything so much. Then he pulled his hair and thrust his hand into his waistcoat and turned away, so that his old friend might not see the tear in his eye. His old friend also was much moved. It was dreadful to him that the happiness of a Fletcher and the comfort of the Whartons generally should be marred by a man with such a name as Ferdinand Lopez. She'll never marry him without her father's consent, said Sir Alured. If she means it, of course he'll consent. That I'm sure he won't. He doesn't like the man a bit better than you do. Fletcher shook his head. And he's as fond of you as though you were already his son. What does it matter? If a girl sets her heart on marrying a man, of course she will marry him. If he had no money, it might be different. But if he's well off, of course he'll succeed. Well, I suppose other men have borne the same sort of thing before, and it hasn't killed them. Let us hope, my boy. I think of her quite as much as of you. Yes, we can hope. I shan't give it up. As for her, I dare say she knows what will suit her best. I've nothing to say against the man, excepting that I should like to cut him into 4 quarters. But a foreigner! Girls don't think about that, not as you do and Mr. Wharton. I think they like dark, greasy men with slippery voices, who are up to dodges and full of secrets. Well, sir, I shall go to her at once and have it out. You'll speak to my cousin? Certainly I will. He has always been one of the best friends I ever had in my life. I know it hasn't been his fault. But what can a man do? Girls won't marry this man or that because they're told. Fletcher did speak to Emily's father, and learned more from him than had been told him by Sir Alured. Indeed, he learned the whole truth. Lopez had been twice with the father pressing his suit, and had been twice repulsed, with as absolute denial as words could convey. Emily, however, had declared her own feeling openly, expressing her wish to marry the odious man, promising not to do so without her father's consent, but evidently feeling that the consent ought not to be withheld from her. All this Mr. Wharton told very plainly, walking with Arthur a little before dinner along a shaded, lonely path, which for half a mile ran along the very marge of the Wye at the bottom of the park. And then he went on to speak other words which seemed to rob his young friend of all hope. The old man was walking slowly, with his hands clasped behind his back, and with his eyes fixed on the path as he went. And he spoke slowly, evidently weighing his words as he uttered them, bringing home to his hearer a conviction that the matter discussed was one of supreme importance to the speaker, as to which he had thought much, so as to be able to express his settled resolution. "I've told you all now, Arthur, only this. I do not know how long I may be able to resist this man's claim if it be backed by Emily's entreaties. I am thinking very much about it. I do not know that I have really been able to think of anything else for the last 2 months. It is all the world to me. What she and Everett do with themselves, and what she may do in this matter of marriage, is of infinitely greater importance than anything that can befall him. If he makes a mistake, it may be put right, but with a woman's marrying, vestigia nulla retrorsum. She has put off all her old bonds and taken new ones, which must be her bonds for life. Feeling this very strongly, and disliking this man greatly, disliking him, that is to say, in the view of this close relation, I have felt myself to be justified in so far opposing my child by the use of a high hand. I have refused my sanction to the marriage, both to him and to her, though in truth I have been hard set to find any adequate reason for doing so. I have no right to fashion my girl's life by my prejudices. My life has been lived. Hers is to come. In this matter I should be cruel and unnatural were I to allow myself to be governed by any selfish inclination. Though I were to know that she would be lost to me for ever, I must give way, if once brought to a conviction that by not giving way I should sacrifice her young happiness. In this matter, Arthur, I must not even think of you, though I love you well. I must consider only my child's welfare, and in doing so I must try to sift my own feelings and my own judgment, and ascertain, if it be possible, whether my distaste to the man is reasonable or irrational, whether I should serve her or sacrifice her by obstinacy of refusal. I can speak to you more plainly than to her. Indeed, I have laid bare to you my whole heart and my whole mind. You have all my wishes, but you will understand that I do not promise you my continued assistance." When he had so spoken, he put out his hand and pressed his companion's arm. Then he turned slowly into a little by-path which led across the park up to the house, and left Arthur Fletcher standing alone by the river's bank. And so by degrees the blow had come full home to him. He had been twice refused. Then rumours had reached him, not at first that he had a rival, but there was a man who might possibly become so. And now this rivalry and its success were declared to him plainly. He told himself from this moment that he had not a chance. Looking forward, he could see it all. He understood the girl's character sufficiently to be sure that she would not be wafted about from one lover to another by change of scene. Taking her to Dresden or to New Zealand would only confirm in her passion such a girl as Emily Wharton. Nothing could shake her but the ascertained unworthiness of the man, and not that unless it were ascertained beneath her own eyes. And then years must pass by before she would yield to another lover. There was a further question, too, which he did not fail to ask himself. Was the man necessarily unworthy because his name was Lopez, and because he had not come of English blood? As he strove to think of this, if not coolly, yet rationally, he sat himself down on the river's side, and began to pitch stones off the path in among the rocks, among which at that spot the water made its way rapidly. There had been moments in which he had been almost ashamed of his love, and now he did not know whether to be most ashamed or most proud of it. But he recognized the fact that it was crucifying him, and that it would continue to crucify him. He knew himself in London to be a popular man, one of those for whom, according to general opinion, girls should sigh, rather than one who should break his heart sighing for a girl. He had often told himself that it was beneath his manliness to be despondent, that he should let such a trouble run from him like water from a duck's back, consoling himself with the reflection that if the girl had such bad taste she could hardly be worthy of him. He had almost tried to belong to that school which throws the heart away and rules by the head alone. He knew that others, perhaps not those who knew him best, but who nevertheless were the companions of many of his hours, gave him the credit for such power. Why should a man afflict himself by the inward burden of an unsatisfied craving, and allow his heart to sink into his very feet, because a girl would not smile when he wooed her? If she be not fair for me, what care I how fair she be? He had repeated the lines to himself a score of times, and had been ashamed of himself because he could not make them come true to himself. They had not come true in the least. There he was, Arthur Fletcher, whom all the world courted, with his heart in his very boots. There was a miserable load within him, absolutely palpable to his outward feeling, a very physical pain, which he could not shake off. As he threw the stones into the water, he told himself that it must be so with him always. Though the world did not pet him, though he was liked at his club, and courted in the hunting field, and loved at balls and archery meetings, and reputed by old men to be a rising star, he told himself that he was so maimed and mutilated as to be only half a man. He could not reason about it. Nature had afflicted him with a certain weakness. One man has a hump, another can hardly see out of his imperfect eyes, a third can barely utter a few disjointed words. It was his fate to be constructed with some weak arrangement of the blood vessels which left him in this plight. The whole damned thing is nothing to me, he said, bursting out into absolute tears, after vainly trying to reassure himself by a recollection of the good things which the world still had in store for him. Then he strove to console himself by thinking that he might take a pride in his love, even though it were so intolerable a burden to him. Was it not something to be able to love as he loved? Was it not something, at any rate, that she to whom he had condescended to stoop was worthy of all love? But even here he could get no comfort, being in truth unable to see very clearly into the condition of the thing. It was a disgrace to him within his own bosom, that she should have preferred to him such a one as Ferdinand Lopez. And this disgrace he exaggerated, ignoring the fact that the girl herself might be deficient in judgment, or led away in her love by falsehood and counterfeit attractions. To him she was such a goddess that she must be right, and therefore his own inferiority to such a one as Ferdinand Lopez was proved. He could take no pride in his rejected love. He would rid himself of it at a moment's notice, if he knew the way. He would throw himself at the feet of some second-rate, tawdry, well-born, well-known beauty of the day, only that there was not now left to him strength to pretend the feeling that would be necessary. Then he heard steps, and jumping up from his seat, stood just in the way of Emily Wharton and her cousin Mary. "Ain't you going to dress for dinner, young man?" said the latter. "I shall have time if you have, anyway," said Arthur, endeavouring to pluck up his spirits. "That's nice of him, isn't it?" said Mary. "Why, we are dressed. What more do you want? We came out to look for you, though we didn't mean to come as far as this. It's past 7 now, and we are supposed to dine at 1/4 past. 5 minutes will do for me." "But you've got to get to the house. You needn't be in a tremendous hurry, because papa has only just come in from haymaking. They've got up the last load, and there has been the usual ceremony. Emily and I have been looking at them." "I wish I'd been here all the time," said Emily. "I do so hate London in July." "So do I," said Arthur, "in July and all other times." "You hate London," said Mary. "Yes, and Herefordshire, and other places generally. If I've got to dress, I'd better get across the park as quick as I can go." And so he left them. Mary turned round and looked at her cousin, but at the moment said nothing. Arthur's passion was well known to Mary Wharton, but Mary had as yet heard nothing of Ferdinand Lopez. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Never run away. During the whole of that evening there was a forced attempt on the part of all the party at Wharton Hall to be merry, which, however, as is the case whenever such attempts are forced, was a failure. There had been a haymaking harvest home, which was supposed to give the special occasion for mirth, as Sir Alured farmed the land around the park himself, and was great in hay. "I don't think it pays very well," he said, with a gentle smile, "but I like to employ some of the people myself. I think the old people find it easier with me than with the tenants." "I shouldn't wonder," said his cousin, "but that's charity, not employment." "No, no," exclaimed the baronet, "they work for their wages and do their best. Powell sees to that." Powell was the bailiff, who knew the length of his master's foot to 1/4 of an inch, and was quite aware that the Wharton haymakers were not to be overtasked. "Powell doesn't keep any cats about the place but what catch mice, but I am not quite sure that haymaking does pay." "How do the tenants manage?" "Of course they look to things closer. You wouldn't wish me to let the land up to the house door." "I think," said old Mrs. Fletcher, "that a landlord should consent to lose a little by his own farming. It does good in the long run." Both Mr. Wharton and Sir Alured felt that this might be very well at Longbarns, though it could hardly be afforded at Wharton. "I don't think I lose much by my farming," said the squire of Longbarns. "I have about 400 acres on hand, and I keep my accounts pretty regularly." "Johnson is a very good man, I dare say," said the baronet. "Like most of the others," continued the squire. "He's very well as long as he's looked after. I think I know as much about it as Johnson. Of course I don't expect a farmer's profit, but I do expect my rent, and I get it." "I don't think I manage it quite that way," said the baronet, in a melancholy tone. "I'm afraid not," said the barrister. "John is as hard upon the men as any one of the tenants," said John's wife, Mrs. Fletcher of Longbarns. "I'm not hard at all," said John, "and you understand nothing about it. I'm paying 3 shillings a week more to every man, and 18 pence a week more to every woman than I did 3 years ago." "That's because of the unions," said the barrister. "I don't care a straw for the unions. If the unions interfered with my comfort, I'd let the land and leave the place." "Oh, John!" ejaculated John's mother. I would not consent to be made a slave even for the sake of the country, but the wages had to be raised, and having raised them, I expect to get proper value for my money. If anything has to be given away, let it be given away, so that the people should know what it is that they receive." "That's just what we don't want to do here," said Lady Wharton, who did not often join in any of these arguments. "You're wrong, my lady," said her stepson. "You're only breeding idleness when you teach people to think that they are earning wages without working for their money. Whatever you do with 'em, let 'em know and feel the truth. It'll be the best in the long run. I'm sometimes happy when I think that I shan't live to see the long run," said the baronet. This was the manner in which they tried to be merry that evening after dinner at Wharton Hall. The two girls sat listening to their seniors in contented silence, listening, or perhaps thinking of their own peculiar troubles, while Arthur Fletcher held some book in his hand, which he strove to read with all his might. There was not one there in the room who did not know that it was the wish of the united families that Arthur Fletcher should marry Emily Wharton, and also that Emily had refused him. To Arthur, of course, the feeling that it was so could not but be an additional vexation, but the knowledge had grown up and had become common in the two families without any power on his part to prevent so disagreeable a condition of affairs. There was not one in that room, unless it was Mary Wharton, who was not more or less angry with Emily, thinking her to be perverse and unreasonable. Even to Mary, her cousin's strange obstinacy was matter of surprise and sorrow, for to her Arthur Fletcher was one of those demigods who should never be refused, who are not expected to do more than express a wish and be accepted. Her own heart had not strayed that way, because she thought but little of herself, knowing herself to be portionless, and believing from long thought on the subject that it was not her destiny to be the wife of any man. She regarded Arthur Fletcher as being of all men the most lovable, although, knowing her own condition, she did not dream of loving him. It did not become her to be angry with another girl on such a cause, but she was amazed that Arthur Fletcher should sigh in vain. The girl's folly and perverseness on this head were known to them all, but as yet her greater folly and worse perverseness, her vitiated taste and dreadful partiality for the Portuguese adventurer, were known but to the two old men and to poor Arthur himself, when that sternly magnificent old lady, Mrs. Fletcher, whose ancestors had been Welsh kings in the time of the Romans, when she should hear this story, the roof of the old hall would hardly be able to hold her wrath and her dismay. The old kings had died away, but the Fletchers and the Vaughans, of whom she had been one, and the Whartons remained, a peculiar people in an age that was then surrendering itself to quick perdition, and with peculiar duties. Among these duties, the chiefest of them incumbent on females was that of so restraining their affections that they should never damage the good cause by leaving it. They might marry within the pale, or remain single, as might be their lot. She would not take upon herself to say that Emily Wharton was bound to accept Arthur Fletcher merely because such a marriage was fitting, although she did think that there was much perverseness in the girl, who might have taught herself, had she not been stubborn, to comply with the wishes of the families. But to love one below oneself, a man without a father, a foreigner, a black Portuguese, nameless Jew, merely because he had a bright eye and a hook nose and a glib tongue, that a girl from the Whartons should do this, it was so unnatural to Mrs. Fletcher that it would be hardly possible to her to be civil to the girl after she had heard that her mind and taste were so astray. All this Sir Alured knew, and the barrister knew it, and they feared her indignation the more because they sympathized with the old lady's feelings. Emily Wharton doesn't seem to me to be a bit more gracious than she used to be, Mrs. Fletcher said to Lady Wharton that night. The two old ladies were sitting together upstairs, and Mrs. John Fletcher was with them. In such conferences, Mrs. Fletcher always domineered, to the perfect contentment of old Lady Wharton, but not equally to that of her daughter-in-law. "I'm afraid she is not very happy," said Lady Wharton. "She has everything that ought to make a girl happy, and I don't know what it is she wants. It makes me quite angry to see her so discontented. She doesn't say a word, but sits there as glum as death. If I were Arthur, I would leave her for 6 months, and never speak to her during the time." "I suppose, mother," said the younger Mrs. Fletcher, who called her husband's mother, mother, and her own mother, mamma, "a girl needn't marry a man unless she likes him. But she should try to like him if it is suitable in other respects. I don't mean to take any trouble about it. Arthur needn't beg for any favor. Only I wouldn't have come here if I had thought that she had intended to sit silent like that always." "It makes her unhappy, I suppose," said Lady Wharton, "because she can't do what we all want." "Fal lal, she'd have wanted it herself if nobody else had wished it. I'm surprised that Arthur should be so much taken with her." "You'd better say nothing more about it, mother." "I don't mean to say anything more about it. It's nothing to me. Arthur can do very well in the world without Emily Wharton. Only a girl like that will sometimes make a disgraceful match, and we should all feel that." "I don't think Emily will do anything disgraceful," said Lady Wharton. And so they parted. In the meantime the two brothers were smoking their pipes in the housekeeper's room, which at Wharton, when the Fletchers or Everett were there, was freely used for that purpose. "Isn't it rather quaint of you," said the elder brother, "coming down here in the middle of term time?" "It doesn't matter much." "I should have thought it would matter, that is, if you mean to go on with it." "I'm not going to make a slave of myself about it, if you mean that. I don't suppose I shall ever marry, and as for rising to be a swell in the profession, I don't care about it. You used to care about it very much. You used to say that if you didn't get to the top, it shouldn't be your own fault." "And I have worked, and I do work, but things get changed somehow. I've half a mind to give it all up, to raise a lot of money, and to start off with a resolution to see every corner of the world. I suppose a man could do it in about 30 years if he lived so long. It's the kind of thing would suit me." "Exactly. I don't know any fellow who has been more into society, and therefore you are exactly the man to live alone for the rest of your life. You've always worked hard, I will say that for you, and therefore you're just the man to be contented with idleness. You've always been ambitious and self-confident, and therefore it will suit you to a T, to be nobody and to do nothing." Arthur sat silent, smoking his pipe with all his might, and his brother continued, "Besides, you read sometimes, I fancy." "I should read all the more." "Very likely. But what you have read in the old plays, for instance, must have taught you that when a man is cut up about a woman, which I suppose is your case just at present, he never does get over it. He never gets all right after a time, does he? Such a one had better go and turn monk at once, as the world is over for him altogether, isn't it? Men don't recover after a month or two, and go on just the same. You've never seen that kind of thing yourself." "I'm not going to cut my throat, or turn monk either." "No, there are so many steamboats and railways now that travelling seems easier. Suppose you go as far as St. Petersburg and see if that does you any good. If it don't, you needn't go on, because it will be hopeless. If it does, why, you can come back, because the second journey will do the rest. There never was anything, John, that wasn't matter for chaff with you. And I hope there never will be. People understand it, when logic would be thrown away. I suppose the truth is the girl cares for somebody else. Arthur nodded his head. Who is it? Anyone I know? I think not. Anyone you know? I have met the man. Decent? Disgustingly indecent, I should say. John looked very black, for even with him the feeling about the Whartons and the Vaughans and the Fletchers was very strong. He's a man, I should say, you wouldn't let into Longbarns. There might be various reasons for that. It might be that you wouldn't care to meet him. Well, no, I don't suppose I should. But without that you wouldn't like him. I don't think he's an Englishman. A foreigner? He has got a foreign name. An Italian nobleman? I don't think he's noble in any country. Who the devil is he? His name is Lopez. Everett's friend? Yes, Everett's friend. I ain't very much obliged to Master Everett for what he has done. I've seen the man. Indeed, I may say I know him, for I dined with him once in Manchester Square. Old Wharton himself must have asked him there. He was there as Everett's friend. I only heard all this to-day, you know, though I had heard about it before. And therefore you want to set out on your travels. As far as I saw, I should say he is a clever fellow. I don't doubt that. And a gentleman. I don't know that he is not, said Arthur. I've no right to say a word against him. From what Wharton says, I suppose he's rich. He's good-looking, too. At least he's the sort of man that women like to look at. Just so. I've no cause of quarrel with him, nor with her. But— Yes, my friend, I see it all, said the elder brother. I think I know all about it. But running away is not the thing. One may be pretty nearly sure that one is right when one says that a man shouldn't run away from anything. The thing is to be happy if you can, said Arthur. No, that is not the thing. I'm not much of a philosopher, but as far as I can see there are two philosophies in the world. The one is to make one's self happy, and the other is to make other people happy. The latter answers the best. I can't add to her happiness by hanging about London. That's a quibble. It isn't her happiness we are talking about, nor yet your hanging about London. Gird yourself up and go on with what you've got to do. Put your work before your feelings. What does a poor man do who goes out hedging and ditching with a dead child lying in his house? If you get a blow in the face, return it if it ought to be returned, but never complain of the pain. If you must have your vitals eaten into, have them eaten into like a man. But mind you, these ain't your vitals. It goes pretty near. These ain't your vitals. A man gets cured of it almost always. I believe always, though some men get hit so hard they can never bring themselves to try it again. But tell me this, has old Wharton given his consent? No, he has refused, said Arthur with strong emphasis. How is it to be then? He has dealt very fairly by me. He has done all he could to get rid of the man, both with him and with her. He has told Emily that he will have nothing to do with the man, and she will do nothing without his sanction. Then it will remain just as it is. No, John, it will not. He has gone on to say that though he has refused, and has refused roughly enough, he must give way if he sees that she really set her heart upon him, and she has. Has she told you so? No, but he has told me. I shall have it out with her tomorrow, if I can, and then I shall be off. You'll be here for shooting on the 1st. No, I dare say you're right in what you say about sticking to my work. It does seem unmanly to run away because of a girl. Because of anything. Stop and face it, whatever it is. Just so. But I can't stop and face her. It would do no good. For all our sakes, I should be better away. I can get shooting with Musgrave and Carnegie in Perthshire. I dare say I shall go there and take a share with them. That's better than going into all the quarters of the globe. I didn't mean that I was to surrender and start at once. You take a fellow up so short. I shall do very well, I've no doubt, and shall be hunting here as jolly as ever at Christmas. But a fellow must say it all to somebody. The elder brother put his hand out and laid it affectionately upon the younger one's arm. I'm not going to whimper about the world like a whipped dog. The worst of it is so many people have known of this. You mean down here? Oh, everywhere. I have never told them. It has been a kind of family affair and thought to be fit for general discussions. That'll wear away. In the meantime, it's a bore, but that shall be the end of it. Don't you say another word to me about it, and I won't to you, and tell mother not to, or Sarah. Sarah was John Fletcher's wife. It has got to be dropped, and let us drop it as quickly as we can. If she does marry this man, I don't suppose she'll be much at Longbarns or Wharton. Not at Longbarns, certainly, I should say, replied John. Fancy mother having to curtsy to her as Mrs. Lopez. And I doubt whether Sir Alured would like him. He isn't of our sort. He's too clever, too cosmopolitan, a sort of man whitewashed of all prejudices, who wouldn't mind whether he ate horseflesh or beef, if horseflesh were as good as beef, and never had an association in his life. I'm not sure that he's not on the safest side. Good night, old fellow. Pluck up, and send us plenty of grouse if you do go to Scotland. John Fletcher, as I hope may have been already seen, was by no means a weak man or an indifferent brother. He was warm-hearted, sharp-witted, and though perhaps a little self-opinionated, considered throughout the country to be one of the most prudent in it. Indeed, no one ever ventured to doubt his wisdom on all practical matters, save his mother, who, seeing him almost every day, had a stronger bias towards her younger son. Arthur has been hit hard about that girl, he said to his wife that night. Emily Wharton? Yes, your cousin Emily. Don't say anything to him, but be as good to him as you know how. Good to Arthur? Am I not always good to him? Be a little more than usually tender with him. It makes one almost cry to see such a fellow hurt like that. I can understand it, though I never had anything of it myself. You never had, John, said the wife, leaning close upon the husband's breast as she spoke. It all came very easily to you, too easily, perhaps. If any girl had ever refused me, I should have taken her at her word, I can tell you. There would have been no second hop to that ball. Then I suppose I was right to catch it the first time. I don't say how that may be. I was right. Oh, dear me, suppose I had doubted just for once, and you had gone off. You would have tried once more, wouldn't you? You'd have gone about like a broken-winged old hen, and have softened me that way. And now poor Arthur has had his wing broken. You mustn't let on to know that it's broken, and the wing will be healed in due time. But what fools girls are! Indeed they are, John, particularly me. Fancy a girl like Emily Wharton, said he, not condescending to notice her little joke, throwing over a fellow like Arthur for a greasy black foreigner. A foreigner? Yes, a man named Lopez. Don't say anything about it at present. Won't she live to find out the difference, and to know what she has done? I can tell her of one that won't pity her. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Goodbye. Arthur Fletcher received his brother's teaching as true, and took his brother's advice in good part, so that before the morning following he had resolved that, however deep the wound might be, he would so live before the world that the world should not see his wound. What people already knew they must know, but they should learn nothing further either by words or signs from him. He would, as he had said to his brother, have it out with Emily, and then, if she told him plainly that she loved the man, he would bid her adieu, simply expressing regret that their course for life should be divided. He was confident that she would tell him the entire truth. She would be restrained neither by false modesty nor by any assumed unwillingness to discuss her own affairs with a friend so true to her as he had been. He knew her well enough to be sure that she recognized the value of his love, though she could not bring herself to accept it. There are rejected lovers who, merely because they are lovers, become subject to the scorn and even to the disgust of the girls they love. But again, there are men who, even when they are rejected, are almost loved, who are considered to be worthy of all reverence, almost of worship, and yet the worshippers will not love them. Not analyzing all this, but somewhat conscious of the light in which this girl regarded him, he knew that what he might say would be treated with deference. As to shaking her, as to talking her out of one purpose and into another, that to him did not for a moment seem to be practicable. There was no hope of that. He hardly knew why he should endeavor to say a word to her before he left Wharton, and yet he felt that it must be said. Were he to allow her to be married to this man, without any further previous word between them, it would appear that he had resolved to quarrel with her for ever. But now, at this very moment of time, as he lay in his bed, as he dressed himself in the morning, as he sauntered about among the new haystacks with his pipe in his mouth after breakfast, he came to some conclusion in his mind very much averse to such quarrelling. He had loved her with all his heart. It had not been a mere drawing-room love, begotten between a couple of waltzes, and fostered by 5 minutes in a crush. He knew himself to be a man of the world, and he did not wish to be other than he was. He could talk among men as men talked, and act as men acted, and he could do the same with women. But there was one person who had been to him above all, and round everything, and under everything. There had been a private nook within him, into which there had been no entrance but for the one image. There had been a holy of holies, which he had guarded within himself, keeping it free from all outer contamination for his own use. He had cherished the idea of a clear fountain of ever-running water, which would at last be his, always ready for the comfort of his own lips. Now all his hope was shattered, his trust was gone, and his longing disappointed. But the person was the same person, though she could not be his. The nook was there, though she would not fill it. The Holy of Holies was not less holy, though he himself might not dare to lift the curtain. The fountain would still run, still the clearest fountain of all, though he might not put his lips to it. He would never allow himself to think of it with lessened reverence or with changed ideas as to her nature. And then, as he stood leaning against a ladder, which still kept its place against one of the hayricks, and filled his second pipe unconsciously, he had to realize to himself the probable condition of his future life. Of course she would marry this man with very little further delay. Her father had already declared himself to be too weak to interfere much longer with her wishes. Of course Mr. Wharton would give way. He had himself declared that he would give way. And then, what sort of life would be her life? No one knew anything about the man. There was an idea that he was rich, but wealth such as his, wealth that is subject to speculation, will fly away at a moment's notice. He might be cruel, a mere adventurer, or a thorough ruffian for all that was known of him. There should, thought Arthur Fletcher to himself, be more stability in the giving and taking of wives than could be reckoned upon here. He became old in that half-hour, taking home to himself and appreciating many saws of wisdom and finger directions of experience, which hitherto had been to him matters almost of ridicule. But he could only come to this conclusion, that as she was still to be to him his holy of holies, though he might not lay his hand upon the altar, his fountain, though he might not drink of it, the one image which alone could have filled that nook, he could not cease to regard her happiness when she should have become the wife of this stranger. With the stranger himself he could never be on friendly terms, but for the stranger's wife there should always be a friend, if the friend were needed. About an hour before lunch, John Fletcher, who had been hanging about the house all the morning in a manner very unusual to him, caught Emily Wharton as she was passing through the hall, and told her that Arthur was in a certain part of the grounds and wished to speak to her. "Alone?" she asked. "Yes, certainly alone." "Ought I to go to him, John?" she asked again. "Certainly, I think you ought." Then he had done his commission, and was able to apply himself to whatever business he had on hand. Emily at once put on her hat, took her parasol, and left the house. There was something distasteful to her in the idea of this going out at a lover's bidding to meet him. But like all Whartons and all Fletchers, she trusted John Fletcher. And then she was aware that there were circumstances which might make such a meeting as this serviceable. She knew nothing of what had taken place during the last 24 hours. She had no idea that in consequence of words spoken to him by her father and his brother, Arthur Fletcher was about to abandon his suit. There would have been no doubt about her going to meet him had she thought this. She supposed that she would have to hear again the old story. If so, she would hear it, and would then have an opportunity of telling him that her heart had been given entirely to another. She knew all that she owed to him. After a fashion, she did love him. He was entitled to all kindest consideration from her hands, but he should be told the truth. As she entered the shrubbery, he came out to meet her, giving her his hand with a frank, easy air and a pleasant smile. His smile was as bright as the ripple of the sea, and his eye would then gleam, and the slightest sparkle of his white teeth would be seen between his lips, and the dimple of his chin would show itself deeper than at other times. "It is very good of you. I thought you'd come. John asked you, I suppose." "Yes, he told me you were here, and he said I ought to come." "I don't know about ought, but I think it better. Will you mind walking on, as I've got something that I want to say?" Then he turned, and she turned with him, into the little wood. "I'm not going to bother you any more, my darling," he said. "You are still my darling, though I will not call you so after this." Her heart sank almost in her bosom as she heard this, though it was exactly what she would have wished to hear. But now there must be some close understanding between them, and some tenderness. She knew how much she had owed him, how good he had been to her, how true had been his love, and she felt that words would fail her to say that which ought to be said. So you have given yourself to one Ferdinand Lopez. Yes, she said in a hard, dry voice. Yes, I have. I do not know who told you, but I have. Your father told me. It was better, was it not, that I should know? You are not sorry that I should know? It is better. I am not going to say a word against him. No, do not do that. Nor against you. I am simply here now to let you know that I retire. You will not quarrel with me, Arthur? Quarrel with you? I could not quarrel with you if I would. No, there shall be no quarrel. But I do not suppose we shall see each other very often. I hope we may. Sometimes, perhaps. A man should not, I think, affect to be friends with a successful rival. I dare say he is an excellent fellow, but how is it possible that he and I should get on together? But you will always have one besides him, who will love you best in this world. No, no, no. It must be so. There will be nothing wrong in that. Everyone has some dearest friend, and you will always be mine. If anything of evil should ever happen to you, which of course there won't, there would be someone who would. But I don't want to talk buncombe. I only want you to believe me. Good-bye, and God bless you. Then he put out his right hand, holding his hat under his left arm. You are not going away? Tomorrow, perhaps, but I will say my real good-bye to you here, now, today. I hope you may be happy. I hope it with all my heart. Good-bye. God bless you. Oh, Arthur. Then she put her hand in his. Oh, I have loved you so dearly. It has been with my whole heart. You have never quite understood me, but it has been as true as heaven. I have thought sometimes that had I been a little less earnest about it, I should have been a little less stupid. A man shouldn't let it get the better of him, as I have done. Say good-bye to me, Emily. Good-bye, she said, still leaving her hand in his. I suppose that's about all. Don't let them quarrel with you here if you can help it. Of course, at Longbarns they won't like it for a time. Oh, if it could have been different. Then he dropped her hand, and turning his back quickly upon her, went away along the path. She had expected and had almost wished that he should kiss her. A girl's cheek is never so holy to herself as it is to her lover. If he do love her, that would have been something of reconciliation, something of a promise of future kindness in a kiss, which even Ferdinand would not have grudged. It would, for her, have robbed the parting of that bitterness of pain which his words had given to it. As to all that, he had made no calculation, but the bitterness was there for him, and he could have done nothing that would have expelled it. She wept bitterly as she returned to the house. There might have been cause for joy. It was clear enough that her father, though he had shown no sign to her of yielding, was nevertheless prepared to yield. It was her father who had caused Arthur Fletcher to take himself off, as a lover really dismissed. But at this moment she could not bring herself to look at that aspect of the affair. Her mind would revert to all those choicest moments in her early years in which she had been happy with Arthur Fletcher, in which she had first learned to love him, and had then taught herself to understand, by some confused and perplexed lesson, that she did not love him as men and women love. But why should she not so have loved him? Would she not have done so, could she then have understood how true and firm he was? And then, independently of herself, throwing herself aside for a time, as she was bound to do when thinking of one so good to her as Arthur Fletcher, she found that no personal joy could drown the grief which she shared with him. For a moment the idea of a comparison between the two men forced itself upon her, but she drove it from her as she hurried back to the house. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duke of Omnium thinks of himself. The blaze made by the Duchess of Omnium during the 3 months of the season up in London had been very great, but it was little in comparison with the social coruscation expected to be achieved at Gatherum Castle, little at least as far as public report went, and the general opinion of the day. No doubt the house in Carlton Gardens had been thrown open as the house of no Prime Minister, perhaps of no Duke, had been opened before in this country, but it had been done by degrees, and had not been accompanied by such a blowing of trumpets as was sounded with reference to the entertainments at Gatherum. I would not have it supposed that the trumpets were blown by the direct order of the Duchess. The trumpets were blown by the customary trumpeters as it became known that great things were to be done, all newspapers and very many tongues lending their assistance, till the sounds of the instruments almost frightened the Duchess herself. "Isn't it odd," she said to her friend Mrs. Finn, "that one can't have a few friends down in the country without such a fuss about it as the people are making?" Mrs. Finn did not think that it was odd, and so she said. Thousands of pounds were being spent in a very conspicuous way. Invitations to the place even for a couple of days, for 24 hours, had been begged for abjectly. It was understood everywhere that the Prime Minister was bidding for greatness and popularity. Of course the trumpets were blown very loudly. "If people don't take care," said the Duchess, "I'll put everybody off and have the whole place shut up. I'll do it for 6 pence now." Perhaps of all the persons, much or little concerned, the one who had heard the least of the trumpets, or rather who was the last to hear them, was the Duke himself. He could not fail to see something in the newspapers, but what he did see did not attract him so frequently or so strongly as it did others. It was a pity, he thought, that a man's social and private life should be made subject to so many remarks. But this misfortune was one of those to which wealth and rank are liable. He had long recognized the fact, and for a time endeavored to believe that his intended sojourn at Gatherum Castle was not more public than are the autumn doings of other dukes and other prime ministers. But gradually the trumpets did reach even his ears. Blind as he was to many things himself, he always had near to him that other Duke who was never blind to anything. "You are going to do great things at Gatherum this year," said the Duke. "Nothing particular, I hope," said the Prime Minister, with an inward trepidation, for gradually there had crept upon him a fear that his wife was making a mistake. "I thought it was going to be very particular." "It's Glencora's thing." "I don't doubt but that her Grace is right. Don't suppose that I am criticizing your hospitality. We are to be at Gatherum ourselves about the end of the month. It will be the first time I shall have seen the place since your uncle's time." The Prime Minister at this moment was sitting in his own particular room at the Treasury Chambers, and before the entrance of his friend had been conscientiously endeavoring to define for himself not a future policy, but the past policy of the last month or two. It had not been for him a very happy occupation. He had become the head of the government, and had not failed, for there he was, still the head of the government, with a majority at his back, and the 6 months' vacation before him. They who were entitled to speak to him confidentially as to his position were almost vehement in declaring his success. Mr. Rattler, about a week ago, had not seen any reason
why the ministry should not endure at least for the next 4 years. Mr. Roby, from the other side, was equally confident. But on looking back at what he had done, and indeed on looking forward into his future intentions, he could not see why he, of all men, should be Prime Minister. He had once been Chancellor of the Exchequer, filling that office through 2 halcyon sessions, and he had known the reason why he had held it. He had ventured to assure himself at the time that he was the best man whom his party could then have found for that office, and he had been satisfied. But he had none of that satisfaction now. There were men under him who were really at work. The Lord Chancellor had legal reforms on foot. Mr. Monk was busy, heart and soul, in regard to income tax and brewers' licenses, making our poor Prime Minister's mouth water. Lord Drummond was active among the colonies. Phineas Finn had at any rate his ideas about Ireland. But with the Prime Minister, so at least the Duke told himself, it was all a blank. The policy confided to him and expected at his hands was that of keeping together a coalition ministry. That was a task that did not satisfy him. And now, gradually, very slowly indeed at first, but still with a sure step, there was creeping upon him the idea that his power of cohesion was sought for, and perhaps found, not in his political capacity, but in his rank and wealth. It might in fact be the case that it was his wife, the Duchess, that Lady Glencora, of whose wild impulses and general impracticability he had always been in dread, that she, with her dinner parties and receptions, with her crowded saloons, her music, her picnics, and social temptations, was Prime Minister rather than he himself. It might be that this had been understood by the coalesced parties, by everybody, in fact, except himself. It had perhaps been found that in the state of things then existing, a ministry could be best kept together, not by parliamentary capacity, but by social arrangements, such as his Duchess, and his Duchess alone, could carry out. She and she alone would have the spirit and the money and the sort of cleverness required. In such a state of things he, of course, as her husband, must be the nominal Prime Minister. There was no anger in his bosom as he thought of this. It would be hardly just to say that there was jealousy. His nature was essentially free from jealousy. But there was shame and self-accusation at having accepted so great an office with so little fixed purpose as to great work. It might be his duty to subordinate even his pride to the service of his country, and to consent to be a fainéant minister, a gilded treasury log, because by remaining in that position he would enable the government to be carried on. But how base the position, how mean, how repugnant to that grand idea of public work, which had hitherto been the motive power of all his life. How would he continue to live if this thing were to go on from year to year, he pretending to govern while others governed, stalking about from one public hall to another in a blue ribbon, taking the highest place at all tables, receiving mock reverence, and known to all men as Fainéant, First Lord of the Treasury? Now, as he had been thinking of all this, the most trusted of his friends had come to him, and had at once alluded to the very circumstances which had been pressing so heavily on his mind. "I was delighted," continued the elder Duke, "when I heard that you had determined to go to Gatherum Castle this year. If a man has a big house, I suppose he ought to live in it sometimes." "Certainly. It was for such purposes as this now intended that your uncle built it. He never became a public man, and therefore, though he went there every year, I believe, he never really used it. He hated it in his heart, and so do I, and so does Glencora. I don't see why any man should have his private life interrupted by being made to keep a huge caravansary open for persons he doesn't care a straw about. You would not like to live alone. Alone, with my wife and children, I would certainly, during a portion of the year at least. I doubt whether such a life, even for a month, even for a week, is compatible with your duties. You would hardly find it possible. Could you do without your private secretaries? Would you know enough of what is going on if you did not discuss matters with others? A man cannot be both private and public at the same time, and therefore one has to be chopped up like a reed out of the river, as the poet said, and yet not give sweet music afterwards. The Duke of St. Bungay said nothing in answer to this, as he did not understand the chopping of the reed. I'm afraid I've been wrong about this collection of people down at Gatherum, continued the younger Duke. Glencora is impulsive, and has overdone the thing. Just look at that. And he handed a letter to his friend. The old Duke put on his spectacles and read the letter through, which ran as follows. Private. My Lord Duke, I do not doubt but that your Grace is aware of my position in regard to the public press of the country, and I beg to assure your Grace that my present proposition is made, not on account of the great honor and pleasure which would be conferred upon myself should your Grace accede to it, but because I feel assured that I might so be best enabled to discharge an important duty for the benefit of the public generally. Your Grace is about to receive the whole fashionable world of England, and many distinguished foreign ambassadors at your ancestral halls, not solely for social delight, for a man in your Grace's high position is not able to think only of a pleasant life, but in order that the prestige of your combined ministry may be so best maintained, that your Grace is thereby doing a duty to your country, no man who understands the country can doubt. But it must be the case that the country at large should interest itself in your festivities, and should demand to have accounts of the gala doings of your ducal palace. Your Grace will probably agree with me that these records could be better given by one empowered by yourself to give them, by one who had been present, and who would write in your Grace's interest, than by some interloper who would receive his tale only at second hand. It is my purport now to inform your Grace that should I be honoured by an invitation to your Grace's party at Gatherum, I should obey such a call with the greatest alacrity, and would devote my pen and the public organ which is at my disposal to your Grace's service with the readiest good will. I have the honour to be, my Lord Duke, your Grace's most obedient and very humble servant, Quintus Slide. The old Duke, when he had read the letter, laughed heartily. Isn't that a terribly bad sign of the times? Said the younger. Well, hardly that, I think. The man is both a fool and a blackguard, but I don't think we are therefore to suppose that there are many fools and blackguards like him. I wonder what he really has wanted. He has wanted me to ask him to Gatherum. He can hardly have expected that. I don't think he can have been such a fool. He may have thought that there was a possible off chance, and that he would not lose even that for want of asking. Of course you won't notice it. I have asked Warburton to write to him, saying that he cannot be received at my house. I have all letters answered, unless they seem to have come from insane persons. Would it not shock you if your private arrangements were invaded in that way? He can't invade you. Yes, he can. He does. That is an invasion, and whether he is there or not, he can and will write about my house, and though no one else will make himself such a fool as he has done by this letter, Nevertheless, even that is a sign of what others are doing. You yourself were saying just now that we were going to do something particular, you said. It was your word, and I echoed it. I suppose you are going to have a great many people. I am afraid Glencora has overdone it. I don't know why I should trouble you by saying so, but it makes me uneasy. I can't see why. I fear she has got some idea into her head of astounding the world by display. I think she has got an idea of conquering the world by graciousness and hospitality. It is as bad. It is indeed the same thing. Why should she want to conquer what we call the world? She ought to want to entertain my friends because they are my friends. And if from my public position I have more so-called friends than would trouble me in a happier condition of private life, why then she must entertain more people. There should be nothing beyond that. The idea of conquering people, as you call it, by feeding them, is to me abominable. If it goes on, it will drive me mad. I shall have to give up everything because I cannot bear the burden. This he said with more excitement, with stronger passion than his friend had ever seen in him before, so much so that the old Duke was frightened. I ought never to have been where I am, said the Prime Minister, getting up from his chair and walking about the room. Allow me to assure you that in that you are decidedly mistaken, said his Grace of St. Bungay. I cannot make even you see the inside of my heart in such a matter as this, said his Grace of Omnium. I think I do. It may be that in saying so I claim for myself greater power than I possess, but I think I do. But let your heart say what it may on the subject, I am sure of this, that when the sovereign, by the advice of 2 outgoing ministers, and with the unequivocally expressed assent of the House of Commons, calls on a man to serve her and the country, that man cannot be justified in refusing, merely by doubts about his own fitness. If your health is failing you, you may know it and say so, or it may be that your honor, your faith to others, should forbid you to accept the position. But of your own general fitness, you must take the verdict given by such general consent. They have seen clearer than you have done what is required, and know better than you can know how that which is wanted is to be secured. If I am to be here and do nothing, must I remain? A man cannot keep together the government of a country and do nothing. Do not trouble yourself about this crowd at Gatherum. The Duchess easily, almost without exertion, will do that which to you, or to me either, would be impossible. Let her have her way, and take no notice of the Quintus slides. The Prime Minister smiled, as though this repeated allusion to Mr. Slide's letter had brought back his good humour, and said nothing further than as to his difficulties. There were a few words to be spoken as to some future cabinet meeting, something perhaps to be settled as to some man's work or position, a hint to be given, and a lesson to be learned. For of these inner cabinet councils between these two statesmen there was frequent use, and then the Duke of St. Bungay took his leave. Our Duke, as soon as his friend had left him, rang for his private secretary, and went to work diligently as though nothing had disturbed him. I do not know that his labours on that occasion were of a very high order, unless there be some special effort of law-making before the country, some reform bill to be passed, some attempt at education to be made, some fetters to be forged or to be relaxed. A prime minister is not driven hard by the work of his portfolio, as are his colleagues. But many men were in want of many things, and contrived by many means to make their wants known to the prime minister. A dean would fain be a bishop, or a judge a chief justice, or a commissioner a chairman, or a secretary a commissioner. Knights would fain be baronets, baronets barons, and barons earls. In one guise or another the wants of gentlemen were made known, and there was work to be done. A ribbon cannot be given away without breaking the hearts of, perhaps, 3 gentlemen, and of their wives and daughters. And then he went down to the House of Lords, for the last time this session as far as work was concerned. On the morrow legislative work would be over, and the gentlemen of Parliament would be sent to their country houses, to their pleasant country joys. It had been arranged that on that day, after the prorogation of Parliament, the Duchess of Omnium should go down to Gatherum to prepare for the coming of the people, which was to commence about 3 days later, taking her ministers, Mrs. Finn and Locock, with her, and that her husband, with his private secretaries and dispatch boxes, was to go for those 3 days to Matching, a smaller place than Gatherum, but one to which they were much better accustomed. If, as the Duchess thought to be not unlikely, the Duke should prolong his stay for a few days at Matching, she felt confident that she would be able to bear the burden of the castle on her own shoulders. She had thought it to be very probable that he would prolong his stay at Matching, and if the absence were not too long, this might be well explained to the assembled company. In the Duchess's estimation, a prime minister would lose nothing by pleading the nature of his business as an excuse for such absence, or by having such a plea made for him. Of course he must appear at last, but as to that she had no fear. His timidity, and his conscience also, would both be too potent to allow him to shirk the nuisance of Gatherum altogether. He would come, she was sure, but she did not much care how long he deferred his coming. She was, therefore, not a little surprised when he announced to her an alteration in his plans. This he did not many hours after the Duke of St. Bungay had left him at the Treasury Chambers. "I think I shall go down with you at once to Gatherum," he said. What is the meaning of that? The Duchess was not skilled in hiding her feelings, at any rate from him, and declared to him at once by her voice and eye that the proposed change was not gratifying to her. "It will be better. I thought that I would get a quiet day or 2 at Matching, but as the thing has to be done, it may as well be done at first. A man ought to receive his own guests. I can't say that I look forward to any great pleasure in doing so on this occasion, but I shall do it." It was very easy to understand also the tone of his voice. There was in it something of offended dignity, something of future marital intentions, something also of the weakness of distress. She did not want him to come at once to Gatherum. A great deal of money was being spent, and the absolute spending was not yet quite perfected. There might still be possibility of interference. The tents were not all pitched. The lamps were not as yet all hung in the conservatories. Wagons would still be coming in, and workmen still be going out. He would think less of what had been done if he could be kept from seeing it while it was being done, and the greater crowd which would be gathered there by the end of the first week would carry off the vastness of the preparations. As to money, he had given her almost carte blanche, having at one vacillatory period of his prime ministership been talked by her into some agreement with her own plans. And in regard to money, he would say to himself that he ought not to interfere with any whim of hers on that score, unless he thought it right to crush the whim on some other score. Half what he possessed had been hers, and even if during this year he were to spend more than his income, if he were to double or even treble the expenditure of past years, he could not consume the additions to his wealth, which had accrued and heaped themselves up since his marriage. He had therefore written a line to his banker and a line to his lawyer, and he had himself seen Locock, and his wife's hands had been loosened. "I don't think, your Grace," said Locock, "that his Grace would be so very what, Locock?" "So very free, your Grace." The Duchess, as she thought of it, declared to herself that her husband was the truest nobleman in all England. She revered, admired, and almost loved him. She knew him to be infinitely better than herself, but she could hardly sympathize with him, and was quite sure that he did not sympathize with her. He was so good about the money, but yet it was necessary that he should be kept in the dark as to the spending of a good deal of it. Now he was going to upset a portion of her plans by coming to Gatherum before he was wanted. She knew him to be obstinate, but it might be possible to turn him back to his old purpose by clever manipulation. "Of course it would be much nicer for me," she said. "That alone would be sufficient." "Thanks, dear, but we had arranged for people to come at first whom I thought you would not specially care to meet. Sir Orlando and Mr. Rattler will be there with their wives." "I have become quite used to Sir Orlando and Mr. Rattler." "No doubt, and therefore I wanted to spare you something of their company. The Duke, whom you really do like, isn't coming yet. I thought, too, you would have your work to finish off." "I fear it is of a kind that won't bear finishing off. However, I have made up my mind, and have already told Locock to send word to the people at Matching to say that I shall not be there yet. How long will all this last at Gatherum?" "Who can say? I should have thought you could. People are not coming, I suppose, for an indefinite time." "As one set leaves, one asks others. Haven't you asked enough as yet? I should like to know when we may expect to get away from the place." "You needn't stay till the end, you know." "But you must." "Certainly. And I should wish you to go with me when we do go to Matching." "Oh, Plantagenet," said the wife, "what a Darby and Joan kind of thing you like to have it." "Yes, I do. The Darby and Joan kind of thing is what I like." "Only Darby is to be in an office all day and in Parliament all night, and Joan is to stay at home. Would you wish me not to be in an office and not to be in Parliament? But don't let us misunderstand each other. You are doing the best you can to further what you think to be my interests." "I am," said the Duchess. "I love you the better for it, day by day." This so surprised her that as she took him by the arm her eyes were filled with tears. "I know that you are working for me quite as hard as I work myself, and that you are doing so with the pure ambition of seeing your husband a great man, and myself a great man's wife. It is the same thing, but I would not have you overdo your work. I would not have you make yourself conspicuous by anything like display. There are ill-natured people who will say things that you do not expect, and to which I should be more sensitive than I ought to be. Spare me such pain as this, if you can." He still held her hand as he spoke, and she answered him only by nodding her head. "I will go down with you to Gatherum on Friday." Then he left her. Chapter 18.